everybody. Welcome back to the RMNA stream. This is RoboMaster North America. We are here in San Diego.
Absolutely, yeah. This venue here, a new one for us here in our 5th year of RoboMaster North America. San Diego, California, home to Triton Robotics, the team from University of California, San Diego. We are back. We had a few internet issues earlier, so welcome back to all the folks at home on Twitch and YouTube watching our stream of RoboMaster here for this year's competition. We've got some exciting matches coming up next here on our schedule.
Yeah, so next up we're going to be seeing Georgia Tech, and they are going against McMaster University. We are watching for them to come around the corner. We are running a little bit late in comparison to when we thought they were going to start at 2 p.m. However, we now see some robots sneaking around, so we're hoping that that match will get started pretty soon.
Absolutely, yeah. Working at the kinks here. It's our first day of competition, so folks are just finding us just now on Twitch, on YouTube. We've got a whole week left, or at least a few days of competition leading up to our knockout bracket and grand finals on Friday and Saturday. So some exciting competition yet to come here in San Diego. But before that, we got our first set of group stage matches. We have in Group C, like you mentioned, Amelia, our first set of teams here is Robo Rambler from Georgia Tech and the Mac Falcons out of McMaster University.
They will be a very exciting group of teams to watch. So Robo Rambler, which is our Georgia Tech team, we're very excited to see them in the 3v3. They have been a team around at RMNA for a couple years now. However, due to various issues or like robotics malfunctions, we haven't actually been able to see them play that much. So very excited to be able to actually see their hard work come to fruition and get them on the field.
Yeah, we got a couple of those from production. So shout out to our awesome production team over here, all volunteers spending their time here with us at RoboMaster. Georgia Tech did play today. This is one of the first times we've been seeing them actually on the field, but we did see them earlier today against Simon Fraser University, which was one of our outstanding rookies. In fact, probably I think our highest ranked rookie season or rookie team last year in RoboMaster Colorado. And what I'm hearing is Georgia Tech played SFU and went 2-0 over Simon Fraser. I'm not sure what happened in that match, but that could be very interesting. McMaster, though, we've seen them before a little bit competing in RoboMaster previous years, Seattle, as well as Colorado last year. We do know them for their spider bot, that unique robot design there.
Yes, so the spider bot that they've had in previous years, the reason we call it that is because it's had these almost leg-like features. So most of the robots that we see at this competition will have these wheels that are kind of tucked under the body of the robot, but with the spider, it was able to kind of move its arms in and out and have some really cool movement compared to what we see from some of our other robots.
Absolutely, yeah. Probably as we start to get through phase, we'll start to talk more about the different wheel types, Mechanism, Omni wheels, all these different types of wheels, but they definitely have some unique wheel types there over at McMaster. I just realized I don't think we ever actually said our names.
I don't think we did. Yeah, we should introduce ourselves. Do you want to go first?
Absolutely. Hi, I've been around a couple of years. My name's Austin. I do RoboMaster things. Got the nice little RoboMaster shirt on. I was an alumni of RHIT from the University of Washington.
Okay, I can go ahead. My name is Amelia. I'm also an alumni from the University of Washington. I graduated back in 2022, so I feel like an old person now, especially at this competition as we're seeing so many amazing young engineers coming up. I've just been coming back because I can't get enough, and I really love to help out around the competition, basically.
Absolutely. We do love to have you. It does hurt me a bit to hear you say that you graduated in 2022, makes you feel like an old person, because I also graduated in 2022.
Yep, I'm aware. So, it's more I run into the freshmen now on the team, and it makes me feel especially old. Yeah. However, they are all amazing.
Yeah, I got some amazing folks across all the teams here in RMNA from all around the world.
It's really cool. So when the competition first started, it truly was just a small North American competition. But over time, it has really been expanding, and it's turned into a very large international competition. So if you're unfamiliar with RoboMaster, a lot of the competition happens in China. There's a bunch of teams that will be competing in China in what we call the RoboMaster University Challenge. Here at RMNA, we are doing the
University League.
University League. Right, forgot that terminology. However, that means that we are having, it's kind of basically a bit of a smaller competition. So in China, they compete with a lot more robots fielded, where here we are doing a 3v3 and a 1v1, which means each team will be fielding 3 robots in the 3v3 and 1 robot in the 1v1. So that means you can have either 6 or 2 robots on the field at one time.
Absolutely, yeah. And you mentioned the competition over in China. They do have some RMUC, Roadmaster University Championship, and RMUL competitions in China. But our field, especially this year in 2025, is extremely unique. No other field in China playing the RMUL format has a field like ours. We added a bunch of extra terrain, bumps, walls. Our field is absolutely unique this year compared to any other Roadmaster competition across the world. We're so excited to get to see that field in just a moment when these teams jump into that field. We're expecting a very close match here. Like we mentioned, Georgia Tech versus McMaster. They've had some very interesting robot designs over the course of our past few years of competition. Well, at least for Georgia Tech, this may be one of the first times we're seeing them actually take part on the field.
Yeah, of course.
So we'll see how it goes.
So excited to get to see all of the hard work they put in. So I think some context, if you haven't seen the competition before, is the engineers that are driving these robots and have built these robots have been working for this full academic year since the competition last year to just do exactly as much as they can to get these robots up to peak performance. And honestly, it is really tough. So even if you have a robot that is performing perfectly before you get here, like you've spent so long doing it, one of the interesting parts about this competition is that it really does come down to this performance time on the field as well. So even if you have really, really good engineering, you could still lose if you're not too great at strategy. So there's a lot of different aspects we have to look at when it comes to the competition and being able to display all of your hard work.
Yeah, definitely a multifaceted competition. We've got a lot of varieties of students on these teams: engineering, business, computer science, all these different types of teams, creative people even to make these awesome logos and social posts and creative designs on the robots. And I do want to note, this is a very young competition. You might notice up there in the top, I think that's top left corner of your screen, we see the big 5 there. That's because this is our 5th competition as Roadmaster North America, the 5th ever Roadmaster University League competition in the North America region. Still a very young competition. Speaking of the number 5, though, we're getting notes from our production team once again. Georgia Tech has played, as far as we know, exactly 5 matches in total, like you mentioned. Wow. Unfortunately, they have had some obstacles in their way, some issues getting their robots and everything. It's a huge production, getting their robots and getting the people to the places to actually participate in the competition. 5 matches in 3v3 through the 5 years of Roadmaster. Hopefully, we'll add even more to that tally throughout our competition this week.
Yeah, no, it'll be very exciting. So I don't think I personally have seen the robots that we're about to see on the field yet. So I'm honestly really excited to see how these two teams have distinguished their robots, what their designs look like in comparison to some of the others that we've seen. I know that obviously we're running a little bit behind schedule, but we're so excited. There's so much that comes into putting this competition together. So a lot of the timing can really get down to really crunchy little bits. So what happens every time we have a match playing is our robots have to go through inspection. So we have a very, very big rule book that has to basically is like the building guide for how these robots are made. So every year, each team takes quite a bit of time reading through all the specifications. So there's size specifications, weight specifications, down to the colors that you can use on your robot. And the plates you'll see on the robots that I will explain a little bit later when we actually have some robots to show you, they are specified down to the angles they can have, where they're placed in comparison to the floor. So much goes in. But what's really interesting is despite all of these restrictions is we see a lot of variation between the various teams. So once they get here, basically what they have to do is before each match, go into our inspection room. And in this inspection, every single time they are looked at for their size, whether they fit within the specifications, they're weighed, they're connected up to our referee system, which is monitoring things like their power consumption, how fast the projectiles are launching, things like that. And then once they have passed, they basically get chaperoned back over to our competition field. So in between inspection and when they come onto the field, they're not allowed to change the robots at all. So basically, once it's been certified that they are good to go, they are not allowed to touch those robots again until they are ready and on the field. So then they're kind of transitioned over here. We have them in these little waiting pens, little tiny boxes that they get to sit, basically.
Nice comfy boxes.
Yeah, and then once it's time for that match, you get to see them. They all kind of rush their robots around, and you'll see this super expert operation of them hopping over a little fence while holding said robots. Thankfully, they aren't the heaviest things in the world, although it does take Well, it depends on the robot, but like usually it takes 2 people, so it can be quite a coordination effort to get all your robots both on and off the field, especially when you have such a small time limit. Their setup period, I believe, is only 3 minutes, 2 minutes?
I believe it's 3 minutes, could be 2 minutes. Some small number of minutes.
It's 2 or 3 minutes, which, I'm sure you know, not a lot of time. So in that amount of time, they have to get all 3 of their robots onto that field, get them in that starting position, and then they have to get them set up. So for a lot of teams, this means getting their computer vision set up, because a lot of the robots will have auto aim on them, so they're able to automatically detect the enemy robots, essentially, and be able to hit those enemy robots without their drivers having to manually aim.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work here in RoboMaster to get these robots ready to go on the field and ready for our matches to play. So yeah, those robots still in the process, still in the works of the machine, getting them ready to go on the field for our next matchup in just a little bit.
Yeah, so while we're waiting and chilling, and hopefully these robots get going soon, does anyone on our stream have any questions that we could answer about RoboMaster as a whole?
Yeah, I think we had the combo of Isaac and Megan earlier, some awesome matches with them throughout the first half of our day. And we did have both of them from Colorado, from University of Colorado Boulder, CU robotics team. We're both from UW, both from University of Washington. So,
like for me, I have been here since the very first RoboMaster North America, so I can definitely tell you a lot about how the competition has switched around in the various bits of the years.
I was there as well.
It's been a big growth period, to say the least.
Yeah, remember the old days of those first RoboMaster competitions back in College Station, Texas, hosted by Texas A&M, the Texas Aimbots. Those were some fun times, but we definitely have grown a lot larger in scale.
Yeah, so I guess some context on the competition as well is the reason why we're so young is before the COVID pandemic, most of our international teams would travel to China for the big competition that China would host. However, with the pandemic, I guess you could probably predict, not so possible for us to travel into China during that period. However, we have a lot of international teams who still wanted the chance to be able to show off their engineering, be able to compete with other teams, and maybe just have a slightly more accessible competition as well. Because being within the US, for a lot of our teams who are US based, it becomes a lot more possible to bring your team out to it, ship your robots, do all that kind of thing, especially in comparison to international flights and international shipping and all that kind of thing.
Definitely a lot of logistics to get folks all the way over to China. Even here in North America, definitely a lot of logistics work. We can maybe talk about that a little bit more. Hopefully these questions start rolling in if anyone's curious about anything we've done, our history of the competition or of our team. Let's talk about the present, though. I want to talk about our field. I mentioned earlier it's a bit of a unique field. Let's go and talk about that field. Yep, thank you, Shar, over in production for helping us take a look at our field. So once again, I mentioned the ramps, the bumps, the walls. We have a unique field to our RMUL North America competition versus any other competition in China. Amelia, do you have any specific areas that you want to highlight?
Yeah, so one thing I want you to notice is how big this field is. You might see some people wandering around in the background. It is a large space for these robots to move around in. These robots are not mini guys. They can inflict serious damage. You're not wanting to be in that field at the same time that those robots are going. But like Austin mentioned, we have those bumpy fields. So that dark gray area you can see on both sides of the field is actually a raised surface. It's not too rough, I would say.
Yeah, I wonder if we could get to one of our side cameras to see just a little bit more of that texture there on those gray patches of the floor.
Which is one of the engineering challenges that this field presents for our robots, as people have to make sure that their robots are able to actually drive over these fields and be stable enough to not essentially fall apart while driving on the field.
Yeah.
One of the other features we have is this ramp. So top left, I believe, we can see that they have that little ramped area. So it's a little hard to see from this view, but there is a bit of a little raised island that goes behind that barrier. So there is a potential for an advantage when it comes to being able to go after robots of the opposite team right in their base zone. So actually, speaking of which, we should probably talk about those little zones we got there, that blue and the red. Ooh. Which, if you've not watched before, we have the blue for the blue team and the red for the red team.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, for those of you who may have caught RoboMaster in the past, maybe in 2024, 2023, you might be looking at this and going, something's missing here, something's not quite right. You might even caught Preston's rules reaction stream earlier at the start of the year, when we got that first manual fresh from China, still in Chinese. He ran it through that translation app, and it said deleted concept of base. And we all were like, what? Yeah, so this year in Roadmaster 2025, we don't actually have bases on the field here in our arena. Instead, as Amelia mentioned, we have those red and blue highlighted resupply repair zones. Robots can detect RFID cards implanted in the floor of that area. You can see here is that blue half of the field. You can see the texture of that gray raised terrain, that bumpy terrain that Amelia mentioned earlier. You can see the edge of that drop off there. The robots can and have already fallen off that ledge, as well as that blue taped off resupply zone. Robots can detect the cards in that area. They'll automatically gain health. They'll heal when they're parked in that zone, and that zone also has a little door for a human operator to drop off projectiles for the robots to utilize in the game.
Yeah, so I guess one way you could think about it, if you're not very familiar with the technology, is when you're using like Apple Pay, Tapped Pay, something like that, where essentially you need to get these two things close together to be able to connect them, essentially. Yeah. So these robots have very similar scanners on them, and although you can't visibly see them, is under that gray flooring, we essentially have a bunch of these cards that do similar things. So in the middle, in that green square, is one set of cards, and then in the red and the blue is a different set. And that communicates with the robot systems, telling them kind of, oh, I'm in this zone of the field. The games have different, like, ups and downs that can happen from being in those different parts. So for example, those reload zones, which are the blue and the red, you can definitely, I believe, have your health up. So if you've been like hit a couple times by enemy projectiles, you can head back there, try and regain some of that health. Also reload, like Austin was mentioning. One of my favorite things about reloading is the fact that we use these big official giant spoons.
The ladles!
They're wonderful. They really are just a giant spoon, and I'd love to see someone try and drink like soup or something out of it at some point. That'd be a great challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's dinner plans. Maybe we'll go out and get some soup and pour it all in that giant ladle, as we are still waiting for our next competition. We're still getting back from lunch. You know, everyone's still waking up. Maybe they gotta empty that ladle of soup, you know? Yeah,
and like we were talking about with inspection, lots of stuff can go wrong in inspection for robots. So sometimes when we're going through those things, we run into little issues, especially when we're trying to make sure that everything is working. So for example, during inspection, they have to demonstrate that their robots can launch projectiles. They have to demonstrate that those plates are able to be hit and take damage by the referee system. Honestly, it's both as much of an inspection for us as a RoboMaster team, but as well as the actual teams who are coming through with their robots. So we both have to make sure that the teams have to make sure that they are up to the rule book, essentially.
Absolutely.
So when any of those little tiny things can go wrong, which can be as simple as like a wire getting a little disconnected or something like that, it can really throw off quite a lot of stuff. So we're really going through it, trying to make sure that every match is ready. Like, when you're just watching the field and watching the robots moving around, it can be really easy to forget about all of the background work that's going into what is happening right now.
Yeah, now you mentioned the referee system, taking damage from projectiles, all these different things. But what if I'm brand new to RoboMaster? What if I don't know what any of this is? What is a referee system? What is the actual game we're playing here?
Let's talk about that. So our referee system is basically a set of different modules, is what we call them, and it basically just different mechanical pieces that each team has to include on their robots. So when we get a robot, we can show you a bit more, but you'll see they have these big light bars on them that are kind of like health bars. If you're imagining like a video game, you can walk. If you're like playing a video game and you have your little health bar and you're getting hit, it goes down. If for example, in some games, you maybe drink a health potion and it goes back up. Our equivalent is you go over to that reloading zone where you can kind of get that health buff. But it's essentially a physical version of that. So we have these big physical modules on there that are doing the things to detect what's going on with the robots. So for example, to be able to detect whether they've been hit or not and their health needs to be deducted, they have these pressure sensitive plates on them. And each robot has a unique number on it. So we have a standard robot, which will have a number 3 or 4. Then we also have our hero robot, which will have a number 1. Our third robot is the Sentry, which will have it's not a number, looks like it's what we call the Sentry. Hard to describe without actually having a picture in front of me. But to go through the different roles of each robot, Austin, do you want to start off with what a standard is?
Absolutely. Standard, or I believe we actually have a new word for it this year. I believe it's now officially called the Infantry. It's sort of your basic robot. In larger game modes like the RMUC we mentioned earlier in China, you might have more of them on the field. But yeah, they launched these small 17mm projectiles, these little green, almost like paintballs, I believe, is the first person we use there. Like I mentioned, we have those referee system components, these small square armor plates for the standards. They're a little bit of a smaller bot. They navigate around the field, firing these 17mm projectiles at the opposing team to try to earn those points. Just like video games, the appeal of RMNA here, some of the magic is because it's sort of that video game, but in real life aspect.
Yeah, and I guess another part that you can call more video gamey is how these robots are piloted. So one of the robots, the Sentry that we've been talking about, is completely autonomous. That is a challenge in itself because that requires a lot of coding and a lot of time spent to be able to get that robot to a place where, on its own, it can make decisions about where am I going to go on the field? Where am I on the field? Am I going to try and launch projectiles at my own team? Or maybe try and get the enemy team? There's a lot of decisions that go into that. But our other two robots, the Hero and the Infantry, they are both driven by team members. But the team members aren't like standing next to the field. They're not like there with controllers. They are playing it like a video game. So they are off in a different room. We have these like curtained off sections so that they are unable to see the field. The only view they get of the game during that game is through a camera on the robot. So they are playing it like a video game essentially. So we get this both like physical and online version of it. So even though we have a lot of this physical video game stuff, it gets even more like esports in that way when we have those drivers in.
Yeah, we got all those mechanics. We got the healing, we got the health bars, we got the firing projectiles, killing robots, knocking them out, taking damage, all in the path, all on the way to get an objective. In this case, this year we don't have those bases anymore. We have capturing the center point, which maybe we'll talk about as we approach our next match. I do see the robots approaching now, so hopefully we'll be getting that match started off in just a moment.
Very exciting. We have the two teams who are coming around to the entrances, so hopefully we'll have that setup period soon where they'll be able to jump on the field, get their robots on there, and very soon after that, actually get playing. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, before we move on, I actually do want to mention my little social media tag here on this lower third here. You see Robotics Esports. That is actually a channel by some of our RoboMaster volunteers here on their off hours. After the long day here at RoboMaster North America, we have a channel we like to call Robotics Esports Productions, or REP. They have an awesome Twitch channel, YouTube channel as well, playing some streams after each of our days here this week. So if you want to catch up more on sort of the esports strategy side of things, you can go ahead and watch that channel at the end of the day. But before that, several exciting matches here on the RoboMaster North America channel and also on the YouTube. We also have a 1v1 format happening now. You might be able to hear some of the projectiles in the background, or maybe if Matt's doing an awesome job as an audio director, maybe you won't be able to hear those projectiles. But we do have some awesome 1v1 matches as well. If you're maybe a parent at home, you have some kids or your kids in school who want to do or are doing 1v1, you want to see them play, that stream is over on YouTube. Search up RoboMaster North America, You can watch that.
But maybe go in a little bit, because guess what? We are about to start soon. So the next match that we'll be seeing is the Mac Falcon, versus Robo Rambler, which is Georgia Institute of Technology.
Yeah, they finally made their way through inspection. We were saying earlier, Georgia Tech, they had a few issues last year, weren't able to make it to the field in 2024. 2025, maybe this is their year. They had an awesome first match earlier today. So we are excited to see them on the field against the McMaster University Mac Falcons.
All right, so we can talk a little bit more about some of the things that we were mentioning earlier. We now have that blue team robot and the red team robots on the field. So you can see the referee systems coming into action here. As I was describing, we can see on the right-hand side the #1 hero robot, and it has got blue on it because it is the blue team. And then on the opposite side, those robots are lighting up red. So that is something that our RoboMaster referee system is doing, not the unique design of each of these robots. However, when we're looking closely, basically everything else is the design of each team. So you'll see that every team has a very, very different look to their robot. They all have to do the same functionality and all have to play the same game. And like we said, pass inspection. However, once we get the referee system on there, they're all ready to play. So we can see right now, Robo Rambler is getting their robots all ready and set up. So you can see they have those controllers there. Those are used often for testing. And on top, you can see the turrets. To the left, you can see the little green, a lot of RoboMaster people affectionately like to call them grapes. And then on the right, the hero robot, you'll see that it has quite a thick neck there. The reason for that is those hero robots are able to shoot 42mm projectiles, about the size of a golf ball. Those can go very fast and definitely be very painful if you're standing directly in the way, so I would not recommend. Same with the 17mm. Just don't stand in front of the robots, I would recommend, especially if you hear the flywheels, which are used to actually launch those projectiles out. So now we can see those blue robots ready to go. One thing you'll notice is we are in a 3v3 competition. However, this blue team only has 2 robots.
Ooh, that is interesting. Now, I have heard some rumblings. Unfortunately, there have been a few logistics. We keep mentioning all of the logistics and work that goes into getting these robots and these teams to the field. There's a lot that can go wrong, and I believe I have heard some rumblings that unfortunately there have been some issues here and there getting everything to the field, but we're excited to see the robots that we do have here. Excited to finally get to see them play here in this match. We're now in that final initialization section, that referee system getting ready to go. We're about to play that match between Georgia Tech in red and Master University in blue.
All right, and our robots are off. So we're already seeing the Georgia Institute of Tech. Those robots are already off and going. So you can, as we talked about, there's that bumpy road. We see them kind of avoid that area. It can be a little more gentle on the robots, especially if there is a need to go straight over it. The blue robots are also getting moving now.
Absolutely, yeah. Now our main objective in this game mode is going to be that central capture point. You see that green sectioned off area with the crown. Red standard free from Georgia Tech. Already on that central buff point, you can see up in the top left corner, they're gaining victory points, 1 point every second, so long as they hold possession of that central capture point. Both red robots now on that central point, and we'll have to see what Master University can do as both robots make their way out of that reload zone.
Yeah, and it looks like our number 3 on the MacU team isn't moving much. I wonder if something's going on in the pilot booth. So it is possible that something has happened in between inspection and now that means that driving just isn't possible for those pilots right now. We are seeing the blue hero, though, slowly inching its way around. Hopefully we'll see some of these robots fire.
Yeah, at least the initial success here. We've got both robots. They left their initial starting positions. Both robots start in their team's resupply zone, and they've inched their way now out of that resupply zone. Hero, as you mentioned, slowly approaching that central buff point. We shall have to see if they're able to land any of those 42mm projectiles. We can see actually in this fancy air overlay, we can see right below their health bar, the number 0. They have purchased no projectiles. Actually, pretty much all of our teams, except just now, Red Infantry, Red Standard Free, up in that top left corner of your screen. They have purchased 200 projectiles. You can see in the middle of your screen there, the amount of gold each team has. They need to use that gold in order to purchase projectiles to fire at their opposing teams. Here comes Red Standard Free now.
Yeah,
at that sort of buff point.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, this is another one of the parts where we can see this combination between esports and the physical game. For them to be able to use the mechanical parts of their robot, they have to use that esports-esque interface to be able to actually purchase the projectiles. So I think we did actually see a few shots happen there.
Yeah, you can see they had 2 projectiles purchased at the start of the match, or just earlier on. They now are down to 176. Each one fired through that referee speed monitor module will count as a projectile spent. They are slowly inching their way here in our victory progression. 135 victory points at the moment, and they still do have possession of that central buff point. And Master will have to do something here if they want to take this first round of this match. 200 total victory points will mean that the round goes to that red team, Georgia Tech's Robo Ramblers.
Yeah, so one thing that's interesting is in this new game, one of the main things that you have to do is get that your robot into that middle zone. Oh, we did actually just hear some shots go off.
Yeah, looks like we see some fire exchanged at the top right corner of the screen between red standard free and the blue hero. We see a little bit of damage on that blue hero, but they do have some ammo purchased. 9, now 8 projectiles there in that blue hero, and they land one of those devastating 42mm shots on that red standard free, knock off a huge chunk, nearly half their health.
So even though that level, oh,
Whoa!
wow. So McMaster has actually killed one of our Georgia Tech robots.
And that's going to get them a lot of victory points there. Georgia Tech still with possession of that central buff point, and they're inches away from victory. But McMaster there with that one shot, that one elimination of that robot, they got 20 victory points, but in the end, red Georgia Tech does take that first round.
Yeah, so one thing that is interesting is even though we saw our blue team actually take and land shots on that red team, the red team still won. This is an interesting part of our new field is essentially when you're sitting in that green zone, that is what gets you those points to win. So even though that blue team was doing successful shots, they weren't in that zone to be getting those points.
Absolutely. A bit of a slow start there from McMaster. Hopefully we have all those issues worked out now, and we'll get to see some more awesome work from them. They were really, they started off a little slow, like I mentioned, but at the end, they did get those 20 victory points from that landing of the 42mm shot on that red standards armor plates. So maybe as things get going here, maybe we'll start to see more of those projectiles from McMaster's robots. We do see here on the stat screen 175 points of damage done by that blue team. They do actually do a little bit more damage than Georgia Tech, and they did ultimately knock out one of those robots versus Georgia Tech. They were a little bit more defensive. They did rush straight to that capture point. They captured that central square for the entirety of that match, earning them all 200 victory points. But they didn't really fire that many projectiles or kill any robots.
Yeah, so one thing that's interesting is that our MacU team, they only fired 6 projectiles. However, they got way more damage points.
Absolutely. Remember, those armor plates have those sensors built in. I believe there are 4 sensors or some other sensor that can detect how hard they're getting hit. And those large, massive 42mm projectiles just impart so much more force on those armor plates that they're able to do way more damage as a hero at the expense of each of those shots being just a little bit more expensive in terms of gold. Just about 90 seconds left now in our second setup phase. These are best of 2, I believe, rounds here in our group stage. Each match earning points for these teams within their groups or groups of 5 teams each. We'll see as we go for a group stage which teams are able to qualify for our knockout tournament later in the week.
Yeah, so basically how our groups are formed is we look back at our previous competition. The top 8 teams are then... Is it 8? I believe it's 8. Or is it...
I believe it's 8. I think so. The top 2 from each group. So
yes.
For a total of 4 groups, 8 teams.
Okay, done my math right. We're all good to go. But yes, so those top 8 teams will be essentially seeded into these groups. And then we have 3 more teams in each group that are basically randomly assigned. So they will essentially draw out of a hat to figure out which group they're going to be into. So this does lead to some, what I'd like to say are probably more spicy groups versus some that are maybe not as competitive for certain teams. But it's very interesting to see as they acquire these points. Just because they lose one match does not mean they're going to be knocked out. So they're just trying to accrue as many points as possible before the knockout stage is completed.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to be working for our group stages throughout the next day or so here on RMNA. You mentioned the spicy groups earlier. If you want to learn more about the group stages, we had a whole discussion over on the RMNA Esports production channel. Go watch Rep. We got Preston and Shar and Steven and some other folks talking about all the spicy groups, all the spice you could ever want here at Roadmaster.
Yes.
We're getting ready for our second round of Master versus Georgia Tech.
Yeah, and you probably would have just seen in the down bottom right is that we had one of our MacU team members on the field almost too long.
Definitely some things to watch out for as we get ready to kick off our second round.
All right, so no one's moved yet, but we know both of these robots can move.
Yep, and here comes red standard free, that infantry and the hero quickly following suit there on that far left side of the field.
They're ready to go, taking ownership of that center area.
Yep, central
However,
capture.
we do have our blue hero kind of moving on out. It'll be interesting to see if they do actually come and try and capture the center area there. Ooh,
Yeah, a little bit more
got some
aggression here
movement.
from the blue hero. We do see all 4 robots now on the field having purchased projectiles. That red standard free infantry firing shots at that blue hero as they make their way around the wall towards that central capture point.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
All right, so that blue hero just landed a shot of a 42 millimeter projectile on that number 3 standard.
And we do see on the overlay that hero, by landing that shot on that red infantry, did receive a level up. These robots, just like in a video game, have levels, and they'll get even more powerful as the game progresses.
All right, we can now see the view from the Robo Rambler red hero. It looks like he's going in to try and get a shot on that number 1 blue hero.
Yeah,
so a hero versus hero. However, seems to be a...
Ooh, one shot lands from that MacFaster hero. That 14mm projectile glances right off that hero armor plate, a little bit wider those hero armor plates, and it knocks out exactly half their health. You see in the bottom left corner of your screen. 100 points down, 100 points of health left for this hero, but they still have possession of that central capture point. Our main objective of this game, they're still earning points to hit that 200 total.
Yeah, so I find it quite interesting that despite the fact that that MacU hero is able to drive around and to launch projectiles, we're not really seeing him approaching that center zone,
Yes,
which is what he would need to do to be able to get those points. If we look
Standard
up at the top left, we actually see that Georgia is over halfway to winning.
Yep, just over halfway now. Standard free, briefly firing some projectiles at that blue hero before making it, I believe, retreats behind some sort of wall, perhaps. We can no longer see it from that central perspective.
Yep, so there you can just about see the top of it there, hiding behind that wall, which avoiding getting shot at by the other team.
Now, we have to be careful here not to reveal any potential secrets, perhaps. But Red Hero looks like a bit more defensive. They take a little step back, make their way towards that central buff point. Here on the screen, you can see those blue robots. Red now up to 140 points, and they continue to gain 1 point per second as they maintain a hold of that central capture point. Blue will have to push in hard if they want to be able to earn any victory points and to prevent a Georgia Tech Robo Rambler win in the second round.
Yeah, so what I find very interesting is this is where we can see how strategy really becomes a part of this game. So even though both teams have robots that are firing, the red team, which has gotten both of its robots into that center area, is able to gain way more points and is really close to winning at this point. When that blue team, as far as I'm aware, just as capable of getting those shots. It has landed shots on the other team. However, because it hasn't gotten to that central area, not gaining so many of those points.
Yeah, maybe a couple issues left to work out there on that blue infantry. You see it's still in that starting resupply zone. Blue Hero did land several shots, but as we approach those final few seconds, victory points do end up in favor of Georgia Tech on the red side, and Robo Rambler does take the win here in round 2.
All right. So that means that Robo Rambler from Georgia Tech will be taking 2 points from that. So what that means is that going into their next matches, those 2 points will be compared to the rest of their group. They are in Group C, and then the teams with the most points from within Group C will be able to proceed to the next stage.
Yeah, now I think these stats are really interesting, actually, because you can see here that blue side, McMaster did ultimately have about 20 points more damage dealt by their team, 220 to 200 points of damage done. We can see that the red team that ultimately did take the win there based on victory points, they fired a 100 flat of those 17mm projectiles. They did, looks like they maybe probably all made their mark, 2 points of damage each for each of 100 total projectiles. That's those 200 points of damage. Blue only shot 8 42mm projectiles. Looks like that infantry did also fire one single 17mm projectile, but they did comparable, if not more, in fact more damage than the red team there. But ultimately, like you mentioned, Amelia, that red team, Georgia Tech, does take the win because they just kept a hold of that central capture point.
Yeah, so that will be something that's really interesting to see, especially with the teams who are maybe having some more engineering issues where perhaps they're not able to fire as many projectiles. If they are able to drive, though, they might just go sit out in that central area. We'll have to see how that kind of affects the overall game in terms of what happens next. So it might be that our MacU team, the driving just maybe wasn't going quite to plan. Although I am interested to kind of figure out why maybe they didn't send that hero to that center zone.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some more information about that team later in our competition. Hopefully they figure out some of the kinks that are going on in their robots and get them all operational. We've got some exciting matches stuff there. Remember, we've seen McMaster, as we mentioned, in previous years in this competition. They've had some great showings in the past, so hopefully they can figure out all the issues going on, and we can see them earn some additional points here in the group stage. And Robo Rambler, an excellent trade for them as they rush directly towards that central buff point, or central capture point, earning those victory points in the end.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see GIT making this match happen like that, because as we were saying earlier, we haven't been able to see them compete as much just because they've had a lot of unfortunate occurrences happen for some of the past competitions where even though they were planning to come and compete, they weren't able to in the end. So it's great to see that both their engineering has come to fruition, and we're really seeing the result of that in the winning of these two matches.
Absolutely, yeah. An awesome round there. For those of you who want to know what's coming up next, we got our schedule over on the RoboMaster San Diego website. That's going to be RoboMaster or rmsandiego.com is going to be a source for all of your schedule needs. You'll be able to see the information about our next upcoming matches. Now, this is now released to the public, so we should let you all know that our next match on the schedule, if you check your guide, would be UBC versus Polytechnique Montreal. Unfortunately, due to some issues, Polytechnique Montreal has had to forfeit that match, so we will be skipping that match in our group schedule. So coming up next on the docket is Purdue versus Oedo Samurai from a union of universities in the Kanto region of Japan.
Yeah, so it's really exciting to get to see the North American competition grow so much, especially seeing teams coming all the way from Japan to be able to compete here.
Yeah, some awesome teams from all around the world. Like, we've got teams from across the states, from Canada. We used to have a team from Mexico. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it this year, but hopefully we get to see them again in future RoboMaster North Americas. And then we've got our international teams. We've got a team from Italy. We've got a team from Japan. We've got a team from Singapore. Teams from all over the world competing in RoboMaster. We get to see some awesome robotics, some awesome engineering from the participants here at RoboMaster.
Yeah, and we would love to know where you guys are watching from. Which teams are you supporting? Feel free to leave it in chat. I'm hoping that we get to see some viewers from our upcoming teams.
Absolutely. Maybe some UW fans at home, perhaps. We've got them coming up in just a few matches. Although maybe all their fans are here at the venue.
They might be here. But yeah, so we're now taking a look at the Samurai robots. So we can see that sentry there with the sentry marking. That is a pressure plate that can detect when the robot has been hit.
Yeah, those armor modules we keep talking about. Those are those square plates.
Yeah, so some of the other referee equipment that we can see right now is up at the top. We have that speed module, which is detecting how fast those projectiles are coming out. Over on their handy-dandy little blue cart there, we can also see their hero. That is, in fact, a very big boy of a robot. It is able to shoot 42mm projectiles, which, if you're not up on your metric system, is the size of a golf ball.
Yeah, they actually do kind of look like golf balls. They have the little dimples on the 42mm projectiles. I do want to mention one more time, we do have that other channel, the Robotics Esports Productions channel, Rep. They're running a bit of a competition over on that channel where if you make a awesome Twitch clip of this stream on Twitch, you could potentially win a gift sub to the RoboMaster North America account here on Twitch. If you make an awesome clip, they'll review them on the Rep channel tonight. We do actually have some gift subs to give from the competition last night. We actually have two winners, Conroy and Jet408 on Twitch, getting a gift sub. And you might want those subs, as to avoid having ads during our competition, we're going to run a brief ad break for those of you who are not subbed to the channel. So here we are looking at the robots now in the red side. That's going to be Purdue. We can see that red standard free there, Amelia.
Yeah, so we can see some of our Purdue team members checking in with the robots, making sure everything's ready to go. So before each match, they gotta check or turn the robots back on after inspection, make sure everything's working as it should be. On that sentry there in the back, we can actually see. I have been referring to this as the anglerfish sentry. I'm quite a fan. Reminds me a little bit of Nemo. It's got a big camera coming up on top, and the reason that they have that camera there is because this robot is fully autonomous. That means that no one is controlling it during the match. Every decision it's making, every movement that you see it making is completely done based off of code it already has running on it. So basically, the teams have had to go through and write logic for basically how it's going to move around the field. And actually, top right corner there, a little bit hidden behind the hero, you can see that little red A. So on our field, we have these markers that the robots are able to, or well, the sentry specifically, are able to use to kind of orient themselves. They're able to use those to kind of figure out where they are on the field. Once they have that, they can kind of move around depending on what logic the team has written. But you might be wondering, well, how are they going to get from moving around to being able to see the enemy robots? How are they then going to be able to even fire at those enemy robots? So a lot of what comes into this work is computer vision. So each of the teams will most likely, for the sentries at least, need to have basically written program software that is able to, while the camera is going, while they're in the round, actively detect other robots coming up, be able to go, is this my team? Is this the other team? And then once they've determined that, they need to then be able to aim and fire at that other robot.
Absolutely, yeah, a lot of engineering challenges here, especially with that fully autonomous sentry. So we've got a couple of RHIT fans in the chat. Let's go RHIT. We are, of course, UW alumni ourselves.
Yeah, so I would like to say that I'm not biased. However, I can't help but be at least a little bit, although I do try my best, especially as I've now a couple years out of the competition. Although I will be explicit when I'm having that bias. Don't worry, I won't lead you astray, hopefully.
We'll see your true colors. We got an NYU versus UW matchup in just a moment. But first, technical timeout here as we get those last few issues sorted out here for this match on the field now. Purdue in the red, Boilerbot versus Oedo Samurai from a collection of universities in the Kanto region of Japan there on the blue side.
Yeah, so the technical timeouts, there's something basically that when something goes wrong on the field, like you get, big example, but you get onto the field, you put your robot down, wheel drops off. Then you only have like a minute left. You're going, well, my robot's not gonna be able to drive without a wheel. So you might take a technical timeout, which gives you a little bit of extra time on the field to try and fix whatever you can before that round starts. This sounds pretty ideal, and you might be going, well, why wouldn't they do this? Every match, essentially, we'd like more time. Well, each team is limited to only a few of these timeouts throughout the entire competition. We also do have a timeout when our referee system or our official field is not working quite right. So if our referee is looking through the various systems or whatever, and maybe the referee system is down or it's essentially our fault, we'll take a little bit of time to be able to stop and get that field working again. So right now we're just kind of waiting on that technical time out. We have a really great view of these three robots. So one thing I want to point out on our nice little anglerfish sentry is we're seeing the bottom of that robot move completely separate to the top. Do you want to talk a bit about that, Austin?
Absolutely, yeah. So you might have seen, especially if you've been around Roadmaster for quite a long time, we have this technique. A lot of folks like to call it Beyblading. I think I've heard Shuriken as well this year. We have this ability to spin the base of your robot to make those armor places a little bit harder to hit, try to avoid taking some of that damage. But you know, you still have that whole firing system at the top of your robot. You still need to be able to see and hit those other opposing team robots there as they make their way around the field. How do we do that? Well, we have what we call a slip ring, a component that allows wires, electrical contacts to go through the robot while physically still spinning 360 degrees. It can revolve infinitely while still having all those electrical connections make their way through the robot.
Yeah, because I think something that you might not be thinking about, because it looks so easy when this robot is doing it. If you were to do this with pretty much anything else, try imagining putting a set of wires in between your two hands and then rotating them. You're only going to get so far before those wires are really twisted. Wires generally don't like being twisted, as I'm sure you can imagine, and we don't really want those wires to get well, broken. So the slip ring that Austin was describing really helps teams do that, and it can be quite a challenge to get those working. But it does give you such a great defensive boost, because it does make it just that much harder to hit those actively moving plates, even when you're not actively moving that robot around.
Absolutely. So we've still got a few more seconds left in our timeout here. We see those referees now making their way off the field on that far right side. Looking some issues finally sorted out with our final seconds of our setup period. We're rapidly approaching Purdue versus Kanto Union University.
All right, we have that referee system initializing, which means that this match is about to start.
And here we go. Purdue up in that top left corner in the red. Kanto Union University, Oredo Samurai down in the bottom right. All six even robots.
Oh, wow.
Making their way quickly out of those resupply zones. And
This is
straight
really
towards center
exciting.
field.
We just heard a lot of screams coming from some of the team members because those sentries are moving fully autonomously.
Absolutely. I hear some projectiles fired. I'm not quite sure where. Looks like Blue Hero actually pushing their standard, or
So-
maybe even their sentry.
That is a technique, I guess. Well, they want to get as many robots as possible in that central zone, so they are using a little bit of manual movement.
Absolutely. Not quite sure legality there, but that's up to our referees. We see an interesting swing here in our victory points as Blue Standard Free knocks out Red Standard Free. Kanto University Oedo Samurai quickly earning an additional 20 victory points there. They quickly take a leap here in our victory point counter, 45-7. Purdue held that central capture point for just a few seconds, but quickly got pushed away by Oedo Samurai.
Yeah, so even though they weren't able to get that sentry, or perhaps that sentry wasn't able to get to the center on its own, now that it's sitting there, it's there accruing them points. So even if it may not have been totally legal, they would have gotten yellow carded if it wasn't. Now that they're there, they are getting those points. So every time they have a robot sitting in that central zone, they are earning points. And you can see that at the 2 bars we have at the top. Kanto has gotten about halfway there, just as I'm saying this, to the winning 200 points they need.
Yeah, looks like Red Hero did get knocked out there. I'm not quite sure from what, but they're now back at very low health, and they now have to slowly crawl their way towards that top left resupply zone to unlock their projectile launcher. The Red Standard Free there at the central capture point, trying to contest that point. But something to note here, in Robomaster, we have a little bit of a different system where even though that point does appear to be in contest, we've got a red robot up against blue robots, it's capturing with advantage. Blue was there first, so they'll continue to earn these victory points. They're now at 157 out of the 200 required.
So one thing that I found interesting from that shot we just saw is we were able to see what that driver is seeing. So they are unable to see the rest of the field. They're just driving around like that. They are trying to get that blue sentry out. I will also note is that despite the fact that that blue sentry is moving around and it's getting them points, it wasn't shooting. So it means something's off with that detection system trying to find that red robot.
Very interesting, but with that possession of the central capture point, Blue does take the win in our first round. Oedo Samurai from Kanto, Japan does earn the 200 victory points, and they take that first round.
All right, and our refs are heading back onto the field. And soon our teams will be going to reset their robots.
Awesome. Here are the stats from that first round of the match. As we saw, those initial seconds, Purdue rushed into that central capture point. They sat there for about 7 seconds. They earned themselves 7 victory points. But in the end, Kanto Union University did push them away from that central point, and all 200 victory points for the win went to Kanto Union University. You can see 1,016 points of damage from that blue team. 3 robots knocked out over the course of that round. They shot so many projectiles, 290 free, 17mm projectiles. An absolutely dominating match there from the Kanto Union University team.
Yeah, and one thing I will point out is that we have the 293 projectile shot versus the 100 or so that the other team shot. The interesting part about that, though, is looking at the accuracy of those shots. So Kanto was able to get so much damage with the amount of shots they fired in comparison to Purdue, who did fire a lot of shots, didn't land that many of them. So it'll definitely be interesting to see what Purdue does differently this next match. Hopefully trying to take back possession of the central zone, see if they do something against Kanto.
Absolutely. Now, this might be a bit of an interesting situation here. Normally, we had a second round of this match, and we have the teams be resetting and setting up, getting the robots back in that starting position, and getting them ready for the next round. But it looks like the robots are actually off at the moment, or maybe not. Maybe just the lights are very dim. But they're still in the central buff point, or that central capture point, and those the teams the pit crew support those respective teams still outside of the field at this current moment. We have not yet started that 2-minute or 3-minute, how many minute setup period here on the field.
It does look like there might be something going on with the referee system. I'm seeing some of our referees kind of in deep discussion, figuring out what's going on.
Yeah, hopefully our production crew can help figure out what's going on with that situation over there at the field. As we figure out what's going on here with Purdue versus Oedo Samurai from Japan.
Yeah, and I know it can be really nerve-wracking as one of those teams. You're standing there, you're ready to go, you want to jump on that field and do as much as you can as possible, but you're kind of just being held back right now. It can be extremely nerve-wracking, honestly.
Yeah, there are definitely, like you mentioned, Amelia, a little bit earlier on in this sort of stream, I guess, you did mention the giant book of rules that all the teams have to follow and understand. There are certain situations
and they're
here
on. Apologies.
in robotic. No worries, no worries. There are certain situations here that might require some extra investigation, extra intervention here. We see our head referee, Peter, here on the field. Looks like they have some interest here on that red standard free. They're taking it off the field for a closer look as our excellent field crew or excellent volunteers now hop on to clear some of those extra 17mm projectiles across the field.
So it looks like our head referee, his name's Peter, great guy. He's been volunteering with us and is a previous team member. He's been around for quite a while now, about as long as us. We are some of the resident elders here. However, he is checking out what's going on with that red standard 3. So it might be that something is going on with the RFID cards in that corner. Those RFIDs are what allow the robots to basically do what they need to throughout the game. So with the RFID cards, the robots can recognize where they are on the field.
Yeah, definitely a lot of complexity going on here on our competition field. You see just a bunch of gray mats, some ramps, some walls, but there's a lot of technology going on in and around the field. So our referee taking a look at that now. We'll leave it to our referees to determine what's going on there with that situation. We'll get some further updates, hopefully, from our referee crew in just a moment.
Yeah, and I'll take this moment to give a really fun shout out to our field sweepers. So although most of this competition, as you can see, is extremely high tech, some parts we're still figuring out how to do maybe a little more high tech. The best we've come up with so far is a lot of brooms and as many volunteers as we can get to do a big sweep up, essentially.
Yeah, the technology to, have some sort of robot, maybe like, what if we had some sort of machine that could, navigate around an area and sweep up items? That just sounds too futuristic.
Yeah, I don't know. I think at our big competition in China, I do know that they have built-in sweeping points so that the volunteers are able to kind of sweep them into these little hidden holes on the field to clean it up. I hope one day we're able to do that at this competition. That would be amazing.
Yeah, and also question from Nova. Yeah, exactly. Could you use a vacuum?
We have tried.
You have. Like Amelia mentioned, we found that generally the best solution for us at the moment is the volunteers and the brooms and dustpans. We do have a limited supply of these projectiles, so we do have to recycle these back into the reuse. Might pick up some extra detritus, some extra dust or whatnot from the field.
Yes, so that is a really great point, is those projectiles, since they are getting poured into the top of these robots, we want to be very sure that we're not putting in any extra bits and pieces that might have populated the field throughout. Just some extra robot bits. We don't want to mix the robots in.
May have had some impact on a certain 1v1 match last year.
Maybe just a bit.
Any CU fans in chat here?
Yeah, so basically what can happen is if those projectiles are not the things that are going in there, I'm sure you can imagine things can get jammed real fast. So basically we also have a new innovation this year. We have a giant sieve that lets the volunteers run the balls through it to try and get out some of the various little bits and pieces. But yes, we have tried vacuums. They're somewhat effective, depends on the situation. I know at one of the Texas competitions, it was used to kind of get them all up from a corner. The problem, I'd say, sometimes is just how loud they can be. You need quite a lot of power to get those projectiles up.
Yeah, also just a quick turnaround time. You know, vacuums maybe it'll take a little bit of time to get the wiring out, to get the electricity, to plug in the vacuum, to do up all the little corners of the field. We've got normally about 2 minutes between the rounds to get set up and reset and ready to go. Looks like this one's going to take a little bit longer. You can see this robot still in position from where they were at the end of the round as our referees continue to figure out what just happened in that last match. But yeah, once again, a huge shout out to all of our volunteers here on the field and around in the venue for all the hard work and hard, long hours they put in to sweep up to get this competition ready to go for our teams.
Yeah, so our volunteers really do come from everywhere. We have a lot of friends and family who are volunteering. We also have some team members. So certain teams have a lot of members here at the competition, so some of them will volunteer to help make sure that the competition is running smoothly. Basically, there's just so many jobs that need to be done. Everyone within the RoboMaster community pitches in to get this competition going. It really is such a big team effort. And I know a lot of people here are just extremely thankful to every single person who's coming out and putting in the work, essentially.
Yeah, definitely a grassroots effort here from the North American community and even North American operations. You know, a lot of our operations crew, the ones behind the scenes running the overall org and competition, the RoboMaster North American nonprofit, all of these folks are generally alumni, generally volunteers, doing it out of their passion and out of their interest for RoboMaster, growing the competition in the North America and around the world.
Yeah, so I know we've mentioned it a few times that me and Austin, for example, both alumni from the University of Washington team. We also have alumni from the NYU, from Texas A&M. I know we have a lot of UCSD as we were being hosted by them this year.
Heck, we mentioned earlier our head referee, Peter, he's an alumni of Virginia Tech, VT.
Yeah. So honestly, the community is a group of people who spent a lot of time in their undergraduate degrees, maybe even their graduate degrees, with these teams who are just so passionate about RoboMaster that they come and devote a lot of their extra time outside of their quote-unquote adult jobs to do this.
Yeah. And once again, hopefully, okay, we do now see all of those pit crew members rushing onto the field at 3 minutes at a period has now commenced for that second round of Purdue versus Continental University. I wonder if production can help give us some information as to what exactly happened during that incident there. That would be great to know if we could have some certain information. Cough, cough, wink, wink. Anyway, Purdue versus Continental University over here on the field. 2.5 minutes left in their setup period. We see all those teams rushing on, getting their robots back in position in the corners there in those repair and supply zones.
Yeah, so we also have on-field referees. Our guy in the middle there, Connor, he is another alumni, but he is one of the field refs. Essentially, his job is to monitor what is going on, monitor the timing of when these teams get on and off the field, make sure everything is still legal, make sure they're all ready to go with the referee system. They will also monitor things throughout each of the matches. So one thing that I find interesting is that we have our Purdue team. They were working on their hero over in the corner there. They're now getting it back into that setup zone, but it's always interesting to see if and where some of these fixes will be happening.
Yeah, it's a bit of a unique system this year. Once again, remember we removed the bases from RoboMaster 2024 and 2025. Previously, it was this whole base area in those bottom left and top right corners of the field where we had that big base structure that the robots had to defend and those separate walls. Those are gone this year. Robots now start in their supply and repair zones, which is a bit of a cramped space to be in. You see that corner, especially now in our North American field, we have that ramp and raised platform area as well. It can be a little tight with all 3 robots in that section, so perhaps they need to do some repairs that need a little bit more space. They pulled it out in the corner, but they do have to start in that supply zone. Got about 1 minute left till start that next round.
Yeah, so one thing that you guys might notice is there's a very limited number of people allowed on the field. So these teams are not just the people that you're seeing on the field. They can be huge. So oftentimes in our audience, you'll see a lot of the members of those teams who are not able to be on that pit crew. Pit crew, the size of that is determined by our giant rule book as well. But basically, they are members who are able to help carry those robots on and off. They are the ones who are also responsible for doing any fixes that need to happen during matches. So a lot of times they will be members who are very familiar with the robots, able to innovate on the fly, especially if something like your head falls off, wheel falls off, something of the kind. I know that RHIT has had an experience with electrical tape and wheels and attaching mid-match.
Yeah, attaching.
Yeah.
Robots got some fun issues. You know, RHIT, I feel like every year after year we have some interesting thing that happens for RHIT specifically during the practice matches. If you didn't catch these practice matches, they're a bit of a hoot. A lot of some fun things happened. You may or may not have seen a battery not in the correct place for a UW hero, perhaps.
Perhaps might have taken a little tumble.
But enough about practice matches. We've got our first match on our second round on the go of Purdue versus Kanto Union University.
All right, and we're seeing that blue hero once again taking the Sentry for a ride, giving it a little shove. But the whole red team is really moving fast to try and get in that center zone.
Yeah, red standard free quickly on the corner of that central capture point. That's going to be close enough. They earned 7 victory points so far. Now they're going to keep increasing, even with that blue infantry contesting that point. Because red was there first, they do begin to earn, or continue to earn the points.
First blood!
With a blue standard free knockout of red free. Red free's going to be down for just a few moments, and they spook off that red hero as well.
Oh, and Kanto has
Double
pushed them out.
kill!
So even though at that time they were a lot more aggressive, got to that center zone first, Kanto has been able to get them all pushed back.
Some hype over here from the side of the field. Looks like bottom left corner, Purdue jumping up and down. Hopefully they see that they like. They are a little behind on the victory points, 63 to 20 in favor of blue. At the moment we see in the perspectives of those blue first-person views. That bottom right there is that blue hero. We can see as that red infantry coasts onto that central capture point.
And super exciting, that red sentry is also in the middle zone now.
Yeah, hopefully you see that sentry land some shots. That sentry fully autonomous based off of sensors and pre-programmed instructions, trying to land projectiles on the red robots. You can see on that top field view, 10 points of damage done for every projectile, and looks like credit to the red sentry. That blue sentry has been knocked out. We'll see it respawn in just a moment, but that's going to add some valuable victory points to the Purdue score.
Yeah, and honestly, it's so wonderful every time we see those sentries.
Looks like bottom right corner, that first person perspective, a wheel. You were just saying, Amelia, wheels, heads fall off, wheel now on the floor there in that central capture point.
I was not expecting that to actually become a reality. I was mostly joking about wheels falling off. However, I'm wondering which robot. I can't actually quite spot which robot it is right now.
That central capture point a bit congested.
It looks like it's that blue 3
in the zone. Oh yeah, you can see that blue infantry limping along there, just at the top right outside of that central capture point. We are in now the cockpit of that blue standard free. They're
doing a little round and round.
Yeah, they can see their wheel. Maybe they'll make their way into that capture, in that central capture zone. But again, the team that has possession of it will maintain possession as Purdue continues to earn that 1 point a second. Now the red sentry ejected.
Double
kill there as red knocks out both those blue robots. Now a third knockout there. Triple kill there from red standard free.
And Purdue is coming back. So they are now at 175 points. Kanto is at 155.
And there is the match of one final kill from red. 200 victory points go to that red team. Purdue does take that round, making our series 1-1, I believe.
Yeah, 1-1. So that was a really great match. We saw how technique and strategy was able to be adjusted between that first and the second match, and it made all of the difference.
Yeah, but that
really
was a close one. You can see here in our final stats, 200 victory points for red, but Kanto Union University from Japan, the 080 Samurai team, not far behind, 155 victory points earned. Just a slight bit more damage, 1284 versus 1236 from that red team. They both killed 5 robots in total. They're even footing there, but Red did fire off more projectiles and ultimately did secure that victory.
What's interesting to me again is looking at the accuracy of those shots is they both had about equal damage. However, Kanto really fired significantly less shots. So maybe that's something that Purdue will be able to work on before some of their next matches is getting that accuracy up. So that can be a combination of different things that will get the accuracy. If they're using a automatic system for auto aiming, maybe tweaking that a bit. Or if it is their driver manually aiming, they might need a little more driver practice.
Absolutely. Something might slip under the radar there as well. Right near the end, that we had that whole commotion with the triple kill and all of that. But Red Sentry did get ejected by the referee system, or by the referees at the end of that match. So the teams do have the option to request that the referees eject their Sentry if it's misbehaving or otherwise inoperable. So we're not exactly sure what the details are there. But perhaps, that Red Sentry, once again, is fully autonomous. Maybe it was firing off just a few too many projectiles. Maybe that's the source of all those 17mm projectiles there on those final stats.
Yeah, so it was really awesome to get to see the Sentry both be able to move out on its own and be able to get some shots fired. So that is a really big achievement for that team. That is honestly, even though in the context of the game, it can maybe not seem like the biggest of deals. However, really truly think about all the engineering that goes into that to get it to go to the center of the field and get those shots. It was a really, really big deal for the team.
Absolutely, yeah. An excellent second round there. Lots of skirmishes happening in that center area as each team tried to gain possession of that central capture point. In the end, Purdue just held on for just long enough in order to get that victory there in that round. They're going to take away 1 point each there in the group stage rankings.
Yeah, so these teams are both in Group C. So in Group C, these two teams were also some of our breakout top 2 rookies. Oh, apologies. I am reading ahead. But essentially what will happen is you get points in each group. Then from the group stage, the teams with the top points they've earned will then be able to move into the knockout stage. So what we see is that our top teams from each year, looking at our previous year, get seeded into these groups so you don't accidentally end up with one group that is the top 5 teams and then only 2 of the top 5 make it past that. We essentially spread them all out so that every team is able to kind of have a bit of a fighting chance. So that means that some of our brand new teams are able to have some practice. They're able to compete against some other teams that may not have as much experience, and also compete against some really aggressive teams and some really experienced teams. And then essentially these points are added up, and then that helps move us on. In some previous years, especially last year, we had some really interesting dynamics go through in our group stages, because depending on how some of these matches can go, we've seen some very top level teams not make it past that group stage.
Absolutely, yeah. These group stage matches are shaping up to be very interesting as we make our way through our competition. We've got our first couple days of group stage matches before we make our way to our knockout tournament near the end of our competition. So make sure to stay tuned all the way to Friday and Saturday for those exciting matches. Our first set of eliminations set up on the 27th of June here in San Diego.
Yeah, so as we're watching these matches, this is a lot of these teams' first or even second match. So because this is the first day of competition, a lot of these teams are still getting comfortable with how the robots are working in this space. So I'm sure a lot of them have tested systems and tested the robots in their lab settings at home at their universities. However, getting it out onto these fields with the referee system is such a different experience. So things that they weren't even aware could be a problem might just become a huge problem once they put them on the field. Opposite things could also happen, although it does mean that there's a lot of adjustments that have to happen once they get here. And it can be a very, very different experience to have to then go through and do that engineering process extremely quickly. So some teams are not getting as much sleep as others, I will say.
Yeah, definitely some long nights ahead for our teams here. Hopefully they stay happy and healthy and everything, but we love to see some great robotics action here at RoboMaster North America. RoboMaster 2025, our 5th year of competition in the North America region.
Yeah, so over the next few days, we'll be seeing more and more competitive matches. So with the current stage where we have almost, I'd say like these warm-up matches for a lot of teams, we might see more issues, there might be a little more bugs. But as we get further, we're hoping that we see less and less of that as some of these teams get comfortable with the field, get some of these like different issues worked out and are ready to go. So we're kind of seeing some of these teams basically get their feet under them with these matches. So some of them might even just be kind of taking a little more time to get used to being on the field, maybe just planning to spend some of that match time there instead of like trying to end the match early.
Yeah, absolutely. We are getting ready for our next match. You might see a little hint for it down at the bottom of our screen. We're getting ready, waiting for those robots to make their way towards the field. I do want to give a quick plug to our 1v1 stream. So for those of you who might be familiar with RMNA, we have a 3v3 and a 1v1 segment going on here at our competition. So if you do want to watch the 1v1, maybe you have a team or a student who is going through and competing in that competition, you can go ahead and watch the 1v1. Broadcast is a little bit of a different format, slightly different game, but still the same, similar robots battling against each other. You can see that stream over on our YouTube channel. Just search up RMNA North America on YouTube. I see over the corner of my eye, looks like we've got an exciting matchup getting set up there as well, as we wait up for our next match here at the 3v3 side of things. Also, if you live in San Diego, maybe you're in the California, the SoCal area, make your way down to the Price Center here at the University of California, San Diego, UCSD. It's an open event. You can go ahead and watch some of these robots in action.
And as cool as this Twitch stream is, there is nothing quite like getting to see these robots working live. It really is quite amazing to see. So if you're able, I would highly recommend coming down here, watching some rounds. It's totally free to come into. There's audience space. So yeah, we'd love to see some of you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. And we've got some folks watching at home as well here in the Twitch chat. Shout out to all y'all. We had some folks from RHIT earlier, folks from Bellevue, Washington. I know where that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got North Dakota. We got a fan of Minnesota. They're coming up soon. Shout out to Rochelle, 701 here in our Twitch chat. So let us know where you're watching from. If you have any questions for us. Both of us are UW alums from the olden days. We've been here quite a while.
Old days at this point.
Almost all 5 years of our We've got an SFU fan in the chat, Simon Fraser University, Team Ascension. They're coming up in this match as well.
Yeah, so one thing that I'm really excited for is our team from Minnesota. Last year was their first year in this competition. And last year they competed in our 1v1, but this year we're going to see them in the 3v3.
Absolutely, but don't discount Simon Fraser University. Last year was also their first year, and I believe they ended up actually our highest ranked rookie seed in the 3v3 competition last year. They dove in, maybe super ambitiously, they dove into that 3v3 competition in their first year, and they came with some awesome stuff last year as they had an awesome, I think maybe even top 8 if I remember correctly.
Yes, they did so amazingly last year.
Yeah, and if we look at our stats, we have our secret little stats page here over on the Chinese side of RMNA website. They are both in Group C. Right now, they both have a win under their belt. North Star, University of Minnesota, technically in that first ranked position at the moment. They have, I believe, one of the tiebreakers, I think total damage, perhaps. I can't quite read the language there.
Actually, the University of Minnesota, they were supposed to have a match earlier today, except their opponent forfeit. So although they have some points going into this in the group stage, this will be the first time that we're seeing them come out for the 3v3.
Ooh, awesome note there. Thanks, Amelia. Yeah, so absolutely, we do have both these teams with a win under their belt. North Star technically in that first rank, but I believe I mentioned earlier, we have both of those top 2 seeds moving on into the knockout stage later in the tournament. So we'll have to see. This is going to be an exciting match to see the top 2 teams in this group so far battle it out here on the field.
All right, so as we're kind of waiting for those teams to get ready, is there any questions that we can answer about RoboMaster?
Yeah, go ahead and let us know in the chat. Once again, we are both ARUW alumni from an earlier time. We graduated in 2022.
And we have both been around since the beginning of RoboMaster North America. So if there's any fun historical lessons you want to know or fun little tidbits of information, we can definitely help out with some of those.
Absolutely. Now, Amelia, speaking of historical information, I think, if I remember correctly, you were also part of the team, part of ARUW when they went to China.
I was. That was back in 2019. So that was the last time our ARUW team went to China. That was also pre-RMNA existing. So at that time, we went with a full team of 7 robots. There was a lot of us. We were in China for a month. It was a lot. Our robots were not wonderful. They were robots. They moved around. Some of them fired sometimes. Some of them sometimes worked as intended. We had a great vacation in China, I will say.
Ooh.
Yes. It was not our finest moment. However, coming back from that, we had a lot of members who were really excited to get working. So we spent a lot of time post that competition working on our robots, and by the time the RMNA came around, our robots had improved honestly so much in that time period. It's crazy to look at the difference between some of our robots we had then and even just the next season.
Absolutely. So the question in chat looks like, what abilities are we expecting to see from the autonomous robots? Ooh, good question.
Yeah, so the autonomous robots, one of the biggest goals of them is to get moving around the field and to get firing. So on the field, you will see that there are some little colored letters which help the robots figure out where on the field they are. So they'll be using those to be able to kind of locate themselves around the map. And then they will also be trying to figure out which robots around are from the opposite team. Then it'll be trying to aim at them and then hopefully be able to fire.
Yeah, so like we mentioned earlier, we have the 3 separate types of robots. We have the standard, the hero, and the sentry. Each of them have slightly different stats. So for the engineering challenge of having a fully autonomous robot, having that sentry, operate without any driver input, using those vision markers and other sensor input across the field, they can utilize that information to hopefully, with algorithms and other control mechanisms, navigate around the field, and they're still participating in the same game. They're still going to be identifying those opponent robots, firing off projectiles, and landing shots, trying to knock out those opponents, but with full autonomous vision and controls as we make our way through those matches. Yeah, there's slightly different gains, slightly different stats there for those robots for meeting the engineering challenge of having that be fully autonomous.
Yeah, so we're now seeing our next 2 teams preparing to head onto the field.
Yeah, they're getting ready to go. I also see a question in the chat about when the next Group A match is. Looking at my information here, I see, looks like Group A coming up next, match 16, just a few matches away. Our next matchup is SFU Ascension, Simon Fraser versus University of Minnesota Twin Cities with North Star. We got one fan from each team in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. But that's going to be an exciting match coming up. And then we've got one match after that. And then the next match after that match will be in Group A, ARU Dub versus NYU.
All right, so we have one of our other commentators, Preston, who's going to come in for a few minutes and give some other thoughts and comments about this next upcoming match. I will be back soon.
What's up, Preston? Let me give you some time to get your mic on first. That might actually be helpful.
Hey, Austin.
Hey, Preston. Now, what's
going?
up? Yeah, I'm doing all right. How about you, Preston?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great.
Awesome.
We're in the full swing of RMNA 2025, so can't complain.
Yeah. What do you think about this upcoming match?
I'm very excited. Ascension Robotics from SFU has been looking really impressive. University of Minnesota, I watched their 1v1s. They did struggle a bit in round 1, but they kind of got it figured out round 2. Let's see. Chat's asking, are the autonomous robots limited in their firing rate?
So I think if I recall correctly, so I guess for context first, all of our robots do have certain limitations. And these are going to be imposed by the game system. So the referee system we keep talking about with these special modules, the speed modder module, the armor plates, all of those are going to be into specific game rules, specific game mechanics here in our competition. So that speed modder module is not only counting the number of shots that each team has fired, but also making sure that they can only fire as many as they purchased, and also they institute a limit. We call it overpower or overheat, where if your robot draws too much power or fires too rapidly, you might run into some issues there where you start to incur some penalties.
Yeah, so the answer is a bit nuanced. Basically, there's not like a limit on the rate that you can fire, but just like a video game, you do incur simulated barrel heat. So you could fire ridiculously fast for a very short amount of time. You would incur barrel heat. Your barrel cools off over time. So we've seen teams in the past like NUS fire extremely fast. We also see other teams fire at a rate that's similar to the refresh rate of the armor panels. So I hope that answers your question. Basically, yes, there is a type of limitation on their firing rate. The number of projectiles that sentries can fire total is limited as well. They are allowed to refill on physical projectiles, but they have a limited number of virtual in-game projectiles during the match. Thank you for the questions, guys. Really glad to get y'all in here checking out the competition and seeing what you've got.
Yeah, great to hear from folks. We got a few area folks in the chat, it sounds like. Some folks from up north in Washington State. Got some folks here. I know in the chat we got one fan of Simon Fraser University and one fan from University of Minnesota. Both of those teams featured in our upcoming match. This will be an exciting one for both of them.
Yeah, SFU is a team where you do want to know the answers about that barrel heat because they are known for firing pretty dang quick. You can see them getting onto the field on the red side. On the blue side, the University of Minnesota Twin Cities is loading up. They've got 2 of their bots on the field already, 1 hero, 1 standard.
Yeah, I'm getting word from production. Sounds like there is some nuances, like you mentioned, Preston, to the barrel heat mechanic. I believe the Sentry does start with just initial 400 barrel heat right from the get-go. They can go ahead and try to fire projectiles as much as you can as long as you're able to detect with those algorithms, versus the human-controlled robots do start with a lower barrel heat. That does increase as you start to progress in the game, but it is a little bit more limited because you have that human controlling versus that higher limit for the fully autonomous challenge.
Hey, System K, thanks for the follow. Guys, we really appreciate it. If you'll throw those follows in here, make sure you turn on notifications throughout the week. We will be streaming RoboMasters content all week, and you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss when your team plays. For the next 30 seconds, we're going to throw an ad. If you don't want to watch ads, you can use a Twitch Prime sub or a Tier 1 sub, but we'll be right back for those viewers. If you're here in the venue, you can make a poster. Don't forget about that. Support your teams. Cheer for your teams. That hero on the side of Ascension Robotics in an odd spot. So this is legal. They can work on their robots wherever they want. Before they leave the field, those robots have to be in the starting zone. So we've seen already today and yesterday a few teams where they get bumped into by their bots. And so spreading out while you're working on them, as long as you remember to put them back, is very useful. All 3 bots for the University of Minnesota now in that starting zone.
Yeah, Amelia and I were talking just a little bit ago about how that start square is actually fairly constrained. You got the ledge there from the race terrain. You've got the wall there of the field. It can be a bit of a tight squeeze to fit all 3 robots in that section of the field.
Brewdad in chat, thanks so much for trying to drop that schedule link. We'll have one of our moderators drop that in there. In the meantime, use your channel points, make a prediction. Who do you think will win this round, SFU or University of Minnesota?
Yeah, just a few more seconds for that prediction there as we get our match underway. Looks like a technical timeout here. Not sure that's called on behalf of the referees or of the teams. I think Amelia mentioned it a little bit earlier, but just to recap, the teams each get a limited number of technical timeouts that they can call if they need just a little bit more time to work out some issues on their robots. Or if there is an issue with the referee system, the referees can also call a timeout of their own to sort out those issues on the field before the match starts.
Yeah, that hero still quite a ways from that starting location for SFU. I had the opportunity to watch some SFU 1v1s today. They looked really good. There was a SFU UW 1v1 standard confrontation just an hour or two ago. And SFU was actually leading until like the last 10 seconds of the round.
Ooh, now for those of you who might not be as familiar, UW has historically been a fairly powerful team in the North America region. UW having won 4 of 4 3v3 events in North America. They're hoping for their 5th this year, as well as a handful of wins in the 1v1. Now, a team that could go up against UW, that could be some very interesting watching material across the next couple days here in RoboMaster.
Hey, Chad, I want to hear from you guys. What's your favorite robot? Like, when you're watching the stream, do you enjoy the heroes? The golf balls make a very satisfying thunk when they fire. Are you preferential to the autonomous sentries? Are you all in on the self-driving taxi robot of Robomasters? Or are you standard folk? Do you like the high fire rate, quick dodging, agile bots?
And I do want to emphasize again here in this match, SFU versus UMN, we've got both robots from Group C, and like we mentioned before, currently in our rankings, they're still in flux. We're still working for our group stage matches, but they are currently the top 2 teams in Group C, and those 2 teams were also some of our most highlighted, some of our awesome rookies from last year. So we're super excited to see what could happen here in this match with 2 amazing teams on the field. They've had a whole year to work on these new robots to bring onto the field. 4 seconds left in our initial setup round for round 1 of SFU versus UMN. Air free system now initializing, referees getting ready, pit crews watching on from the side of the field.
All right. Apologies. I am also back. Preston has swapped back out. We now see both of our teams running out. We have both our hero and our standard from SFU heading straight to that midpoint.
I hear a lot of 17mm projectiles being fired from somewhere. We'll have to see exactly where. I don't quite see any damage done yet to any of our robots on the field, but Red SFU Ascension does take initial possession of that central capture point with both their hero and their infantry.
So I believe that firing that we heard was coming from the U of M sentry, which is over in that refill zone. So I guess it saw some red plates and decided it was time.
Possibly. I do know that certain taller robots can see over that ledge to see red robots all the way to the other side of the field. So perhaps that could be the targets they were seeing. Now a bit of a skirmish here at the central buff point as that red infantry levels up. I believe that is to level 3.
First blood.
And that red standard does ultimately knock out that blue hero. First blood does go to SFU, and they do earn themselves the 20 victory points, furthering their lead. And that standard does now take aim again, now at the blue infantry, making their way at the top side of the field.
It is trying to make its way, honestly, but it's interesting to see that it's not got that much health left.
Yeah, looks like some shots landed there from that red infantry. Now that infantry making its way back up to the top left corner. We can see on our overlay at the top that red standard 3 is out of projectiles and is currently unable to shoot. They maybe are physically out of projectiles, have to go back to that reload zone. You can see that big spoon at the top left, but also they need to purchase more projectiles through the game system.
Yeah, so that's one of those combinations between the esports and the physical. So they might either quite literally be out of projectiles in the hopper at the top, or they may need to purchase more when they're out.
Exactly. Now we can see 2 blue robots in that center zone surrounding that red hero from Ascension, from Simon Fraser University. But Simon Fraser continuing to earn victory points, and now looks like credited to the red sentry. Another knockout there, earning another 20 victory points for the red team. Red has continued to have a hold on this central capture point for the entirety of the match thus far, even with 2 blue robots there for a time in the central capture point. Red continues to hold the lead. Now 2 knockouts, 40 more points, double kill, adding more victory points to their total. They're quickly approaching that 200 required.
So what's interesting is it looks like that red sentry is sitting over in his home base. It's a little hard to see on the shot we had to the field here. It's right behind where you see the hero overlay, sitting just behind that raised platform. However, from that angle, it's able to hit those blue robots.
Absolutely, but with all of that in mind, with the sentry behind that wall, with 2 hero robots outside in that central capture point, Red ultimately does quickly earn those 200 victory points necessary to secure victory in that first round.
All right, so looking at these stats, we can see that both teams were able to shoot projectiles, although I'm wondering if something was going on with the University of Minnesota's robots there. They were only able to fire 16 of those projectiles.
Absolutely. That first round does go to Simon Fraser, so I'll go ahead and close the Twitch prediction for that first round. Total damage, though, yes, as you mentioned, Amelia, lots more damage from that Simon Fraser side. 808 to only 50, and 4 total enemy robots knocked out there in that first round. So many more projectiles fired by that red team.
All right, so it'll be interesting to look at this next round. So like we were saying before the match, these two teams were both standout newbies last year. So SFU did the 3v3 in their first year last year and did very well. They got very far in the competition. University of Minnesota was also a first-year team last year. They participated in our 1v1 competition. So it's interesting to see how they were able to step up their robots from the 1v1 competition to having that team that they were able to fully field today.
Yeah, hopefully we can cut back to our field view back from the, yep, there we go. We can see all of the robots across the field getting set up and ready to go. We've got just a couple minutes left here in our setup period as both teams get reset for round 2 of this matchup between Simon Fraser University out of Canada and University of Minnesota.
All right, our volunteers are getting those balls swept off the field. We also see the teams trying to figure out what's going on with those robots. In our red corner, we see, oh, the team seems to be getting off the field now, so it might be that they're ready. Where in the blue corner, we have our team members looking at what I believe is the hero down there, so it might be something going on with the hero.
We shall see. Robots or volunteers working away quickly. Both teams actually looks like they're looking at some aspect of their robots. You see Simon Fraser's team up in the top left, Minnesota team in their yellow shirts at the bottom right, looking at the various robots. I hear something about turning something on. Perhaps the robot needs to be powered on. I don't really see any lights there at the top left for that red hero.
So they might be needing to run some slightly more major fixes than expected. We also see him to be having a bit of chaos with a white sheet.
Perhaps. We'll have to see what's going on here. GoDogs25, a question in the chat. Can you explain the operation of the green crown center spot? Is it the first for the crown to get the points, or both teams get the points? Amelia, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so this is a little bit different from years past. Essentially, this is our capture zone, where the robots will get points based on when they are in it. So when they have a robot sitting in there, they will be earning a point for every second. So you can have teams earning the points at the same time, but Austin, do you want to explain a little more detail around that?
Absolutely, yeah. So I like to call this, I guess, possession with advantage, I guess. You might be able to see in the top corner of the screen, or that top, when the UI pops up in match, there's a little green plus sign underneath each of the team icons. That indicates that they have possession of the capture point. One team can have possession of that capture point, that green crown in the middle of the field. But it is first come, first serve. So what I mean by with advantage, let's say red rushes into that green crown central capture point. They start earning that 1 victory point per second. Let's say blue sends 1 or even 2 robots into that central capture point. Because red was there and they have not left that central capture point yet, they will continue to earn those 1 point per second, regardless of how many blue robots are there. Only when red is fully pushed out of that central capture point will blue actually start to earn those points.
All right, so it looks like University of Minnesota has taken a technical timeout. They're still working on that hero down there. So presumably that means that there was something that they needed that little bit of extra time that they think they could get it working. So the technical timeouts, they only have a limited number in the entire competition, so they can't use them every single match they play. However, if you're a team that you're looking at the points you have and you know that if you don't get the points from this next match, it's possible that you might not be able to move on to the next round. This seems like a pretty good time that if you think it's possible that you could get something working in that technical timeout, go ahead and use it. Although sometimes you want to save them. If you're a team that knows that perhaps you're going to be making it much further in the bracket, you might want to save those. So if it's, say, one of your robots is broken, but it's only your first match, but you also know that you could probably win with the broken robot and maybe just play with 2 of them instead of 3 of them, you might want to save that timeout for a later match, say maybe the finals, when that timeout could be extremely critical in you winning versus losing.
Absolutely, a limited number of timeout opportunities, only 1 or 2 throughout the entirety of our competition over several days. We're going to be here all the way through to Saturday for our grand finals. I hope you stick around. But we're getting ready to kick off round number 2. Simon Fraser University Ascension versus University of Minnesota North Star.
All right, so we're getting started. SFU immediately getting that hero out. They also have that standard going. Interesting to see that both of their robots, they're setting straight over that bumpy zone, which means they're confident that the chassis, the suspension are able to hold up over that slightly more rough terrain.
Absolutely, yeah. We see both robots from Red, or at least both piloted robots from Red. You can see now also their first-person perspectives there on the right side of your screen as they navigate around the field. Looks like that Red infantry locking eyes with that blue hero as the blue hero just makes their way around that bumpy zone.
Oh, wow.
That standard does ultimately, or it looks like the referee system credited it to the Sentry.
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit hard to see on the views that we have up now, but the SFU Sentry is hidden in that top left corner of the field and is able to destroy those blue robots from that position, which means it is tall enough to see over that like barrier, and then also be able to aim and accurately fire at those blue robots from that distance.
Absolutely. Red standard, Red hero swap places. Red hero now holding down the fort on that central capture point. They're continuing to earn that 1 point per second. Looks like Red infantry back at home. They purchased more projectiles to make their way back towards the central buff points, or central capture points.
So we were seeing Minnesota working on their hero before, but we do see it driving around now, so hopefully it is functioning.
Yeah, Red infantry does knock out that blue infantry. Who was already on low health, and with those new projectiles, they were able to quickly knock it out. Here comes the blue hero across the bumpy terrain, trying to maybe knock out that Red infantry as it levels up to level like 11 or something like that. I can't quite tell from the gold icon there. But yeah, it looks like that Red standard leveled up, does knock out that blue hero. Now a double kill as they take out the blue infantry as well. Blue Sentry still spinning at home in that heal spot back in the starting zone. Red hero now supporting that Red infantry as they make their way through center. Red hero lining up with that, looks like blue hero. You can see the top right corner of your screen as they lock eyes and take out that blue hero for the victory. 200 victory points and the win to Ascension.
All right, so that felt like quite a fast match, honestly. Unfortunately, despite taking that technical timeout, it looks like the University of Minnesota was not able to get that hero to fire. In fact, it looks like it only fired one of its 17mm projectiles.
Yeah, looks like maybe some issues to sort out here with University of Minnesota robots. Unfortunately, they've still got plenty of time to figure out what's going on there and work things out. But that does, I believe, mean that Simon Fraser does take the top slot now in the rankings. So we'll update in a little bit here in Group C. Remember, both these teams were the top two teams in Group C. So as things stand, they would be the ones advancing to the knockout tournament. But we'll have to see if if University of Minnesota is able to work out the issues they were having with their robots.
Yeah, I guess they do have a little bit of a buffer zone given that their last match was forfeited, so they got some points from that, which helps them in that group stage despite the fact that they weren't able to play in that game. But that was also their first match on the field, so it'll be interesting to see how they grow and adapt from this match.
Yeah, some great learnings there. As you mentioned earlier, Amelia, yeah, you can test as much as you want at home, but when you're actually on the field, actually with the real referee system, actually in the heat of the moment in tournaments, it can definitely be a wild experience. It's so different from at home, so different from what you've practiced. It can just take a little bit more time to figure out make sure everything is in order for your robots as you make your way through the group stage. All right.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say, we now have our volunteers on our field, sweeping it up once again. As we were mentioning earlier, this really is a quite manual operation once those robots get off the field. If anyone wants to invent a super speed cleanup robot for us, we would definitely take advantage and be forever grateful. However, right now, we just have these amazing humans who have volunteered to do it instead.
We love our volunteers. Shout out volunteers. Shout out volunteers to the venue. Aw, guess not.
All right, so as we're waiting for our next teams to come in,
we're getting ready for our next match here in the 3v3 section. You might hear some background noise from the 1v1 section. That's also happening here at UCSD. You can watch 1v1 over at the YouTube stream. Hello, Kitty. Shout out to our volunteers. So, Kitty's here on volunteers. How about the rest of y'all? No, not even the area up, folks. That's unfortunate.
It's okay.
Tisk, tisk. We're getting ready for our next match here in the 3v3 group stage. That's going to be, looks like, University of Alberta versus UT Austin. Coming up next here on the field. University of Alberta Artemis versus University of Texas at Austin Stampede in match 15, Group D.
All right, so these are in Group D. So Stampede, I know, had to forfeit one of their earlier matches. I believe, I hope I'm not spreading misinformation, however, I believe they were the team that in 1v1 accidentally had their robot slightly decapitated, you might say. So we're working on trying to figure that one out. Hopefully, all heads are attached in this upcoming match.
We do like robots keeping their heads on and not the other way. Yeah, you know.
Usually works when the head of the robot is secured. I would say.
Yeah. All right. Waiting for some updates here. Hopefully our production team can help us figure out when our next match will be ready to play.
All right, and then, so maybe while we have a bit of this extra buffer in between some of our matches, do any of the current watchers have some questions? Oh, actually, perfect timing.
Ooh.
Okay, are the ramps top left and bottom right too steep for the bots? No one is using them to get to the green crown quickly. So, the reason we're kind of not seeing them initially is that you can see it really well bottom right corner. So in that by the blue zone there, that black line of tape you can see is actually an elevated surface. So from your own home base, you cannot directly go up onto that surface and then down the ramp, unless you've built some crazy stair climbing robot, which, as far as I'm aware, we haven't seen.
Exactly. We talked about Spider Hero earlier. I don't think we've seen it so far. So maybe there's some innovation, but I think if production could show us one of the side camera views, that'd be awesome. You can better see some of that raised terrain there. Yeah, so as Amelia mentioned, it is a raised terrain, so it is a straight vertical wall on the field. Kitty wants to see a robot jump. Yeah, so you can see Fake You Christian switching over to that side camera view. You can see just a straight vertical face there on this side of the field.
Yeah, so that means that at the start of the match, those robots do actually need to come out and around, which is why we haven't seen anyone use that as a way to quickly get to the crown. However, these can be used as a way to quickly go against some of the opposite team. So if the other team has their robots kind of camping out in their home base, you might be able to use that ramp to quickly get up into what could be considered like their safe area, their safety zone, and just kind of go for them.
Absolutely. Kitty wants to see a robot jump. Are you sure you don't want to see RUW's robot from yesterday? You know, that
yeah.
they learned about that ledge the hard way, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately. Maybe they
Yes.
wanted to see the robot topple
So
over.
we did see a couple teams testing, I guess you could say, the jump off of that. I'm not sure. We might have had one or two successful. However, with the one or two successful, there was also many more, I don't want to say unsuccessful. However, I don't think those robots would enjoy that mid-match, you know?
Yeah, there were some attempts. As you mentioned, some successes and also some attempts. And thank you, Kitty, for the shout out to the Area Dub alumni. Like we mentioned earlier, Amelia and I are Area Dub alumni. So if you have any questions for us as Area Dub alumni or as RMNA volunteers, folks have been around the community for a little bit, be awesome to go ahead and pop those in chat. Got some awesome folks here as well. I see some Area Dub present members actually in my line of sight.
Yeah, so even though we are Area Dub alumni, when we're commentating, we do try, and I promise I say try because I can't be perfect, but we try and be as impartial as possible. I will say that sometimes when Area Dub's involved, obviously I can't be necessarily the most objective. However, we both have been around the RoboMaster community for so long. We're also, dare I say it, old within the community. So it's been a while since either of us have been active team members.
Yeah, absolutely. This community has just continued to grow over the past couple years. We've got so many new folks, so many new teams. joining the community and see some awesome robots and awesome work done so far by everyone as they make their way to competition. Really a celebration of all of the hard work and effort and learning done by all of our participants. This is actually the 5th year of Robomaster North America and the 10th year of Robomaster as a whole. So some awesome anniversaries there for both Robomaster North America and Robomaster.
Yeah, so it's really exciting to see how much this competition has grown in the 5 years it's existed. The number of teams that have been able to come to this competition and have working robots is honestly so amazing to me, especially as someone who saw it at its very start when no one really was doing too well. But yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if any of the new members have ever seen some of the old 2021 matches. I remember as our first time at Robomaster North America at the first Robomaster North America ever. And we were up. We walked in. We weren't really expecting much, and then we ended up in the grand finals of Virginia Tech.
So I will say, the ARUW team has been the winners of RMNA for all 4 years. So it is also a big thing that everyone has been looking at is, will they do it again? Will they not? Will another team come and take the title? Although I will say our first year, that was, we won it. It was an interesting match.
Yep.
I do recommend going back, taking a look at that, and seeing just how much the entire RMNA community has grown. Because if we had fielded the team that we had back then, now, it would be a completely different experience. All right, but we have a couple questions.
Yeah. Kitty wants to know what the most surprising thing at comp has been so far. Now, Amelia, what do you think is most exciting or most surprising thing, at comp so far?
Surprising. Well, I think if you're used to Robomaster, one of the surprising things might be the difference in the game itself. You may be very used to seeing the big bases, where the objective of the game has definitely changed a lot this year. I think some of the other surprising things, especially to me personally, is just how big the competition is. There's so many teams here. What about you?
Absolutely. I just want to add to your point. We've been talking about all the international teams across here. We got the team from Japan, the team from Singapore, the team from Italy. We got so many awesome people here. You just run into so many great people. We've got a Discord community. We've got some folks that we've met online. But just to be able to see them in person and actually get to interact with folks in real life, it's just super crazy. I don't know about crazy the competition, but just I mean, it may be a bit of a cop-out, but San Diego, I've never really been a big fan of SoCal, but we spent a few days here in San Diego so far. We got some awesome food, awesome people. I mean, obviously all of our RMNA hosts have been wonderful, but I'd just like to give a shout out to all of the amazing San Diego volunteers and the UCSD team who've made it possible for us to have this competition. Honestly, we would not be able to do it without them. We quite literally would not be able to. And it's such a big thing, especially to see the team is both competing in the competition, so they're having all the regular responsibilities of having to build all the robots, the challenge of competition, making that all come together, but also just spending so much time organizing and making this competition as a whole able to happen. Yeah, so awesome volunteers. We also got our Robomaster North America operations folks who've been working throughout the entire year organizing this competition in collaboration with Triton Robotics from UCSD, making sure that everything is ready to go. So when everyone showed up here at the venue, we actually had an arena, that we had stuff to do, we had an actual competition ready to go here at UCSD, which if you are in SoCal, if you're in San Diego, you can come see for yourself here at the Price Center on the UCSD campus. Yes, and then also I see in our chat, Kitty was asking if we can pull up any clips. Don't know if that's possible in this immediate timing. I see a production team hard at work. They're going to some fun things. You might see them later on. We'll see if we're able to get some clips on. I will mention for clips. I will say for clips real quickly. You see my little social bar down there. A bunch of Robomaster volunteers are doing a little side project. Robotics Esports Productions is a secondary Twitch channel. After our Robomaster of America show, you can go ahead and watch them. They'll be watching some of the top clips from the day. They'll be awarding gift subs to the people who submit the best clip of the day. So go ahead and make those clips of the Twitch stream. If you see an awesome moment in our Robomaster matches, they'll go ahead and watch those later on tonight on Robotics Esports Productions.
Yeah, and so also, if you want to go back and watch previous years, you can find the matches, the videos of the matches on our YouTube. I recommend going back and watching those when you have the chance. They're always great to see. Also, just to see how much the competition has changed. So also, we have another question, which is, are there any big technical leaps and capabilities we should look out for this year?
That is an interesting question. I think some other folks think maybe it was Preston or Isaac, someone mentioned earlier that some of the protocols have changed. So for a bit of context, RoboMaster, we have this whole referee system which institutes some limits on the game mechanics. So like I was talking to Preston earlier about the power limits and the heat limits. They're not actual real limits, but are set by the games, by the game rules, by the game system. Previously, the referee system would give more information about those limits to the robots, so it would let you know exactly how much power you've used for stuff like that. They've started to change that system a little bit, so there's a little bit less information given to teams as they build their robots. So they have to figure out some new ways to figure out that information to make sure that their robots remain compliant with the rules. That's not really a super obvious thing, but it's not something physically you'll see, like the ability to climb up a ramp or climb up the step, but the technical complexity of robots just keeps on increasing.
Yeah. So one other thing I would say is maybe looking at our sentry specifically. So this isn't the first time that teams have been given the challenge of having a sentry that can move around in the field or a sentry that can autonomously aim and fire. However, the difference is in this year is that our field is quite different. So the field they had to work on last year, they could just have their sentry within a box, and if that sentry was able to spin around or do anything, that was what most teams were doing. Not a lot of teams really experimented with actually moving around the field. This year, however, I've seen quite a lot more sentries take the time to move around.
Yeah, and let's see if we can see any of those sentries as we get right into our next match, UAlberta versus UT Austin. We're ready to go.
All right, so one thing I wanted to point out already is UT Austin is not fielding a sentry, so they're going to try and have to use 2 robots versus the 3 that University of Alberta have on the field.
Absolutely. Now we see both of the piloted robots from the UAlberta side, from the Artemis side. They made an interesting path around the central capture point, but they do ultimately end up in the zone. Those RFID cards being detected. You can see that little plus sign underneath the University of Alberta logo as they continue to earn those 1 victory points per second.
Yeah, so one thing I find interesting is that UT Austin, despite kind of having that earlier lead of getting around the corner, didn't go for that central area. I wonder what their strategy or what they were thinking about there was.
Yeah, looks like maybe a bit of hesitancy from the Red Hero. They make their way briefly out of the top, now the side of the central capture point. Maybe they have a little bit of hesitancy, like maybe they want to go and try to be a little bit more aggressive against those blue robots, but they can't quite see where they are. They got that big wall acting as defense. Now, for those of us at home, we can see on the far right side of our screen the first-person perspective of those blue robots as they make their way around the field.
Yeah, so one thing I will say when we're looking at this game in comparison to years previously is especially what it means to play defensively versus offensively. So in years past, each team would have a base area that they were trying to protect. So if a team wanted to act more defensively, they would definitely stay around that base. However, the wind conditions have really changed here, so there isn't really that much advantage to playing a defensive game. Like, if you're not in that center area, you're not going to be getting those points.
Absolutely, yeah. UAlberta on the red side, almost at halfway to that victory condition. 94 out of the 200 victory points required to secure the win in this round. That Hero pushing a little bit more aggressively towards the blue side. They have that blue robot in their sights. We'll have to see if either team decides to take on any more aggressive actions. Both of those red piloted robots continue to remain in that central capture point. They still have possession with just over 2.5 minutes left in the match. 120 out of the 200 victory points now needed for that win underneath the belts of the red team.
Yeah, so it looks like our blue team might be having some trouble with their robots getting moving. The movements aren't looking too smooth, so I wonder if there's something drive-wise that's going on.
It's interesting because we did see both blue robots leave the starting zone and make their way behind that barrier into that bunker, but now looks like that blue hero back at home as UAlberta now at 150 victory points, 3/4 of the way to the victory.
So what's interesting is, although blue is acting quite defensively, University of Alberta is not having to fire that many shots to be getting quite close to this winning condition.
Yeah, I did see Artemis fire off one 42mm projectile earlier. They still have 3 in their hopper, or in their 3 in the chamber there in the red hero. Looks like that hero still on that central capture point. They're still continuing to earn 1 point per second. 180 out of 200 now. We'll have to see if UT is able to make any pushes, they have to be aggressive now or never if they want to take this round.
All right, we see those red robots getting up to that nearly 200. Any second now, it's going to happen.
Blue infantry coasting back and forth on that far right side. They look back and forth, but as you said, Amelia, 200 victory points to the red team, and Artemis takes home that first round.
All right, so going into this next round, what do you think that Stampede, the University of Texas team, needs to do?
You know, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, because we saw at the very start of that match, both the robots from University of Texas at Austin Stampede, did make their way out of that starting zone and out into that bunker area in between the ramps and the edge of the field, right behind those defensive barriers. They were driving around, they were moving, they seemed like they were doing it, and then they just sort of stopped.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if something happened with the actual driving mechanics going on with their robots.
Yeah, we do see here on the stat screen that UT Austin did fire off only 7 17mm projectiles. So perhaps some issues with the firing system as well on their side. Low damage over in this match. Neither side really firing that many projectiles, only 48 on the side of UAlberta as well. 40 points of damage dealt by UAlberta versus the 20 done by UT Austin. So double, but again, still of a very low amount. And ultimately, UAlberta does earn all of the victory points just by the amount of time spent on that capture point.
Yeah, so it's really interesting that despite the fact that neither team was really firing that much or really doing any damage, Alberta was very dominant just in the way that they were choosing to play the game by pulling both of their robots out and into that central zone.
Yeah, I wonder if we could take a look away from the stat screen and back to the round as we get our field reset for round 2 of this match. If we could get back to the field, there we go. We can see our volunteers shooting the balls as per usual, and also both teams looking at their robots, maybe to see if we can get some improvements done. Not exactly sure what they're doing on the red side of the field. Looks like they're paying attention specifically to their hero. I wonder if we get a better camera angle there from our production crew.
I wonder if they might be trying to look at that sentry they had, because I don't think we saw it do very much during that last match.
Yeah, we were talking during the break there about the specific capabilities or technical leaps we should be looking for, and I think we have those mission markers around the field. I think teams have been working a lot on having their sentries navigate autonomously, automatically around the field, especially the obstacles this year and the bumps, and making sure that the robots know exactly where they are and where they aren't. So hopefully they can figure out what's going on with their sentries so we can see some more of that automatic navigation and some of that target detection there from those autonomous robots.
All right. And while we have the rest of the setup happening, we do have another question. Are the robots controlled by team-specific hardware, or does RoboMaster provide the equipment? And if so, how are the robots connected to it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've been talking a lot about these referee system modules. One of the modules is going to be the main control module. That's going to be your main interface between the game and the robot. So that is a module provided by the RoboMaster team. And that module connects to the various wireless networks, the network we have to run the game here in RoboMaster. And then, yeah, thank you, Christian, for switching over to this first-person perspective. The RoboMaster team provides this first-person perspective. So just like a video game at home, we have a keyboard, a mouse, a screen, a headset, and these pilots are just sitting right in front of their gaming computer, and they're playing it just like a video game. They've got a keyboard and mouse. They can see right through the camera on the robot in a first-person perspective. So it is hardware provided by RoboMaster, but the way that they're interfacing with it is just like a video game right at home.
Yeah, and then to go a level deeper as well is that how they're then able to control the robots is team specific. So they have to write the controls code that works on how the robot is moving around.
Absolutely. We shall see how the controls code works and how it got updated during that 2-minute or 3-minute setup period as the robots from UAlberta quickly once again make their way towards that central buff point in a more direct fashion this time. Straight into those capture points, they start earning those 1 victory points a second.
We see them immediately getting some shots off at the other team. It looks like the University of Texas's blue hero has not been able to move very much again, so I'm wondering if there really is something wrong with that drive. I'm hoping by the time we see them again, they will have a hero doing a little more.
Yeah, it looks like Alberta being a little bit more aggressive this time. They send their infantry a little bit deeper into blue territory before quickly retreating back towards that central capture point. Remember, if they've at least 1 robot in that zone, they'll continue to earn that 1 victory point per second. 42, almost a quarter of the way there to that victory for UAlberta in this second round with 4 minutes left on the clock.
All right, and it looks like Alberta unfortunately was not able to get their sentry up and running for the second match. We do see it back in that left-hand corner, but it doesn't look like it's really doing anything to try and get out and help the rest of its team.
Absolutely. Hopefully, both teams can figure out what they can improve on their robots, figure out all of the issues to make sure teams can rejoin when they next get to the field. Looks like you can see that blurred screen from that first-person perspective on the bottom right. That's going to be the overheat mechanic. Looks like that red infantry fired just a little bit too quickly, a little bit too fast, or maybe too many projectiles at a time. And so they're going to have a blurry screen as they make their way back towards that reload zone to buy more projectiles until that cooldown expires. Here we are now in the cockpit of a blue standard free.
Oh, we see that blue hero as well, actually coming out and around.
Blue infantry shaking their head no. Looks like maybe trying to loosen a jam perhaps. Both robots from the blue side now up in that top right corner. We're in the cockpit with that blue standard free as they lock eyes with those red infantry, or that red infantry and hero. But those red infantry red robots in general do remain on that central capture point for the next 2 minutes or so. They'll continue to earn 1 victory point per second as they approach that final tally of 200.
Yeah, so it makes me wonder, now that UT Austin has got those blue robots out and about, will they try and get them into that green zone?
Blue hero very aggressive. They make their way around the central capture point, now pushing directly into the 2 robots there in that zone. Now getting fired upon by red infantry 3.
All right. Blue infantry is kind of sneaking up the back there.
Yeah, the blue hero was briefly on the ramp. They made their way back around to join their companion, the infantry, now surrounding that capture point. But with red robots still in that central capture point, even if that zone is contested by a blue robot, red continues to earn that victory point until they vacate the zone.
All right. And Alberta has kept a very good job of defending this green area from the blue team. They are being aggressive and trying to protect that zone.
Capture point still held by Alberta. They've got just 6 more points until they win this round. And with that capture point under their control, University of Alberta does take the second round of Alberta versus UT Austin. Some cheers for Artemis in the Twitch chat from the folks watching at home as UAlberta does take 200 total victory points over UT Austin 0. Unfortunately, we're not able to take possession of that central capture zone. 180 points of damage done by that red team. No robot knockouts though, however, with 177 total projectiles fired by that red team. Only 8 done by blue. I have to wonder, once again, like you were saying, Amelia, if there's any issues going on with that UT team and their robots.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see in their upcoming matches what they're able to do about that. So we will be seeing Artemis taking 2 of those points as well into their group. So we'll have to see how that does in terms of the Group D rankings.
Absolutely, yeah. Another question from Norvenator as we wait for our next match. How does the pursuit of ammo work? Now, Amelia, you want to talk about the projectiles and how the teams acquire them?
Yes, I would love to. So basically, we have a combination of both a physical and a esports-like way of getting those projectiles. So one, there has to be the physical projectiles in those robots. When we have the shots, you'll often see that there's some kind of hopper storage basket on top of the robot. Some teams will get very creative with how they cover that. I know with RHIT, we use sheets of foam that we cut little strips in, which kind of help the balls not bounce back out, but they help them kind of go in and stay in. And then throughout the game, if they're running out of those, there's a very extremely technical way that we get balls in there, and it is with a giant RoboMaster sponsored spoon. The team will have someone who's in charge of taking that spoon, reaching into the field and giving it a little pour in. So that's how they get those physical projectiles into the game. However, once they're in the game, the pilots themselves have to purchase the projectiles to be able to actually go ahead and fire them. So what that means is they are using gold, which they earn throughout the game, to basically buy those projectiles.
Absolutely, yeah. See, and you might have noticed some of the robots returning back to their resupply and reload zone once they get knocked out, once they get killed by an opposing alliance or opposing team robot. The robots do lose the ability to fire projectiles once they are knocked out. They have to regain that by making their way all the way back to home base.
Yes.
And so that's another one of those interesting game mechanics instituted by the RoboMaster Games rule set. And then, as you mentioned, Amelia, yes, they do have to both physically load the projectile into the machines and also unlock the capability to actually fire those projectiles through the game's rules set by our referee system.
Yeah. All right, as we're kind of waiting for our next match to come up, as always, we'd love to answer any questions people have or talk about any topics that interest you. So if there's anything you want to learn more about with the RoboMaster competition, feel free to ask. Oh, and it does look like we have a question. Can the pilots communicate with each other? And if so, is there normally a team captain overseeing strategy? That is a great question. So, as we've mentioned before, we do have one autonomous robot. That robot cannot communicate with the other two team members. However, the two pilots who are driving the non-autonomous robots are sitting next to each other in a little tent, essentially. So the tent prevents them from seeing inside the arena. They are only allowed to see through that first-person view. However, similar to these headsets that me and Austin have, they are able to talk with each other, communicate, and kind of work a strategy between the two of them. But however, as you're talking about with the team captain, oftentimes before that match, the team will discuss strategy, either from watching the previous matches of their opponents, looking at like what abilities the other teams have, that kind of thing, and they will usually come up with some kind of strategy. A lot of times this does have to adjust on the fly, depending on what you're seeing, but it means that the two pilots are able to work together to kind of solve stuff. Interesting example is in 2022, our two pilots, one of our robots are, we call it the VTM, which is essentially the camera that the pilots can see through as they're piloting around, went black. So one of our pilots could not see the field whatsoever, was just driving around. However, our second pilot was able to kind of direct the first pilot, telling him where to steer the robot. And then our auto-aim system was able to, despite the fact that we couldn't actually see it, the auto-aim system was still able to see and essentially lock onto those other plates. So even though our pilot had no clue where he was on the field or what he was firing at, the secondary driver was able to kind of push him in the right direction so that auto-aim could do the rest, essentially. Yeah. So it really is a great teamwork situation going on in that pilot room.
Yeah, definitely a lot of coordination, a lot of teamwork between the team members themselves and across all the teams even. See a lot of folks about different teams here in the audience watching these matches, potentially devise some strategies when they face these teams later on in the tournament. And for those folks in the audience, for free watching at home, this could be you. You could be here at the Price Center watching the matches live in person along with the rest of these teams.
And there's nothing quite like seeing these robots in person. There's just something that doesn't translate across a video screen about how fast these projectiles are firing, what the engineering required to go into these robots really is. There's so much that is just so hard to translate, and I hope we're doing our best to try and get some of that extra information across to you guys.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I just want to call out, like you mentioned, Amelia, so yes, so the pilots are in a little tent, a little sectioned off area for the pilots. They are sitting right next to each other. They do have some software. They can potentially communicate with each other if they so choose with the headsets, but like you said, they are just right next to each other, so there's that. But there are, like you mentioned earlier, I think a while ago you mentioned the limits that the teams have as to bringing people to the field. There are limits that they have as to the number of people they can have both on the field in the pit crew and also in that pilot area. So only the 2 pilots are allowed in that zone. So they'll probably work together on strategy for the 3v3, but there's no extra person, there's no team captain actively deliberating or conducting strategy. Now, like you mentioned, the team might have had discussions, might have had talks before the match. They might have, I don't know, watched the videos on YouTube, or they might have seen in person, oh, we're going up against this team. This team, you know, they always go this way to the central capture point, and they might be able to strategize based on that to see what you might do to when you compete against that team, what you might do. But then when it comes down to the actual match, it's the pilots.
Although one thing I will say that is interesting is you might be going, oh, well, they're just kind of sitting in a tent next to the field. One very illegal thing is they can't communicate outside that tent. So if a team member outside the tent starts screaming something, not allowed. Can't really like have a team member, for example, basically shouting from outside the field, hey, he's over here, go get him. So really, it is, once you 2 are in that pilot area, it really is just the 2 of you. But they do prepare and they are ready to go.
Absolutely, yeah. I know at least for UW, we've done a lot of practice in the past of, you know, different scrimmages and different practice events that we've had to make sure the pilots are ready to go, that they know how to work with each other and how to work around. At least the simulated field is not the official field. They can build their own little models and try to make sure they're as prepared as possible for the tournament. They can just go ahead and get used to strategizing, work with each other. They can do the best that they can in order to devise a plan of attack and what they're going to do when they actually get to the real arena.
Yeah, so I will say, RHIT, which is actually coming up next for our matches, had what was affectionately referred to as the Rage Cage, where we locked our robots in a little area and let them at it for testing, obviously, without the humans in the Rage Cage.
You say Rage Cage, I feel like there's a different name for it.
There is another name. I think it was
oh.
originally Rage Cage, and it's been changed since. However, we'll go with Rage Cage for now. But yeah, so depending on the team's space and availability, they'll oftentimes try and make areas where they can practice safely, because obviously you don't want to have some humans standing in front of those projectiles. Speaking from experience, unfortunately, they do hurt. They definitely are not something you want to be hit with.
Absolutely. We keep throwing these numbers around: 17 mil projectile, 42 mil projectile. Remember, these are physical things in the real world, and like we keep saying, oh, it's like a golf ball, it's like a paintball. Have you been hit by a golf ball? Have you been hit by a golf ball at high speed? Yeah, these are definitely large physical projectiles, and they are definitely very painful to get hit by. So it's good that we are very safe here at RoboMaster North America.
I will say that those 42 millimeter projectiles, which are golf ball sized, can go up to, I believe it's, I don't know if this is legal in competition anymore, but I think have been known to go up to 30 miles per second.
Miles?
Oh, meters. Meters per second. Apologies. Which is fast. You do not want to be hit by that. It could possibly break bone. Yeah.
I'm getting word from our production team that we do have information as to the current standings here in Free. Let's go ahead and see if we can get a little bit more information on the current rankings over on this screen. For that one in a moment. We can see.
Yeah, so we can see our physical arena area filling up quite fast.
Yeah.
If you weren't aware, RHIT is our 4-time champions. This is, of course, our 5th year. So there definitely is a lot of interest in what will happen in this next match. They will be facing Triton Robotics.
Well, I do see a different team in the queuing area, so we'll get some more information on that in a bit.
Oh, yeah, apologies.
But rankings. Let's talk about rankings. So we're going to talk about rankings. Let's talk about rankings. Here in Group A, we've got Triton Robotics currently up on top. They had a win and a tie. Up next in second for now is going to be the Rose Foreign Bots. They have 1 win under their belt, so they have 3 total points in the rankings. That doesn't sound quite, or maybe it does. 3 points, 2 points. That sounds right to me.
The math is getting there eventually.
The math is mathing. We got UCSD and Foreign Bots up in the top slots there in Group A, but UW yet to take the field. So we'll see how that shapes up when we get there. Got the Group B standings.
It does look like we have a bit of confusion in terms of where the schedule is. We will update you guys as soon as we know exactly what is happening.
Yeah, let's see if we can look at the Group B standings if we could.
Oh, so it looks like we actually have UCSD versus the RHIT Thorn Bots. They have swapped positions with NYU Ultraviolet versus ARUW.
Okay.
So we've seen them now coming onto the field. We've got the Triton Robotics in our red corner with those super cool yellow accents. And in our blue corner, we have RHIT, which is Rose Holman Institute of Tech. They are both setting up the robots now.
Yeah, we'll get back to those rankings in just a little bit. First up, like Amelia mentioned, we've got UCSD versus RHIT here on the field. I'm going to put a picture in the Twitch chat. You can bet all of your special channel points, all your little Twitch gold blocks on who will win in this match. I'll see if we're able to work with the production team to get more information on the live schedule up on the website. But for now, we got a closer look at the field here from our roaming camera. Shout out to production crew once again. We can see we got 2 minutes left in our setup period. UCSD on the field this time. This is also a Group A match. UCSD versus the RHIT Foreign Bots. Notably, UCSD are current hosts. We are here at the UCSD campus in San Diego, California.
All right, and one thing I've noticed that people have asked a bit is about how to see the schedule. I know on the website, when we come to our schedule page, it does show the current standings of the groups, but next to where it says standings by each group, you can click on the matches and get a little more detail on what's happening, and they have the times listed on those as well. So feel free to go through that. I know it is a little bit confusing, however, it is available there.
Awesome, thanks really for that update. Yeah, just about 70 seconds left in the match here. We have the perspective, or we're taking a look at the Rose Holman team. The Rose Holman Foreign Bots, RHIT, getting their robots ready to get set up with their sweet vests. All the different patches showing off the different years they've competed in RoboMaster individually as members of the Rose Holman team. Under a minute left now as they get their robots ready to go. I see 2 members working on their Sentry.
They've got the tools out, which maybe isn't the best.
Yeah, we do now see technical timeout called. I'm not sure if that's a team timeout or a field referee timeout.
Just a shot in the dark guess, but I'm gonna guess it is a team timeout given that we are seeing tools being used on said Sentry currently.
Yeah, we can see Alex up there at the top of your screen filling that hero with projectiles. So 42 projectile, golf ball style projectiles, as we were saying earlier. And it looks like most of the team focus is going to be on that Sentry.
And you can see a member there testing their auto aim system with a false plate.
Yeah, absolutely. So teams like to construct false plates, or these systems that are like armor plates, but not real armor plates, because you have to carry around all the bulky ref system stuff. You can just have a little plate that looks like a armor plate to make sure that the robot's CV, all the robot's vision capabilities are all ready to go, detecting and working as expected. We can see those team members checking those out there, making sure those robots are ready to go through the timeout. Let's go back to the standings if we can for Group B, if we could. We talked about Group A already. Or maybe not. Maybe production will decide that we don't get breakings today. I don't know.
No worries. All right, well, we're seeing the teams running off the field, getting final fixes ready. The Triton Robotics team is still on the field.
We are having a few technical issues with our camera. It's first day competition. No worries here. To Preston Cam. We're back at Preston Cam looking at UCSD. And back up to our top view. You know, just like how robots getting stress tested, our camera equipment's also getting stress tested, you know.
All right, so it looks like, although RHIT, which we initially saw from our cameras, looks like they were working on their robots, Triton is also having some issues that has forced them to have a technical timeout. We've moved past it now and we're into those last 30 seconds. So we're getting down to that very last amount of time for them to be able to make those final changes and get off the field.
Just a few seconds left here in the setup period. UCSD getting off the field now.
The team members are yelling at each other to get out frantically. All right, and down to initialization. All right, and we're off for our first round of UCSD versus RHIT. We have RHIT in the blue corner and UCSD in our red corner.
Ooh, strategy once again now from UCSD there on the far left side. That hero gently-ish pushing the red sentry out of the start zone onto that far left side. Whoa, a projectile makes it all the way over
all right,
to
there
the commentary side.
Is a first blood, however, it might have been us commentators given that we nearly got hit. But the teams are doing their thing. All right, and we just saw RHIT take out hero number 1 for the red UCSD team.
Yeah, that red hero temporarily basically see that thin yellow border around that health bar at the top.
I am wondering.
Temporarily invincible to make their way back up to that heal zone.
It looks like the yellow hero there, by yellow I mean the red UCSD hero, has a bit of a extra horn coming out its side. I wonder if that's some kind of track that's popped off. We'll have to find out.
I do recall their robot being a little bit, I shouldn't say hornier. Oops, I did. Their robot has some extra protrusions.
All right, but we are seeing UCSD taking a bit more of a defensive position right now. RHIT has taken control of that central zone. And we've just seen RHIT's hero destroy the number 3 infantry from UCSD.
Double kill!
Double kill now from Blue Standard for now in the cockpit of that blue infantry. That rotating blue. Ooh, there is so much going on in this HUD right now. The teams can design their own custom HUDs, and this sure is something.
I have not seen one look like that before.
But regardless, Rose Holman with all of those animations and whatnot on that screen, they've collected points from killing robots, from scoring, from being on that central capture point. They have earned all 200 victory points required to take round 1 against UCSD.
All right, and I just found out that that HUD feature we were looking at was actually a rangefinder. So if they have that robot between those lines that we saw on the screen, they're able to figure out how far away that robot is.
I mean, sure, yeah, there was the drop off. Like, it was a bit distracting, a bunch of lines, but like, they had the weird blue spinning circle. What was that about?
Not sure.
There we go. Got the stat screen now from that last round. 200 victory points for Rose Holman. No victory points, fortunately, earned by UCSD on that occasion with 720 points of damage done by Rose Holman.
All right, so Rose Holman was very, very confident in that match. So it'll be interesting to see how UCSD adjusts what they're doing coming up into this next round. I wonder if they'll be working on fixing some of those robots or if they're going to work on maybe getting more into the central zone. But it will definitely be interesting to see how their strategy changes coming into this next round, given that some of their robots may not be working as intended. All right, so we have got the Preston cam in the field with the UCSD robots. So they have these really nice yellow accents. I'm a big fan of them. We're getting a close-up shot of their hero here.
Yeah, some of those older white batteries actually on their robot. Some interesting hardware used by UCSD. Yeah, there's yellow bumpers there. A bit of a creative color accent there.
Oh, so one thing we can see is it is missing a wheel.
Is it missing wheel or is it intentional smaller wheel? Are they intentionally using a smaller wheel or is it actually missing? I thought I saw some rollers on there.
Given one of their members is currently holding it up, I'm gonna guess a missing
Yeah,
wheel.
maybe context clues might help there. Yeah, the team member holding a wheel might
Indicate it.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Preston, for showing us that close up.
I don't know, Amelia. I'm just a software person. I don't know what these newfangled wheels are.
All right, and it looks like we do have a technical timeout called. That does make some sense. You do generally want a wheel for a match. As I said, UW has previously used some electrical tape to reattach wheels, so we'll see how UCSD deals with this de-wheeling.
De-wheeling indeed.
All right, so these technical timeouts are a really interesting time where you can see this engineering happening live, extremely speedy, and probably pretty expedited in terms of like the thought process. So usually the design of these robots and everything around that is taking a considerable amount of time and careful consideration. However, when you only have a minute or two to figure out how to reattach a wheel, depending on what's broken in it, you have to be creative.
Yeah, absolutely. More tools now being removed from the toolbox. Oh, our screen is going, and oh, now it's back. As they continue to work away on the wheel. That's really cool.
All right, well, so hopefully UCSD will have that hero functioning for the secondary round. It looks like we have RHIT also has some members on the field. They seem to be looking at their sentry, hopefully getting some fixes in.
Now we're now back to our regular setup period. 2 minutes left on the clock. You can see there on the bottom center of your screen. Looks like UCSD still trying to get that wheel reattached.
A big shout out to those two pit crew members there, doing their very best with that wheel. They've got those tools and they're trying their best. And a lot of teams will carry, I think what people would generally refer to as go bags, which has like a kind of, I guess you'd call it like emergency kit. A robot emergency kit for extra special occasions, essentially. Because you don't want your members having to run all the way back to the pits to grab those things that you need when you have no time. So having some extra tools right by the field when something like this happens is generally recommended, or at least I would recommend a good idea for these teams.
Channel points going to various individuals of the community there from that last match. Just under a minute now left in the setup. UCSD still working away on that wheel. You see also a laptop there on the backside next to the UCSD infantry.
All right, so we might have some live programming happening here. It's always exciting when the laptop makes it onto the field.
Yeah.
Gotta love the one-handed coding.
The one-handed, one-need. The safety glasses not on the...
Safety glasses should be on in the field. However, there is a lot of stress happening right now. They have 20 seconds left. And it looks like that wheel is not on currently. I thought it was on a little earlier, but it's looking quite horizontal currently.
10 seconds left on the clock. Referees
okay, 5,
asking for
4,
folks to leave the
3,
field.
2, 1. Oh, members did not make it off in time.
This will be interesting. I see some wobbling already from my perspective. We shall have to see what happens. Technical timeout now called. Referees running. I hear a flood of projectiles.
It looks like UCSD's sentry just Went a little wild there for a second.
This will be a match. Round 2, Rose Holman versus UCSD.
All right, well, we have RHIT confidently coming around the corner already. UCSD looks a little bit wobbly,
I wonder
which
why.
you might expect when you only have 3 of your 4 wheels. But they are moving.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing that standard moving at all, so
That
I'm
is
wondering what's
interesting.
going on
Yeah,
there.
that last minute laptop action, unideal.
It scared me a little bit, I've got to admit, and it doesn't seem to have necessarily worked out.
Yeah, Rose Holman immediately at that central capture point, that blue sentry joining the blue standard. There in the middle, blue hero Rook looking to join as well. They actually decide to bump it deeper into that central capture point, making sure it doesn't make its way out of that zone. As we look at the red robots, sadly not doing much.
But that hero's really trying. It's inching across the field.
The top part moves.
It's trying its best, is what I'll say. The blue team, however, has got those center points. They're getting all 3 of their robots into that area, or at least aiming to go there. Maybe taking this opportunity to figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, they're really testing the limits of this capture point. Blue hero exiting out the right side of that central buff point now as they hit 70 points of victory. Sentry just on the edge of that corner, and blue infantry also near the very bottom of that capture point. Now both piloted robots making their way out of that area. Looks like blue hero landed a shot on something. Can't quite tell from this angle as they make their way around. Looks like now infantry landing some shots on the red hero. Double kill.
All right,
That red hero knocked out.
One thing that's interesting about the RHIT hero, it is very tall.
Yeah, we saw from that perspective earlier.
Yeah, so it was able to go over to that little half wall there, and it saw right over, no problem, was able to shoot from there. So it's really interesting to see how these teams design these robots, because when I've seen the hero going around, it does look a bit wobbly. So they've definitely got some trade-offs going between height and maybe wobbliness, but it looks like they're taking advantage of that height.
I was in inspection the other day, and they brought the hero through. And one, we took a funny picture with the Roadmaster hat on the hero. That's a very tall boy.
We're getting that hero
You
view
see
there.
that very tall view, but they did land those shots right over that raised platform and right onto the armor place. Now they have their eyes set on that infantry or that sentry, but it's completely irrelevant. The blue team does earn all 200 victory points necessary to secure the win in round 2.
Yeah. So after that technical timeout and seeing how those robots are working, that is really unfortunate for UCSD. They did try their best in that technical timeout to get those robots working.
Look at those lines. Those lines moved as they tilted down. It's calculating the right HUD size for the robot. That's a
Interesting.
neat view.
Yeah, we'll have to get one of the RHIT members to come talk to us about that at some
Yeah,
point.
but anyways, here's our stats now. 200 victory points for Rose versus 0 victory points to UCSD. And all those lines, all those stat bars, they're all blue. 560 points of damage, 3 kills, all the projectiles fired by by RHIT. No projectiles or really much of anything in that second round, unfortunately, from UCSD.
All right, so right now we just have our volunteers getting the field cleaned up. UCSD and RHIT are defielding their robots, taking all the spare bits with them. And then up next, we will have our UW versus Ultraviolet, which is the MacU team.
Absolutely, yeah. We got that match coming up in a moment, hopefully.
Yeah.
I think, are we perhaps ready this time for the stats? Question mark? Mayhaps? Maybe? No?
All right, but we do
Okay.
have a lot of UW members filling in our stands currently, waiting for their team to come out. Does anyone have any questions we can kind of answer before this super exciting match gets underway?
Yeah, so we had a few questions earlier, I think. We were talking about the rage domain. Can we add a feature that the robots feel pain? We'll put
I
that
mean,
on the drawing
okay,
board.
so like, I'll talk a little bit about that anyways, even though I think that was meant as a joke comment. The robots do actually have a health bar, so when they're getting hit,
True.
their health is going down. So I guess, in a way, they are feeling some pain, although I'm guessing probably not in the human way that you were maybe alluding
Yeah.
to.
When do we get a driver cam? Good question for production. Maybe later in the week we could get a driver cam, perhaps. I do maybe see the stats screen now, so maybe if we have some time, maybe we can take a look at some of the standings here in the group. So yeah, we're back here at Group A. We got UCSD. Now we just saw them in a lose, I believe. No standings, no points in the standings from that last match against RHIT, and RHIT have another W in the win column for their team. But those teams up in the top rankings for Group A. Group B, CU, 2 dubs in a row.
So CU is looking pretty dominant so far, although we haven't seen Virginia Tech's Robo-Grinder at all yet. And they are known as one of our other long-standing teams who always is able to show up with some really impressive robots.
Absolutely. They've been on a bit of an improvement arc ever since, over the last couple of years. You know, we've had that 2021 match where both UW and VT were, not the best. Not they were fine. Not great. But then over the years, we've seen some ups and downs from VT, but I think they've been on an upswing recently, so we'll have to see when they make the field what happens there.
I was very impressed by their practice match happening yesterday, so I'm excited to see their upcoming matches. I think most of which are going to be tomorrow.
Yeah. Group C, we got SFU, Essential Robotics, 2 Ws for a total of 6 points in the rankings. Just behind them is Robo Rambler. 1 win, 1 loss. They've got 3 points, but they are tied with UMN North Star, also with 3 points. We'll have to see how those rankings shift as they make their way through the group stage.
All right, we also still haven't seen NUS in that last group, which is another one of our heavy hitter teams. So we're excited to see how they do in their upcoming matches.
Yeah, another one of those very reputable teams. And Group D, we got Montreal Polystar up with 2 wins for a total of 6 ranking points. And Tamu just behind them, Texas A&M with 3 ranking points. 1 win so far. We expect to see them not today, I guess.
Yeah, so we do have a lot of our matches for this group round coming up tomorrow. So although some of the scores, they may look a little sad for some of the teams, a lot of the times this is because a lot of their matches that they're playing are tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see how much these rankings get swapped up in the next couple hours / tomorrow morning.
Yeah, interestingly, I do see some different stats on our internal sources, but we'll see how it is in a bit. And see, any more questions in the chat, Amelia?
So GoDogs25 asked, I assume teams get to grow great engineering, software, electrical, and mechanical skills, but are there any other areas that teams build skills and experience for members?
Yeah, I mean, I think you might have a certain perspective on this, I feel like.
Yeah, so I guess a little bit of my history I can go into is I actually technically am not an engineer at all. Well, okay, too complicated to get into. Anyways, I started out on the team. I did a lot of admin work at RHIT, which means that I was working on our social media. I did a lot of our business sponsorships. I also spent some time working on our controls team in my first year. But after that, I swapped into leadership. I was eventually the vice president for 2 years and president after that. So for me, I spent a lot of time working on the business side and a lot of the admin side and leadership parts of this team. And it was such a honestly amazing experience for myself, and I love getting to talk to our team members about how the team itself really helps them improve for the future, at least in the context of RHIT. I'm sure this happens on our other teams, but just speaking from my personal experience, working in our teams is a really, really great way to get that experience before going into industry. It gives you that time to really be dedicated on working on a project towards a goal with a group of other engineers who are trying to achieve just as much as you are. So really, there's a lot of things that you get from these teams that are not things that you would get from classes per se. I definitely like to think it's one of my most valuable undergraduate experiences. But yeah, no, I don't. So even though our engineers themselves, they do earn or obviously expand their actual technical skills. But I love getting to see how much these engineers grow so much throughout their time on the teams. Seeing people go from their freshman year to their senior year, their interpersonal skills, their leadership, everything like that, honestly, they are able to expand so much as a person. So actually, the people who were freshmen back when I was a senior on the team, that this is actually their senior year. So it's such a cool thing to get to see all the kids who, when I was a senior, were just starting on the team learning. Now they're in the position that I was. They are leading the team. They're being those mentors for the younger members. And just seeing how much they have been able to grow in those 4 years has been really, really amazing. I'm so proud of them.
Agreed. Yeah, we've got a few of them just in front of us. Also, I mean, just in my mind, like I remember when Tim was a freshman on our team, and now he's the president of the team and so much more.
Yeah, so the Tim that Austin is mentioning is now the captain of RHIT, but he was a freshman on our mechanical team back when we were both on the team. But honestly, one of the other cool things I get to see is how people are able to expand their skills as well. Like, a lot of members on teams are doing one major or have one thing in their mind, but so often on these teams, people are picking up skills across the board just out of interest. Like, there's a lot of people on the RHIT team throughout the years who have been, say, an electrical engineer who's then learned how to design and build these robots and is fully able to go down the mechanical route from their experience on the team, or the opposite way. We've had a lot of mechanical members who've decided to learn how to program their robots at quite an advanced level. So it's really cool getting to see how people are able to explore things that they wouldn't have necessarily gotten the chance to work on outside of the club, and definitely update their skills and what they're able to do in exciting ways. Yeah,
absolutely. It's one of the reasons I love robotics stories, like High School Robotics First, VEX, other programs exist. Here at college, we got RoboMaster. There are excellent ways for engineers who are super interested about competitive robotics, like especially RoboMaster games. All these different activities, they're a way for you to apply what you've learned in the classroom, to apply the skills that you've developed to, actually see it like in real life.
I know
The game in real life. You can code a thing, you can build a thing, and it does stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, you see the alumni of the RoboMaster competition going on to do such amazing things. I think some of it is just because they're able to have had this experience and be able to really follow through on projects that they maybe wouldn't have in class experiences. At least in my experience, when you're in a class, like a college class or something, you might have a final project that there's a grade for. You spend a bunch of time working on it, you try and make the best, but then you turn it in, that's the final thing. You're probably not going to look at it. There's maybe, you'd get a grade back on it, something like that. The difference with a competition like RoboMaster is you're doing that project, you get to the end, you finish it, so say you have your working robot now, but your robot may not work. You have to iterate on that. You have spent all this time and energy on it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's ready to go. So there's a lot of different things that you have to learn in order to be able to improve from just having that initial experience of the technical skills required. Like, it takes you to really having those skills to think outside the box, figure out what's wrong, like go back to the board, evaluate where you can improve your work, where maybe your work could be better, changes you could make, and then really innovate quickly. Like, you can't be too precious about your designs in something like this because things move fast.
Absolutely. Like we said earlier, like, oh yeah, they have a year to work on the robots. That year goes by quick. We get the rules in around October, and by the time it's like April or May or June, it's time to ship out the robots. There's just so much to do, and you're not just building one robot. Like in other programs or like in younger competitions, high school, middle school, maybe you're building one robot for the whole team of people. Here we're building 1, 3, 5, 7. There's so many different robots and so many varied types of robots to build here at RoboMaster.
And then there's so many other factors that teams are dealing with as well. So every year, new members have to come on. New members need training. New members, I know in some teams, they have to apply to the team. So there's application periods that are happening, onboarding, things like that. Then there's also just like team building. Like you have to have times when you are coming together as a team, having some positive experiences, really trying to bond essentially. And then also just the fact that teams require money to work. I know that's a revolutionary fact. However, robots are not free. They are quite expensive, and depending on the university, many universities aren't able to give enough funding to these teams for given how expensive these robots are. These robots cost quite a lot of money to make, which one of the biggest questions I get when asked about this is it battle bots? No. There's reasons these robots, we try not to destroy them. They are too expensive for these teams to be constantly replacing. However, to get the money to build this, a lot of teams will go down the route of trying to get sponsors. So a lot of teams actually have business sections as well, or administration teams that will spend their time really trying to help the business side of this team succeed so that the engineers are able to do all that they can in terms of getting robots on the field. So you'll see actually on some of the robots out here that they will have sponsor stickers on them. So the teams are sponsored by certain companies, or if you see the jerseys that the pit crews and teams are wearing, and these companies are supporting the teams either sometimes through monetary donations, or I know at least on some teams they've also had sponsors who've been able to provide services or materials that the teams need. So it's really interesting to see all of the various things that go into the background of getting these teams up and running. All right.
Yeah, so,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, business is definitely a huge aspect of RoboMaster competition, and even be able to host RoboMaster here as well. We got a bunch of great sponsors. Even of the event itself, it takes a lot of effort to host the event. We got support from Manifold Tech, from Helion, from ASML, from BrainCorp. Also, Red Bull did buy a bunch of drinks for the engineers here. A bunch of the team members here are now drinking Red Bulls. We'd be happy to talk to them in a bit. Maybe they could get a little bit more support, please. A little bit more. Please, sir, have some more. But yeah, some awesome support here from all of our lovely supporters.
All right, and then as we're waiting for this next match to start, per usual, we would love any questions you may have about RoboMaster. Maybe you can explain the game a bit more, or think about how the robots are coming together. Anything that's really intriguing to you guys.
Okay, so we keep saying, oh yeah, UNO's coming a little bit, UNO's coming up a little bit. So we said UNO comes up a little bit, but then they turned out they swapped out with UCSD. Then we said UNO was coming next. Breaking news, they have swapped again, where Roboto versus VT will be playing next up.
Yeah, so we will have Roboto, which is our Italian team, and Virginia Tech coming up next. They will be playing their match. But yes, we do have a little bit of a break in between, so if there's anything you're interested in talking about on stream, we might be getting a sneaky little interview with someone. Sneak preview, we'll find out soon. All right, so I think in the matches that we've seen today, it's been a really interesting experience looking at how these teams are adapting on the fly. This is the first day of competition, so a lot of the teams have not fully had the experience with having everything come together, which means their drivers both communicating, pit crew getting these robots on the field. Basically, there's just so many moving parts that this first day of competition can really be a challenge.
Yeah, I just want to say what Amelia said. I want to emphasize again, this is day one. We still have plenty more days of competition left to go. So plenty more time for the robots to improve, to get better. They're taking these robots all the way back to their pits to keep working on them. Plenty of time for them to keep going, as we got an awesome, exciting competition coming up in just a few weeks. Or a few weeks? No, this week. Today. Just a few days.
Yeah. No, sorry. It's been a long couple days already. All right, we actually have a team member coming in for a bit of an interview before this match. Very exciting. Austin will be swapping out for a second.
Oh.
All right. Welcome on. So, would you like to introduce yourself for the stream?
Hi, I'm Sid, member of VT Roper Grinder. We're from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, what's your role on the team?
I initially joined as an electrical member, designing some of the chips we use for our supercapacitor, other components on the robot, and I eventually switched to mechanical design, CAD.
Cool. So did you have experience in either of those going in, or was it kind of RoboMaster that caused you to want to switch?
I wanted experience in kind of chip design, and I had experience in CAD, so
Yeah.
kind of moved back into the area where I had experience. Yeah.
Very cool. So what did you actually work on this year? Like, what can you say is something that you helped out with on the team, like the robots that we'll see on the field?
Lots of individual part fixes, mostly talking process things, and a lot of existing robots that we try to keep our robots consistent from year to year. We have existing, we make investments in robots that we've had for multiple years. I think one of the infantry robots we're running has been adapted for going on 3-4 years now.
That's really cool to hear. So is it actually the same robot that you guys are using that you're changing parts out on, or is it the same design that you're reusing every year?
Generally the robot stays the same. It is a CAD that we adapt and we move forward with. A lot of the parts get swapped out from year to year, things get beat up. This is my first year on the team, so I only have seen 1 year of development. Howard, I can see your, okay.
All right. And then also, if the audience has any questions for an active member, totally feel free to ask. We can get some answers. But are you helping out with pit crew or piloting this year?
Doing neither of those things. Mainly helping out with strategy, seeing what we can do in a match, and just enjoying competition, enjoying being around other teams.
All right. Can you tell us any potential secrets about how VT is going to handle some of these upcoming matches?
I don't know about that. I can see one guy who would be a little bit upset. He's yelling at me right now.
I can see him too. Okay, we'll move on. You're okay. But yeah, no. So, what were some of the main changes that VT made this year going into the competition?
So we have one hero robot that we've made a lot of updates to, just fixes to improve reliability. We're hoping it'll just work consistently on the field. Consistency is our #1 thing.
Yeah, that's great. I definitely talk a lot about how consistency is one of the main parts of the RoboMaster competition. What were some of those changes that you made in order for it to be more consistent?
We were having a jamming feed on our central feed hero.
So does that mean like the projectiles are getting stuck, or like what does it mean when it jams?
Stuck. There's a delay issue on the way up. We had a part that kept breaking. Lots of individual issues that combined to create a larger reliability problem. And it was one of the things stopping that specific robot from being consistent for us on the field. And #1 thing we look for is consistency.
All right, so how did your team actually go about making the changes to make that better?
We explored a couple of different solutions, and then our design lead, who's incredible, settled on reducing the total size of the hopper, decreasing the access points, so just limiting the range of failures, and then simplifying the uptake part significantly so that it no longer had the main failure mode it was experiencing. And then there were also some changes on the software side. We realized some things were creating the problem. Maybe the mechanical changes weren't necessary, but I think probably is a combination of both, just improving in all fronts.
So how did your mechanical and software teams work together to kind of come to the solution then?
A lot of discussion, keeping it very organic, and it's just a process. You talk about it whenever you have free time. We meet weekly in the lab for each sub-team. We'll meet generally about 3 to 4 hours. More dedicated members will put in more time. A lot of talking in that time. You can get a lot of your own work done in your own time outside of meeting hours, but when you're at meetings, a lot of communication. And yeah.
All right, yeah. And you said this was your first year on the team, so what has been your favorite part about the competition so far?
We've been going to Purdue for scrimmages, the Midwestern Conference, and just going out, meeting the Purdue team. Earlier when Purdue had their win, Drew earlier, incredibly clutch match. Had a lot of fun cheering for them. Know a lot of members on that team. Those type bonds we make at competition are great.
Yeah, that's really great. And then also, what's your favorite thing about being on a RoboMaster team in general, like being on RoboGrinder?
I think if you've been on robotics teams previously, a lot of people experience FTC, FRC, VEX. You probably know an element of competition that's very you're completing a task, you're competing in that orientation. Shifting that mindset, shifting it to a very direct competition kind of environment, it maintains a lot of the similarities you have in those competitions, the things that you probably enjoy from those competitions, but especially keeping the same robots from year to year. That's probably the thing I've enjoyed most about changing formats.
Yeah, that's great. Do you think there's anything specific about like RoboMaster that has helped in your general experience past kind of what you're doing with classes or things like that?
I do think it exposes you to a lot of industry tools that maybe I know a lot of FRC and FTC teams are using Onshape now. I use SolidWorks for my current job, so. Perfect.
All right, and then I also saw that you got a question about what your favorite VT dining hall is.
Not Dietrich.
All right, sounds good. Well, so we're about to get going on these matches again, so I am unfortunately going to have to wrap this up, but thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate our team members coming in to talk, and Austin will be back momentarily. Thank you very much. All right, and Austin is back. Okay, and we have our next set of robots being fielded currently.
Awesome. Yeah, we got Virginia Tech versus POLITO, or that is the abbreviation for Politecnico di Torino, or the Italian team, Roboto. They are in, I believe, group... I have a list for this. Why am I doing this? I have a list for this. B. They're in Group B with Roboto. They're in the red side. BT over there on the blue.
Yeah, so our favorite interviewee that we just had on, his team is now there in the blue side. We can see their pit crew. Oh, and my famous favorite spoon there to get the balls into the hopper.
Spoon cameo. Also, if I remember correctly, this is our first time seeing Virginia Tech so far in official 3v3 competition play in 2025. So we'll have to see what happens here in this match.
And I loved that great demonstration of the spoon. Also love that sneaky little ad for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I guess it's the boot screen of like, I think if I remember correctly, like the Jetson or something like, so to translate, the vision computer, the computer that does the vision processing that helps the robot see, it is manufactured by NVIDIA. It's called a Jetson. I believe it's just the boot screen where it flashes up a big NVIDIA logo, but you know.
Yes, yeah. Although it is something to see that they've brought the laptop onto the competition field before the match has started.
That is a little suspicious here on the VT side. Hopefully get things worked out the next minute or so.
Yeah, but like we were talking about in that interview, well, so maybe we didn't get to it in the interview, but Virginia Tech, their team has been around a really long time. They are one of the oldest teams alongside RHIT. They've been around since 2017 and been in the top 4 in the history of this tournament.
Yeah, some interesting, some sort of stats, I guess, from our production team. Shout out to them once again. Roboto was one of, if not the first team in the North America region with a balancing robot. So there used to be all these special bonuses. There's fewer bonuses now for these types of robots, but the idea is a robot that has 2 points of contact with the ground. They balance, instead of driving on 4 wheels, they balance only on 2. They're not fielding it this year. If I recall correctly, I feel like there were some issues, unfortunately, with logistics and shipping at the tail end of last year. But they fielded a new fleet of robots this year, and they had a fantastic, solid 1v1 match against Purdue earlier, over in the 1v1 area. They're usually always barely missing groups, 9 for 10 out of the 8 that usually advance to knockouts. They're hoping to make that bar this year. But first, you got to get for this match against VT. We know VT. The little introduction, they've been around since 2017. Have almost always traditionally been top 4. I think they've had a couple of years here and there, I think, where they maybe slipped a little bit. But here in the Void, we're going to count down to match start. All right, robots quickly making their way out of their starting zones.
So those VT robots were fast.
Yeah, that VT sentry immediately to the central buff point. Red sentry also there on the bumpy terrain. but that blue sentry is flanked by both piloted blue robots. All 6 robots fully functional, seemingly making their way around the field. Red Sarah free, trying to take defensive positioning behind one of the defensive covers. We'll have to see who gets first blood, who gets the first knockout here with these robots exchanging fire of 17mm projectiles. BT having possession of that central buff point. They are earning that 1 victory point a second, and BT with the first blood as they knock out the hero. I believe that was that blue standard free. We're currently in that perspective. Watching their robot, you can see the little HUD. The robot is spinning, see a little indicator for that. They have that every year. Red Sentry also knocked out. Not quite sure what that kill was attributed to, but now with 2 red robots down for the count, at least momentarily, that adds 40 victory points to the blue total. Virginia Tech already half of the way there, with just over a minute played in the match.
And here they are pushing back into the red zone there as well. It's interesting to see that they're fast to move into that central slot, and you might see that that movement was a lot faster than some of the other teams we've seen. This is due to super capacitors, which allow the robots to essentially store some extra energy so they can come out and use that when needed to go even faster when the referee system is limiting what type of power they're allowed to draw and things like that.
Yeah, like I mentioned, there's a lot of power limits here on Master to try to add some additional rules to the game. But with super capacitor, you can store additional energy, a little bit of extra speed boost like a Red Bull for our engineers to help get them faster cross field. And that was over quick. Blue does take the win. 200 victory points for that blue team.
So
Virginia
that was
Tech.
a really interesting match to see. All 6 robots were working. I wonder why the red team didn't decide to push a little more into the center.
Yeah, both robots were seemingly active throughout that match, but Blue just rushed straight into that central capture zone. And POLITO sort of hung out around by their own side, by their rough terrain.
It looks like we have the blue team heading on with laptops, so hopefully they're working on getting some fixes done there.
Yeah, that's going to be the red team on this side with the laptops on as well.
Apologies, yeah.
Most of the damage in that round done by that blue team, 10-10, 1,010 points of damage versus only 180 done by red. 4 robots killed there by Virginia Tech, and 520 17mm projectiles fired, only 100 or so done by POLITO. Not a bad performance by either. We've definitely seen worse, so we definitely have room to improve, however, with Virginia Tech. Maybe a return to form from them, and extremely powerful and aggressive opening play there in that first match.
So it looks like our Virginia Tech pit crew, there's only 2 of them on the field. However, they're currently looking at the hero.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get a view of that for the folks at home on the stream. If we can head over to the red camera so that we could look at the field and not the stats.
All right, so here we have that overarching field view. So we can see down in that blue corner, we have a couple of engineers with laptop out working on that sentry. We also have someone working on their hero down there. Then up in the red corner, we still have those few engineers doing some final checks by the look of it there. All their robots are back in the zone, so they're just kind of making sure they're ready to go by the looks of it.
Yeah. They have these 3 minutes of setup period. This is their time to get the robots reset, ready to go for the next round. These current group stage matches are best of, or not even really best of, they play 2 rounds, and the outcome of those matches add points to their total ranking score. Then once we get into our knockout tournament, it's going to be a bit more of a traditional best of 2, or double elimination, best of 3, best of 5, excuse me. So many numbers, it's a little time.
Yes, I did just see a comment that first to the central capture zone wins. While that has been true in some of the matches we've seen, isn't necessarily the win condition, but I think one of the reasons that we haven't seen that is a lot of the time our second team just hasn't been quite as aggressive. We've seen a lot of defensive playing from the teams who haven't got that first center capture.
Exactly, yeah. Like here in Road Master, we've got that capture mechanism. It's a little quirky, you know. It's not necessarily number of robots on the capture point. It's whoever gets there first holds on to the capture point until they leave. But, you know, these teams have choices. so far, we've really only seen teams that drive up to the capture point, then they say, oh, someone else is on there, and they just sort of back away. Like, where's the aggression? Where's the, have you heard of projectiles?
All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to go. We just had some referees on the field, but they're hopping off now, so I think we're gonna get this match started soon. Oh, I think they have called a technical timeout, so there might be something going on with the field.
Nope,
Never mind.
Round 2, POLITO versus Virginia Tech.
And that sentry is just speeding around the corner.
Yeah, sentry race there. Blue, Virginia Tech with
the
their
other
super
sentry's
caps.
going for it too.
Yeah, POLITO sentry stopping just short. Maybe they recognized that Virginia Tech had already made it to the central capture zone. Now both piloted robots quickly following, with 17mm projectiles being fired all across that center lane. Virginia Tech continues to rack up the victory points. They need to push those robots away out of that green zone if you want any chance to stop the momentum.
All right, and that POLITO sentry is unfortunately down. Oh, and their hero is now down too.
Double kill.
Yeah, double kill. Looks like that hero kill attributed to blue standard 3 there on that central buff point. Red sentry is revived once again, but it does start at low health and is very quickly taken out once again. That blue standard 3 now we're seeing a level up. It's already in the gold tier of levels.
All right, and something that's interesting about this is because they've put their autonomous sentry in that middle zone, both of their pilots are able to have that freedom to move around the field, get that reloaded ammo, and then go back and help defend the central zone. But if you don't have that moving sentry that can get to that middle zone, then one of your pilots is a little bit stuck holding that zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there are definitely a lot of possibilities that are opened up if you have multiple robots that are alien piloted and just leaving your sentry in that zone defend for itself. Especially if you see that aren't being very aggressive and just letting the robots sit there. And with those robots killing the red robots once again, those extra 20 points per kill does push VT over the edge to a 200 victory point total. There's our final stats from round 2 of POLITO versus Virginia Tech. 0 victory points unfortunately scored by POLITO, no kills and no time on that central capture point. And those bars not quite as blue as that Rose Holman versus UCSD match earlier, but still plenty of blue. Lots of points scored by them.
All right, well, that was a really exciting match. I'm hoping that POLITO in the next rounds can have a better chance at getting to that middle there, because they did look like they had a good chance of getting some like shots and hits done.
Yeah, like perhaps with a team that maybe doesn't have super caps in Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech, you know, they're established, they have all these different tools. Perhaps they would, like, maybe against certain teams, POLITO could win the rush to get to that central
Although
point.
we definitely didn't see that with this, because as we were saying, Virginia Tech is really one of those, I guess legacy is the right word, one of those legacy teams that has a lot of experience and has some of that engineering background that they're able to build on. Where if you're a newer team, you don't have as much of that built up amount of resources that you can kind of rely on as you're innovating.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe we'll see them, you know, iterate on their programs. We also saw that the Red Sentry would always stop short in that bumpy terrain area, in that rough terrain. Maybe it recognized that the Virginia Tech Sentry was already occupying that central buff zone. So central capture point now this year. So maybe they recognized that and were able to use programming to, you know, stop short and fire upon that sentry. Or maybe it just is programmed to stop short. Who knows?
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how their sentry acts, perhaps against a team who hasn't made it to that central zone.
Yeah, now those of you viewing at home, you can see the text is on the screen that claims what the next match will be. We've said this 3 times already, so I feel like I'm not going to read that out loud. But
fingers crossed, though. Yeah. Fingers crossed. All right, well, we've had both of the previous teams move their robots off the field, so I'm really hoping we see some robots coming in that are as predicted.
Yeah, if you want to see more of Roboto, I do see some of their members around Or actually, I think they're just watching the 1v1. Never mind. But still, 1v1 match. We got some excellent content going on. We got more battles to watch as we wait for this next match, which is allegedly that team.
Allegedly.
On the 1v1
some
stream.
point.
You can watch the 1v1 stream over at youtube.com over in the RoboMaster North America channel to see all the action going on over there. And for your viewing pleasure later on tonight, there should be a stream on the Rep channel, Robotics Esports Productions, to catch up on even more of the RoboMaster North America action.
All right, so we're now in kind of that lull period. So again, we have some time if anyone has any questions after that match, or just has some things that they want us to talk about more. Lots of random things that I could definitely rant about for a little while, so.
For those of you in the venue, we do have some merch for sale at some awesome t-shirts. I wonder if we could get one, perhaps, maybe.
We do have one.
Show. Ooh, we do have one.
Here we go. Let me.
Some awesome t-shirts. Oh, and
sticker
other
confetti.
merch.
All right, so.
Oh,
never mind.
Well,
Here, let me. Will it work?
it's redacted for the folks at home. Sorry.
So we have a nice RoboMaster shirt.
Yeah, RoboMaster San Diego.
The outline of UCSD's robot on it.
Yep.
We've got our green
That's
screen
awesome.
off, so I can display it now.
Look
Will
at
you
that t-shirt. It's so awesome. This could be yours. It's got the name of the teams. All the teams are competing on the back of the shirt.
All right, and here is the back with all of the various teams. It's a really nice shirt. I highly recommend. We've also got some stickers on sale.
Yep. Some of our operations staff have designed
grab a few.
some fun stickers.
So
Maybe
try
some
my
in jokes.
Best at a beauty YouTuber here. There we go.
I'm flush with stickers. We've got the cool RoboMaster carrot. We got some joke about. Oh, okay. We got CV blaming Mech, blaming Controls team.
All right. But yeah, so totally recommend going and grabbing some of that merch.
Stuffing a reboot can't fix. We got some stickers you can get here at the venue if you make your way down to the Price Center at the West and East ballrooms. Come see the robots for yourselves.
All right, there we go. Green screen back. You can now no longer see our.
What you can see
background.
is the text that just changed at the bottom of our screen. Guess what team isn't playing?
All right, so we have another schedule change. Next up, we will have the University of Colorado at Boulder versus Purdue University.
All right, yeah. Let's see. So from my stats page, looks like we're back in Group B. Now, CU and Purdue, they're currently the top slots here in Group B. CU currently at the top. They have 2 wins under their belt, total of 6 ranking points. Purdue does have a couple of ties. One series that have gone 1-1. That's giving them 2 ranking points in total, but still enough to put them in second in the group for now. We'll have to see if CU is able to maintain their current win streak, or if Purdue, with their fleet of robots, we will be able to take a win off them.
All right, we can see those volunteers getting all the balls scraped up there. A wonderful technique going on.
Wonderful technique, wonderful.
Great,
and a wonderful volunteer as well up there in the blue corner. I don't know.
Apologies. I thought you guys could see that on the stream. You guys can't. But yes, they're getting the field cleaned. It's all the balls are getting taken off of it in preparation for these upcoming teams. So CU Boulder, they hosted our competition last year. Actually,
yeah.
We were in Boulder, Colorado. And then this year, as we've mentioned, and as you can see on our nice, lovely background, we are in San Diego. CU has been one of the teams that's been around for quite a while as well. I believe this is their 4th year, I want to say.
Might be 5th. I think they
Might
were
be
around for the
5th.
first one.
Yeah, but they've been a team that's had a lot of innovations every year. Like, they have always come to competition with some really cool robots that everyone is really excited to see.
Yeah, I think while we're waiting, did you answer a good Dogs 25 question?
I have not. Here, I will read it out, and why don't you answer it?
Ooh.
The robots all have a similar look. Is this RM, which is RoboMaster Regulations, or Digital Revolution?
So I would actually argue with the premise, first of all. Like, maybe some of the robots we've seen, like some of the angles we've gotten, they all look pretty similar. But I would actually assert that, like Amelia, you called that, I think, the anglerfish century earlier?
Yeah, we had the anglerfish century.
Yeah, or with a very tall Rose Helmet hero. Like, teams definitely have the ability to design some unique designs for whatever benefits that they may be able to obtain from those robots. Like, for example, the very tall Rose Holman hero is able to see over that wall, over that gap, and fire upon robots from all the way across the field. So it's not necessarily they're all the same. There are robots that may appear kind of similar. I think teams are able to gather inspiration from several places, and some of them may be similar places.
Yes, and it also, to be fair, if you see a team who has a very good design winning, you're more likely to see more teams with similar designs in the years to come. Definitely, as innovations are made, a lot of teams will pick up on said innovations.
Yeah, like I think one thing I feel like I remember growing up watching RoboMaster in high school on the RoboMaster China streams. I remember saying like, oh, everything's Mechanim. Like the casters, the commentators would be like, oh, this is a Mechanim wheel. All of them have Mechanim wheels. There are wheels that could go side to side. But then as things evolve, we started to have more swerve robots. Started to have more robots with the Omni wheels like in an X orientation. Which I think I remember specifically. I don't know if it was my last year on UW or if it was the year after that. But UW had experimented with robots with replacing the Mechanim wheels with that X configuration of Omni wheels.
Omni drive.
Yeah, the Omni drive. We'd experimented with that, and I think actually fielded one of the robots that way. And lo and behold, a couple years later,
stuck around for.
Well, for a year of UW with that iteration,
Yeah.
and I think they picked it up again this year. Well, maybe, I don't know. We haven't seen the robots yet.
Yep.
But I've also seen a bunch of other teams now with that same design, and I have to wonder where the inspiration came from.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I think the other thing that can make them look similar is those ref system components. A lot of the ref system components are quite visible from the outside, and those are all standard issues. So there are definitely a good chunk of bits on there that will be the same appearance no matter which team you're looking at.
Absolutely, yeah. And I will also say that RoboMaster, the big rulebook we keep talking about, does have some aesthetic requirements. So there's not necessarily anything prescribed like, oh, your robot must look like the thing from Tron or something. It must look like a Transformer. But like the robots do have some level of polish required. They can't just have random bits of foam and cardboard and netting everywhere. You can't have loose wires all jutting out everywhere. There are some requirements. Just there's overall polish. Also, you can't have certain colors.
Yes, because we have that red and blue team, there's very strict rules on what colors you're allowed to have on your robots, because they don't want anything that can mess up either like vision things around it or just visually making it hard to distinguish which team you're on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there's loose requirements in terms of aesthetic that just make things look nice. But the actual design and the actual aesthetic overall, that's sort of up to the team. Like I think Amelia, you sort of set the standard in UW early on with a certain aesthetic with our covers.
So I also did art in undergrad. So I spent a good amount of time painting the outsides of our robots back when I was on the team. So one year we had a fully white standard, which I feel like you don't see that much anymore. But I also know that white standards are quite hard to keep clean and keep white. However, we did also use a lot of gold accents because UW, if you did not know, their colors are purple and gold. Purple, not a color we're allowed to use because red and blue.
Oh, actually, breaking news. You might have seen on Console Union University, Oedo Samurai, purple is allowed now.
Oh, wow, I feel cheated. I didn't get to use purple. It's fine. Anyways, but we had gold accents and we do stripes and things like that. So there definitely are a lot of creative things you can do to make your robot look different. However, a lot of engineers will usually stick to the more clean look in the end, / the look of the robot is something that sometimes, most of the time, comes secondary when you're trying to get it
I feel like we need to set a challenge. Like the loud people with the microphones need to set a challenge for the teams next year. Like we want some unique robots. It's like we want them looking quirky.
Bring back the robot art, please. I'm a big fan.
Absolutely. I do see some teams loading up by the side of the field here, at least on the red side where we are.
So it looks like we'll be getting this next match.
Yeah, I do
see
shortly. Not one, but two laptops on this side. We were saying earlier how we didn't like the look of whatever team it was that was trying to load code during that setup period earlier. Double the loading code. I'm not sure that's any helpful.
They aren't currently plugged in, though, so they could just be emergency laptops.
Well, they got to make their way over to the setup area anyway. The setup period hasn't started yet, so... Well, we shall see. And actually, shout out to Preston, the Preston cam.
We've got those, hopefully, emergency laptops there. We're looking at the University of Colorado at Boulder's robots here.
Yeah, you are not quite updated yet, but yes, this is, in fact, CU.
They are mostly black. You can actually see from this angle, thank you very much for the details, that they have been using a black matte tape over their covers there to give it a very smooth look.
And CU, if they're very round robots as opposed to usual boxy or other types of frames, they make these little circles that can spin very nicely. Beyblade. Not a lot of support around those hero armor plates. They're just out in the open for robots to hit.
The technique they use on that hero really intrigues me because they use that kind of outer ring to really push those plates out in comparison to the rest of the robot. But that does also make them quite exposed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly see any harm immediately to it, although there are, you know, they're physical objects. They have to have wires coming out of them. And if there's not much, if there's not much protection around those wires, I'd have to imagine a stray ball, maybe with enough force, if it knocks out that cable, you could have some issues with the ref system. The ref system does not like it when a module suddenly vanishes, like our screen that suddenly vanished on our table.
Well, so we're just looking at these teams preparing. You can see our field ref waving her foot around CU's robot there, blocking the way before the time is allowed. We're taking a nice view, look at that hero.
Yeah, I can see that hero, the round, not chassis, I guess it is a chassis, the frame, I suppose, of the robots.
One thing that I think is interesting is they have a more like rigid cover on their hopper there. It looks like they just kind of have an oval space that they're able to fill with ammo. I wonder how that kind of affects reloading if it needs to happen. Oh, and we're getting a nice view of the standard as well there. Ooh. That is a pretty small hole. I wonder how the spoon does aiming there.
Small holes and spoons.
All right, well, looks like we're just waiting for both the teams to be ready. Got quite a lot of laptops up and about.
Yeah, and I might remember from CU last year at the competition that they themselves hosted, Roadmaster Colorado 2024. They have generally seemed pretty solid in practice. We've seen some good stuff come from them. But, like, especially last year, there was this whole dramatic incident where this match fed into that match, fed into this ranking, which did ultimately push CU out of the slots, out of contention for the knockout tournament last year. It cost them the 8th seeded slot, the top 8 slot that seemed that they were locked in for. You know, the bridesmaid team and never the bride. Hopefully they can make it through to the knockout tournament this year.
Yeah, so CU has generally been one of our top teams. It's really interesting that they weren't in one of these seeded spots. So it's going to be interesting to look at how the matches go for them this year. Oh, and here's that anglerfish sentry we were talking about earlier. I would love to know the design choices behind the angler part.
Yep, we've started our 3-minute setup period. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock for this initial setup. We followed those Purdue robots into the field as they all get set up and ready to play in the setup square.
All right, right now we're looking at Purdue. So Purdue, if we were ranking far enough, would generally be considered one of our top 5 teams. They've consistently been at the top of our rankings there. They generally have very innovative robots. In the past, they've had a balancing robot that's done really well. However, they don't have it with them here this year, if I'm correct. But it is going to be interesting to see how they've maybe taken some of the innovation from that balancing robot and applied it to some of their others.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been talking to some folks before the competition. We've seen some of the pictures and other things released about the various robots, the various teams, and I think a lot of folks were expecting Purdue to have a solid performance, maybe even win it all this year. So we shall have to see how Purdue does in this match. The record so far, 2 ties in these series of 2 rounds each.
All right, so we are at about 1 minute and 30 for their setup period. You can see both teams kind of working on making sure everything is solid and ready to go before we start.
Yeah, just over a minute 10 left in our setup period. CU continuing to work. I can't quite tell from this angle if they're using those quote-unquote emergency laptops. Yeah, I do see hands on keyboard from our side.
So it looks like they're just finishing their checks. I'm not really sure if apologies, I lost my train of thought. Looks like Purdue is about ready to go. They're just getting that final movement. CU still gathered around some of their robots, possibly just getting some ammo filled in, but I don't know if there's any other issues going on. They're at about 30-ish seconds left. So once they're done, I'm sure the team members will head off the field and we'll go ahead and get these guys started.
Seconds left on the clock as several CU members make their way out of the setup area. Look on our front of the laptop now. They make their way out of the field as well. Referees out in the nick of time. 5 seconds left on our setup period clock as we enter our ref system initialization. Looks like now a timeout called. Not quite sure the reason. Perhaps some sort of referee issue. I do see one of the referees, one of the field referees, taking a peek at the field. And if that timeout now cleared, we're ready to start round number 1. Kicking off the match early, we've got robots slowly making their way out of the start zones, and immediately the red sentry of CU ejected by the referees. We'll have to see why that happened in a little bit. But a quick skirmish here at center as Red Standard Free takes cover behind that central bunker. Now they try to make their way downfield. Unfortunately, they bump into their own robot and get knocked out. And Purdue does get the first blood in the 20-point victory points for that robot knockout.
All right, and it's interesting to see because usually some of the matches we've seen CU in, they're usually quite fast to get their robots into that central area.
Yeah, looks like Red Free makes their way back towards that reload zone. They now reactivate their firing mechanisms, and they have 60 projectiles purchased for that infantry in addition to the 6 42mm projectiles fired or purchased for the hero. That hero does level up as it fires 2 now free of those projectiles.
All right, and we have those 2 CU robots facing up against the blue sentry, getting some hits in.
That blue sentry and also now blue infantry, both still in the zone for that green capture point. Meaning that they still do earn that 1 point per second. They're at 116 out of the 200 points.
All right, and that CU hero went down there on that bumpy ground. So Purdue is now pushing around that front center. They've got their hero out in front of the green area. Potentially they're ready to protect it.
Yeah, the whole family, all 3 Purdue robots out in front of that central buff point. Here comes the red standard. You see those staggered plates here from the perspective of that blue infantry. That makes it a little harder to land those shots on the plates. The CB isn't exactly ready to track those plays properly. CU does land a couple of kills, a double kill in fact, on a few rounds, a triple kill now as Red Standard Free takes out the Purdue sentry.
So we are seeing a bit of a race with the victory points, where in a lot of the matches we've seen only one team start scoring these points.
Another kill from CU as they take out the blue hero, but is this enough? Purdue still has possession of that central capture point. They're earning 1 point per second. Another double kill, 20 more points for CU, but they're only at 115 to Purdue's 175. But CU now with possession of the central capture point.
Up to 121, 143.
Triple kill now. Red Standard Free takes out the blue infantry. CU now loses possession of that capture point. The blue sentry
so
back in
close.
position. Red making a strong comeback. They take the
Double
lead.
kill.
189, 190. They're continuing to earn victory points. We thought this was over. We thought it was going to Purdue, but with 5 more points left, victory in this
Triple
match
kill.
with a triple kill goes to CU.
Oh my, that was such an amazing match. I think that is the first time we've ever seen the team that isn't originally in that center zone take the win. That was so exciting to see 2 teams really pushing around over that central zone.
An absolutely crazy match there. Yeah, like you mentioned, that's, I think, yeah, definitely one of the first times we've seen the team that didn't take first possession of that sentry zone or of that capture point.
And that's really interesting seeing that damage. They both were doing so much damage, and they were really both close to that 200 points in the end. But where we see that difference there, CU was able to take down 8 of Purdue's robots compared to the 2 that Purdue got of CU. When I say 8, I don't mean they actually had 8 robots. Obviously, there's only 3 out there. It means that when those robots respawned, they were able to take them out again.
Yeah, absolutely crazy there. We see a very close margin here in the victory points. Purdue held that point for so long. They got 2 robot kills, but then CU came back from behind. They got those triple kills. They got those double kills. With all those robots, 20 victory points per robot knockout, plus regaining possession. Once they knock out the robots on that center buff point, on that central capture point, they suddenly start taking possession of that point and start earning those victory points. Whew, what a round.
All right, I'm interested to see how fast this refresh goes for both teams, because as far as I'm aware, I didn't see much go wrong with the robots, so it might just be a pretty simple bring them back, make sure they're good to go, and continue. We do see the Purdue team looking at the robots there, but I'm not sure if they're actually performing any fixes or if they're just double checking right now. I believe that CU is just double checking that the robots are working as they should be.
We've got some CU fans in the Twitch chat, some SCO buffs going. The hero can't be stopped, except for when it can.
We've also got some CU fans out in the audience there. Shout out to them. All right, we've got the one need coding position going on. One of my faves.
Yeah. Now, we keep saying we don't like to see the laptop out in the zone. We don't like the last minute programming here. Looks like that laptop now out with just about 50 seconds left on the setup clock. Yeah, we got some thumbs up to see you folks. A certain CU member that we happen to know, they had their hands on their head for a brief moment. I don't.
We'll see.
It'll be good.
They're saying it's gonna go good. We'll see. Okay, both teams are exiting the field now. We're getting ready to go.
Referee's taking a final look at those robots in the red zone. Purdue also getting ready now for just about 10 seconds left on the setup clock before we make our way back to that referee system initialization loading screen. Oh, looks like, someone forgot the dustpan. Shout out to our field volunteers, making sure everything's all good to go for our round. Hopefully another banger of a round. Certified banger. Wait, this is
Ready to go. Okay, I'm really excited to see how the second round goes.
And it's just a few more seconds away as the referees call technical timeout.
Oh, back on track. Okay. Oh, we have a bit of a pause coming from the Purdue side.
Yeah.
CU seems to be taking the lead in terms of coming around the corner there.
I did hear some faraway cheers. Sounds like the Purdue team's happy as their robots quickly race to the buff point. From my eyes, it seemed like the robots quickly both raced into the central buff point. Looks like CU does ultimately take possession.
And we've got that sentry versus sentry there happening, which is really interesting to see.
Yeah. Okay, now a sentry battle in the central buff point.
First
And with
blood.
the red sentry
and the
taking out
CU
Purdue,
one.
that's 20 victory points to the CU side. Sentry on sentry violence. Now blue sentry does come back alive. Red sentry, a bit of a misplay as they make their way out of the central buff zone. Now Purdue earning 1 point per second, courtesy of that sentry.
All right. I wonder why CU's Sentry made that choice there.
Yeah, remember, it's fully autonomous, it's navigating on its own, but it does take out the blue sentry once again and gets back in the central buff zone. CU back. No, strike that. Purdue takes possession once again.
Double
Although
kill.
CU's hero there did just take out Purdue's hero.
Purdue at 25 victory points and with possession of the central buff
Triple
or central
kill.
capture point. Triple kill as the sentry takes the blue sentry out once again. CU takes back that possession zone.
Yes, this CU Sentry is very impressive. It is doing its job well.
It's also running into their hero, which is interesting, but hey, why not? Blue infantry, very low health. They escape with their lives back into the blue half of the field, being chased down by that red infantry. Red hero navigating around that bottom half of the field. Looks like they're making their way back to the heal zone as well. Red infantry does take out the blue sentry once again. CU does take possession, and they earn their 1 point per second.
All right. So it's interesting seeing how this match is going, especially when the last match was so close. I wonder what's going on in the Purdue driver's pit.
Red sentry chases down, I think it might have been the red infantry actually, but it was credited to the red sentry. They chase down that blue infantry, and they do earn themselves another 20 points, and with all of those points, a fast round as the red team, CU Robotics, does earn the 250 points and the win in that round.
All right, so that was a really, really exciting match. Honestly, that first round, best round I've seen at the competition so far. Given this is day one, but best one so far. All right, the CU fans are really excited after that one. That was a really great showing for them in terms of getting their robots working, getting them to do what they asked them to do.
1,675 points of damage done by the CU team in that round. That might be the biggest number I've seen on the screen yet. 10.42mm shot by their hero, 264 done by that standard. Production saying that might be the match of the day, and we want to give them some merch. Do we even have merch to give them? Okay, CU and Purdue, come on over. Production wants to give you some merch.
CU and Purdue, please come over and get your merch. All right, well, that was honestly thrilling.
Production will deal with that. That was an epic match. Was so close to that first round. See you back from behind. And then the buffs with their second round. That sentry, we've got some sentry pogs in chat. That was an amazing round. We'll see if we're able to get someone to talk to about that. So, absolutely amazing match there between CU and Purdue.
Yeah, so we're going to see if we can get one of the CU pilots to come over and talk to us about what was going down during that. That was so fun to watch. All right, so if you have any questions for them, leave them in the chat. We'll get to them as soon as we can, especially because you're going to be asking the team members themselves. It'll be very exciting. All right. Yes, we have got one of our pilots in. All right, welcome in. Okay, that was a very, very exciting match. Do you want to introduce yourself first quickly?
I am Sam. I'm the hero driver, and I'm also a mechanical and programmer.
Cool. How many years have you been on the team?
This is my third year on the team.
Perfect. Okay, can you tell us a bit about those two rounds from your perspective?
That was a lot of fun. We went into it thinking, okay, so in our first round, the sentry got ejected, or that was intentional on our part.
Do you want to tell us more about why that happened?
Sure, yeah. So actually, in the pits, we forgot to plug in our camera for our RealSense, and turns out our CV crashes when, or it doesn't run when we.
Lovely. Could you explain what a RealSense is quickly for anyone who hasn't
So that's the depth camera that we use for tracking robots autonomously.
All right, so basically you guys asked the referee to eject it just because it wasn't working as intended. Okay, cool. Okay, continue. How was the match?
Yeah, so after we saw that our sentry wasn't working, we knew we were going to be down, and it was up in the air whether or not Purdue sentry was going to work. We're not really sure, and then it was in the center, and we lost the first couple of fights, and then we had this one where the hero hit a lot of shots, so that's the robot I'm driving, and the auto aim really locked in, and I was able to kill that the Purdue standard, and then RHIT on the infantry was able to kill the sentry and the hero, I believe. So we were able
how
to
did
turn
you
the tide
guys
there.
rally from being at that point where it looked like a pretty decided match, at least from compared to some of the matches we've seen earlier today? How were you
Yeah.
guys able to like come back from that and really get going again?
So, I mean, we're confident in our robots. We believe that we're going to hit a lot of shots, and that is what ended up happening. So we just kept keeping our game strategy going, and then, yeah, the auto aim did its job. So
That's great to hear. Yeah. How about that second round?
the second round was good. The sentry was working, and so it was much less close, right? So our sentry is able to beam down the enemies, and it's got quite good accuracy. So we were very happy about that.
Yeah, no, it's great to hear. What is CU looking forward to in the days to come then?
I mean, we're obviously looking to win the tournament, and yeah, hopefully we can have some more great matches like that.
Yeah. All right, when is the next match we'll see you?
We are playing tomorrow at like 4, I believe, against Virginia Tech. So that should be a good match.
A good match, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. It was very interesting. Anything else that you want to share with our audience?
I can't think of anything right now, but
Yeah,
thanks
all
for
right.
having
Well,
me.
good luck with the rest of your matches. It was great having you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are now in our in-between period. We have now also got one of our Purdue pilots coming in. Welcome. Do you want to put on the headset there? Thank you very much. All right, and then can you introduce yourself for us, please?
Yeah, sure. My name is Thomas, and then I'm a. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, don't worry.
All right. I'm a rising senior at Purdue, studying computer engineering technology.
Very cool. Okay, so what do you do on the team?
So I'm currently the Purdue standard pilot, and then I'm in charge of piloting and also checking if our sentry is functional correctly, and then also just cooperate with my teammates just to get the best match efforts as possible.
Yeah, cool. So do you want to take us through that from your perspective?
Yeah, of course. So our team strategy is just we capture the middle points first, and then after we capture the middle points, then we can do like we will see how good the enemy team is, and we will do like attack or like defend based on like the enemy team's skill and ability.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So
All right, so at that beginning of the first match, you guys were doing, like you guys had quite a lead there, and then C was able to kind of push back against you. What was you and the other pilot's strategy to kind of hopefully turn that around?
I was just trying my best. Like they got best like robot auto aim, and then I think I got the best human auto aim. So I'm just trying to see whose auto aim is better.
Okay, so do you guys have any auto, or are you guys just manually aiming when you're shooting?
I'm just manually aiming.
That's
But
very impressive.
Our team did a lot of practice yesterday, thanks to Annie Neal for helping out and setting out all the fields for yesterday night.
That's really great to hear. Okay, so you guys have some other matches coming up. What is going to be your strategy going into those?
We just try our best. Currently, we're in a disadvantage state, so yeah, it's very hard to get into the next round, but we're just trying our best to see how our robots' performance and just enjoy the show.
All right, yeah, sounds good. Are you guys doing anything or any changes to your robots after this?
We want to tune our like sentry and hero to be better, because you can see like at the start of the match they're doing good, but later on like CU's auto aim advantage really comes in, and then they quickly takes all our robots away, and then it's very hard to change that. Yeah.
Very cool. Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us. It was great to have you. Good luck in your next few matches. We will have Austin coming back in a second, so thank
All
you very
right.
much. Yeah,
Thanks
it's
so
great
much.
having you. Great, I can grab those from you. Thank you very much. All right, so those were our two pilots coming in. All right, we also got some merch for our two drivers. I think one of them might have wandered away, but also
I think Sam got merch. Sam got merch.
perfect. Okay.
Awesome to hear from them, though.
Yes. Apologies, I forgot to give that to them while they were sitting here.
Well, they got a whole selection. There's a whole process there they got to work through. So production's got it. Or you can get a Red Bull.
Yep.
Just get Red Bull here.
All right, well, that was certainly an exciting match. Does anyone in the audience have any thoughts, questions, comments post that exciting match?
That was such a hype match. No thoughts. There are no thoughts here. That was just crazy. Now, Amelia, you might find this interesting. I was just over by the referee desk just now when we were having that interview. Rumor has it NYU finally have passed inspection.
Does that mean they're coming?
That might mean they're coming. I see NYU shirts over there.
Does that mean they're about to go on?
I see the wheel. I see the entrance to the field opening
All right.
up.
Well, we have been teasing this match for probably over an hour at this point. However, it is finally here. I hope. I hope I'm not
The
preemptively
text
saying that.
on the screen, it just appeared.
All right. So let's get ready for this next matchup, which is UW, our 4-time reigning champions, versus NYU. So, unfortunately, earlier in the day, NYU did have to forfeit one of their matches. They've made it through inspection, though, so they will be here and ready. UW, as I just said, has been around for a very long time. Me and Austin are both alumni, and our audience has quite a lot of members of UW in it. We also have a lot of fans in the audience just watching. It's great to have people here in person. If you are around the UCSD area, please come in, stop by, watch them in person. It is so much fun to get to see these robots functioning, firing, going at things. It's great.
So you may get a little sneak peek at some of these robots, the fabled robots from NYU. Now that they've made their inspection journey, making their way onto the field.
We got those robots coming on. So it looks like NYU will only be fielding 2 robots. They're Hero and Standard, so they will not have a Sentry. So we're getting that nice close-up Preston cam going on. I like the little cutout they have on their Hero that has NYU on it.
Yeah, I think we saw some of these robots a little earlier as well. I think Isaac commented on the sponsor there, FabWorks. That's a sponsor of the NYU team. You mentioned earlier some of the fundraising and business work that these teams have to undergo.
All right, so fun fact is, given RHIT are reigning champions, they have only lost a couple of games in the history of this competition.
Shar, of course, Shar, our producer, alumni of NYU, of course they had to point this out.
Yes.
It is a true fact.
NYU was one of the few teams who's managed to actually win against RHIT's matches. So
yeah, there was a 2021 match. They took a round off of UW. I feel like I remember watching the match review, which you could watch as well on YouTube. I feel like there was some issue where the Sentry, had a ref system issue, and that might be why. But
yes, but also when it turns back around, I do want to point out I love the googly eyes on the NYU Hero there.
Yeah, but
I love the extra personality.
Yeah, and NYU is great. They're always some great showings, some great robots, some great folks from there. Our stats team is noting that NYU did unfortunately have a rough run last year in 3v3. They have been in the top 5 every year since before 2024, but 2024 they did unfortunately have a bit of a rough run. They had a few difficulties last year, maybe even extending this year, where it took them a little while to get through inspection, but they made it. They're here.
All right, and hopefully they're able to get back into that top 5 this year.
Yeah, meanwhile, over on the other side, we got UW in the blue. I mean, I don't know. We're both biased UW alums, but I've got the text here on the screen from the NYU alum.
So, okay, we will read the NYU alums text to provide some nice non-UW biased facts, hopefully.
They have recorded in almost every stat you could think of. Fastest base break, fastest match time, most amounts of games gone without losing a round. They have not lost a single recorded game since 2021. They are a 4-time defending champion and have been the champions of RMNA every year. They are consistent. Heavy is their crown.
And
Those-
again, NYU alum wrote that, not us AirUW alum. So you can't say that we were the ones being biased here.
No bias here. No bias.
All right. So we're now in the initialization section. We are about to get started.
After a technical timeout, the referee system just has to troll us one more time. You got the fans in the chat. They've got their posters. They're getting hyped. Any NYU fans in the house?
Yeah.
Heck yeah!
All right, and just a quick shout out for some of the AirUW signs. They are very creative. I'll give them that.
Yep, that's one word for them. Creative.
Yep. All right. So there is this technical timeout happening, which is delaying. This is due to a referee side thing, not one of the two teams.
Looks like our field crew making sure that the field's in tip-top condition. Shout out to our field crew, making sure everything is ready to roll. Hopefully our field doesn't roll. It's a field. It stays in place.
From the camera shots I'm getting, I'm wondering if our surrounding outside wall has buckled a bit, but I could just be severely wrong. I actually don't totally know the solution. Oh, no, I was just wrong. Please ignore what I just said.
Making me wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It's not a mistake. It's a happy little tree or something.
Yes. All right, we can take a little view. So one thing that's unique about the AirUW robots this year in comparison to the other robots we see in this competition is they have these little wings on them. So you'll see these 4 little flaps on their Century, or sorry, not their
I think
Century.
it's a standard, right? They have
Standard and their Hero. Words were hard there for a minute.
They
Apologies.
are hard. What if we just use numbers? The hero is always number 1. The infantry is always number 3.
Infantry was the word I was
Sentry
looking
is
for.
7
There we go.
for some reason.
Well, actually, we can say where that number came from. That is actually from the original 7v7, I believe the number is. At least 7 robots in the full competition that happens in China every year. So the numbers do come from that original competition, which is why we don't have 1, 2, 3. We have 1, 3, or 4, and Sentry.
Well, speaking of 2, that's the engineer.
oh,
New
very
this
exciting
year,
news.
the engineering challenge. The engineer challenge is a new competition, new type of robot that we have yet to see in the North America region. That's going to be happening after the 1v1 matches are all done and dusted. That'll be later on this week. Catch that as well as the 1v1 competition on the Roadmaster North America YouTube channel, youtube.com. Go search for Roadmaster North America. You can watch the 1v1. I don't think anything's going on around there right now, so don't go anywhere. We got a UW versus NYU match coming up in just a moment.
Yes, and we just had the referees evaluating the field currently. Hopefully they're able to figure out what's going on with it soon.
And also make sure to mark your calendars, clear your schedules. We got our robotics esports productions
All right,
stream,
do we
a rep stream
have any
later
of
today as well.
our NYU fans in the stream? Can you throw some support in chat?
Yeah, we've had our UW fans. You know, we love our UW folks. We're UW folks ourselves. They've been in the chat all day long talking. But anyone from NYU, any New York fans, anyone from the East Coast, it's the battle of East versus West. Northeast versus Northwest.
All right, how about any AirUW fans in the chat? I do know you guys exist out there. I was hoping to get some NYU people on our chat first, but
You know, NYU, y'all gotta advertise. Y'all gotta get your fans, get your friends, get your family at home to watch and like and subscribe and all that jazz.
all right, this technical timeout is honestly making me nervous.
It's one last troll. Sorry, actually surprised. No match. The field failed inspection.
Austin is just joking, I hope. We'll see.
Definitely not caster cursed. I swiped the keyboard on our screen and it wrote the word yup. That's not concerning at all.
All right, I wonder if we'll be able to get some information what that technical timeout is about. But right now, it looks like they're busy working on it, so I don't think we'll be able to tell you too much more right now.
They are checking Ferrari style.
Oh,
I hear the
and
beeps.
we're back.
We're back. UW versus NYU.
All right, and the RHIT cheering because that sentry is moving out and about.
The entire fleet, all free robots, making their way around the field.
You can
This
see
is
their
return
members
to form.
absolutely hyped off the field there.
Practice matches yesterday, the robot was a little sleepy, but not anymore. Sentry making their way towards the ramp. Here we're in the cockpit of Blue Standard 3 of the UW team. They're landing shots. They're up on the high ground.
You can see a warning that they're jammed currently. I wonder what's going on there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, that warning's cleared. And what is this? They've got bounding boxes on their HUD, identifying the plates of the opposing robots.
So
Did I
that
see
is
those
actually a very
through
cool,
the wall?
Yeah, visualization of how this computer vision and auto aim is working. So the drivers have these visuals to be able to kind of see what their auto aim is doing, and basically aim correctly.
Yes, yes, yes. Of course, we got the CV. They can line up those plates, detect those plates, but we're seeing the standard plates, those square outlines through the hero. Clearly, UW's hacking. They've all hacked on. They've all hacked on.
All right, well, I will say that unfortunately neither of the NYU robots have moved, so I'm wondering what's going on there. I wonder if the pilots are having some trouble on their, maybe the movement side of things, or with their.
We are in the cockpit of the UW hero. I do hear some 42mm projectiles being fired. Looks like they're, as their HUD clearly says, 1 ammo.
All right.
49.
So one of the interesting things we can see is UW is not actually having a robot sit in that center zone right now. They do have some of those victory points building up, but unfortunately since NYU's robots are not really moving right now, there is a time for UW to kind of have some practice time on the field. So perhaps their drivers are working on some strategies for later games.
Yeah, looks like the standards taking aim at their own sentry. Yeah, that's a choice there. Oh, here's protecting the hero, lining up, trying to get CV on something.
All right. Okay, so I think what they might have been doing was testing some of that movement of the sentry when taking enemy fire, where in this case, the enemy fire was their own. However, it's always good. Oh, I was getting that nod there.
Nod for the hero driver.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm obviously a very sad occurrence for NYU that their robots are not working, but it does give UW some of this field testing time.
I do wonder what the purpose of the enemy indicator is on the top right, especially since it's under their own health bars. Also, the wall hacks appear to be identifying someone's shorts. So that's interesting. They're very happy though.
UW is very happy about the movement of the sentry right now. It's doing what they wanted. I know that they've been working on figuring out getting this down to where they want it. All right, oh, we're seeing the sentry move over to the side there. I don't know if I've seen that so much with the other sentries, maybe CU sentry, but they've also got their hero now attempting some shots over the wall and over the ramp there.
Yeah, they're trying to line up. Looks like that shot was a little short. I do hear, yep, we did. That plate did register. That 42mm shot did connect, and they took another chunk of damage off their red 1 hero, excuse me. Now you do see these robots are taking very little damage. As Amelia mentioned earlier in the match, they are stuck in their reload zone for whatever reason. They cannot move.
But that does mean that their health is regenerating.
Absolutely, they will continuously heal, which really just means more free practice for UW.
Well, a minute left of free practice.
For UW.
All right, well, it's really fun to see that sentry spinning, doing its thing. Got the hero doing a little dance. This is very entertaining currently, as you can all tell.
Blue Standard bumping into the wall, making our field fail inspection.
I'm not entirely sure what this is in practice for.
In case of emergency, break glass, break the field.
Oh, we did see that they might have possibly been jammed earlier, so they might have been using the field as an unjammer.
Very
possibly.
possible, very possible. We are back in the cockpit of the blue hero. They make their way around the wall into red territory. Once again, we see that CV and other algorithms detecting various targets. Now the hero
They
on
are
that central standard.
now firing at themselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
5 seconds left on the clock. With 125 victory points in their pocket, UW will take round 1 of this match.
All right, so between this round and the next, I'm really hoping we can see NYU's robots moving. I really want to see them moving and shooting, both of which they have to do an inspection beforehand. So we know at some point these robots can do that.
Absolutely. So hopefully they can figure out what's going on and get back in the match for round 2. But first, this first round, 127 victory points to the UW side, 0 victory points, unfortunately, for NYU. No robots actually died. All of those shots, well, I guess we did say earlier that robots were continuously healing, so
Yes.
that might explain it.
Might explain it. It is a little interesting that UW didn't try to go in for the kill at least once, but I'm guessing that they were working more on field strategy and just using that time, because you can see they didn't actually get that full 200 victory points. They could have ended the match earlier if they'd had a robot sitting in the middle there. However, it seemed like they were almost avoiding that space.
This is a strategy we've seen in the past a few times from the UW team. But like we've mentioned a few times now, time on the field is definitely very different from time in your lab, from time doing scrimmages, from time practicing. The more time you can get on the field, the more practice you can get, the more familiar you can be with that specific field, with being in the pilot booth, talking to your co-pilot, make sure everything's going well. So,
especially in the true competition environment.
Absolutely.
Having that extra minute of practice time can really mean a lot. So even though it's unfortunate that NYU's robots weren't moving there, it really does, it makes sense that UW would want to take advantage of some extra time on the field to make sure that they can feel a little more comfortable in future rounds. Like, this is actually a thing that we see a lot of our more advanced teams doing, is especially against teams that potentially aren't going to be as much of a competitive match. They are able to give both teams more time on the field. So not necessarily taking a definitive victory, but instead giving both teams time to move around the field, get a little more comfortable, and have some practice.
Absolutely, yeah, we've been there a few times as UW alums ourselves. Looks like in this match, we do have a bit of a technical timeout called before the next round. And you see a lot of NYU, or actually no, it looks like UW.
We do have some NYU members
NYU's
out.
in the corner, yeah.
I guess the UW team might be taking advantage of a technical timeout. I'm not actually sure who called it though.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get more information from the production team to help figure out what exactly is going on there. UW taking the best use of their time to make sure that everything is all good to go. Hopefully NYU can figure out what's going on. And like we were saying earlier, the awesome of NYU could move around. I do know that in the inspection, they use remotes to move the robots around.
Yes, so I'm wondering if the issue there might be in that connection from when they have to switch from the remote to the keyboard to control it. So like we've been saying, they have to drive it like a video game. So there can be a lot of issues going from just having that testing remote to being able to drive it in that video game environment.
Absolutely, but you know, real Roadmaster heads, those who have watched Preston for years and years and years, you may remember him saying year after year, if you don't have time to implement keyboard and mouse controls, just use the remote. You got the remote in your pilot station. It's not the most intuitive thing ever, but you can go ahead and just use that joystick to drive around just like you would in inspection.
I mean, especially when I was on the team, I did a lot of, I guess you could call them like outside events where we're presenting robots to different groups of people or whatever, and we would always use the controls or remotes during that. So I had way more experience driving our robots with a remote than I did with a keyboard.
Absolutely. That's like the one key strat that Preston keeps calling out year after year. Like, use your joysticks. Your joysticks are there for a reason. And we do have confirmation from a production team. The NYU team did call that technical timeout as their team timeout. They do, like we have said, have a limited number of those timeouts as a team. So they have opted to use one in this instance to make sure the robots are as ready as they can be.
All right, but it does look like RHIT is taking advantage of the extra time on the field as well. They've got their members out there looking at their robots.
Yep, we got about 60 seconds left in the setup period now as that timeout has expired. Both teams still continue to work on their robots, or well, looks like we got one UW member gazing longingly at the opposing corner.
Sorry.
Or, oh, I think too much most of the time.
All right. Well, we have our members coming off the field now. NYU still trying to get those last-minute finishes in.
30 seconds left on the setup clock now. As the RHIT members file their way off the field, NYU still continuing to work in their setup zone. 20 seconds left now on the setup clock.
All right, we're down to the last 10 seconds beforehand. All of the team members are hopping off the field.
Here we go, ref system initialization. Here we go, round 2. And I see some movement up in the top left. Red NYU hero is
And
moving.
the crowd goes absolutely wild. That I can't hear much sound through these headphones, but that was loud.
NYU hero making their way down that far left wall. You know, now they have yet to purchase any projectiles, so I do question the purpose of this movement. But hey, it's movement. We're in the cockpit of that red hero. We can see the referees taking a watchful eye as they make their way around the field, moving backwards, it seems. They bump into the wall. They take 2 points of collision damage.
All right, but one of the interesting things that we see here at the Roadmaster competition is just how I said we heard a lot of cheering here. A lot of the cheering that we get around these matches, it's not necessarily about the winning or the various like strategic things. A lot of the times it's when engineering things go right. For example, when this hero could drive. A lot of the cheering that last round was when UW was celebrating the various things that the Sentry was doing. So it's exciting to see, when all of these different engineers get excited about things working, because definitely doesn't always work.
We were briefly in the cockpit of that area of hero. I did see that the enemy marker moved over to the red side. So it looks like they were just testing, what if we consider ourselves as the enemy? What will the Sentry actually do? Here we are now back in that area of hero. I don't exactly know what that giant Sentry marker means in the middle of their screen. Now the giant marker says spin. They're trying to line up shots against that NYU hero. You can see those 14mm projectiles taking aim at those rectangular armor plates. Looks like 5 left in their hopper physically according to their HUD, but only 1 left in their allowance. Now they're out of ammo.
All right, well, so each team can customize what they see on their screen here. So being in the RHIT specific one, we can see how it's different from, for example, RHIT that we were looking at earlier, who had that depth range on theirs.
Yeah, teams have a lot of flexibility. They're able to send these custom, all the software on these robots is custom. The controls code, the computer vision, the HUD that they draw on the actual client itself, that's all done by the team. And RHIT being a long-standing legacy team, they have a lot of this infrastructure in place to keep innovating and keep on pushing the boundaries.
All right, so we're seeing both their infantry and their hero taking some shots from that ramp there.
RHIT hero,
we have a
like
little
seemingly can't make it up the
push.
ramp, getting some assists, some pushing from the infantry before they make their way back towards.
Maybe they just need a running start. Here we go.
They need and
go. Actually, their hero no longer has a cap bank on it. Well, it has one on it. It's just a little bit toasty, shall we say.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If only there was some sort of new cap bank or something that could exist. I don't know.
But if anyone remembers the incident where the UW hero might have dropped its battery.
Oh, is it that incident?
Yeah. So the cat bank had a little oopsie at the same time.
Oh, that's interesting.
However, their standard does still have the cat bank on it. All right, so they're now going back at their sentry.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we can see, I guess, on the left side of that HUD briefly, they had NOGT, no gate option set for their CVs. I guess that means they'll fire indiscriminately at their own robots. Just for testing. Just for the lulz. Oh, sentry trying to navigate around the field. Looks like they're going to bump into their own hero.
So it looks like they're testing.
First blood! 20
Oh,
victory
wow.
points to NYU, courtesy of Area killing their own sentry.
So I think what they're trying to do is test what that sentry is doing when it gets shot at, when it dies. They want to make sure that the paths they have it set up for are working as intended.
Area UW currently has possession of that central capture zone. They are earning that 1 victory point per second.
All right, and
132 victory points.
I'm not sure if something else is going. Oh no, that it is moving. I was gonna say I haven't seen the NYU hero move in a while, but it looks like it is still going. But something about the driving is still not looking too smooth. It is, in fact, kind of. You can't really see it on the view right now, but it is running itself into the ledge on its side.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Area UW infantry back to its old ways, bumping up against the sidewall once again. 5
so
seconds
it's got
left.
a little bit of positioning off by the looks of it. So that might be something that they need to edit going into their next matches.
Lots of 17mm projectiles fired just as the match comes to a close. Blue does ultimately take the win by having the most victory points in that round. Final score, 165 victory points to 20 of NYU. Red credited with 1 enemy kill, but, you know, 530 damage done by the blue team, 438 credited to NYU.
Although I have a feeling that is...
Yeah, we can see 438 points of
yes.
damage done with no projectiles at all. NYU's invented new tech. They can deal 400 points of damage without firing a single projectile. Absolutely amazing work.
It's a great... You know, I want to see that in other matches. Please give us the more damage with no shots.
Yeah, no, amazing work. It was fantastic to see NYU. They got that hero up and running at least a little bit, just in that 3-minute break between the rounds.
Yes, that's a great show of how much they can change in that short period. And hopefully before you see them again, they're able to get things working just a little bit more.
Yeah, they got a bit more time before their next match, I believe. And you know, it's amazing. It took them a little bit more time than normal, but they did make it through inspection. They did make it to the field. They played both of their rounds. And it's still day one. They still have plenty of time left to grow, left to develop their robots.
Yeah, so we did have a question come up asking if this is the first kill that UW has made in this competition, or first wins they've had. Yes, this is actually their first match, first time we've seen them. All right, so that last, or we did actually see them in practice matches, but that doesn't count towards the competition.
Yeah.
We will be seeing a lot more of UW tomorrow. Some of our other teams that we didn't see as much as well will be having a lot more matches.
They have a point, though. You know, is NYU the first kill versus UW? Did NYU technically, on record, killed UW based on the records? Anyways,
All right, so as the robots are now heading out, we can see the NYU hero. Love the cart they've got going for it. A lot of the teams, so you'll see them kind of carrying them over to the field. A lot of them will come up with these nice, comfy little carts for their robots so that they can get nicely transported between all the locations. Because you don't really want to risk the wheels getting damaged on some of the outside surfaces they might encounter between the pits and the matches.
yeah, UCSD, especially a special venue where we have to go outside to get to the inspection hallway. A very interesting venue. Nice weather, though.
It does
here.
force all our engineers to get a little bit more vitamin D, though.
Yes,
So.
absolutely. So we're continuing to chug along through our schedule, working through all of our matches scheduled for today. That was the UW versus NYU match 16 on our agenda. We already played the UCSD versus RHIT match 17. We've already played the Torino versus Virginia Tech match. We've already played the CU versus Purdue match as well. So next up on our schedule before the dinner break is Robo Rambler versus Caliber. Now Caliber, I don't think we've seen them play yet on the free field, but they have been one of our amazing teams.
Yeah.
They come all the way from Singapore, but they show up and play extremely
They
well
have been
year after
an
year.
impressive team to watch. I'm excited to see them play.
Absolutely. Georgia Tech, you know, they had to miss out last year, fortunately. We mentioned earlier today that they had some challenges in getting to the various venues, the various events. So we've only seen them play a few matches. We did see them play that one match earlier in the day. We'll see how they shape up against NUS, against Caliber in this match coming up in just a moment.
Yes. So one thing that I find interesting is, yeah, they won by a technicality in that first one, but something that we haven't seen so far today is they used that time to the best of their advantage. There were other games where teams could have taken more time on the field, but really went to get those winning points early. I wonder if this is one of those things that makes ARUW able to kind of have this repetitive win, although as a former alumni, I'm going to admit the repetitive win is not always because they have genuinely had the best engineering and the best time. A lot of it, I will say, comes down to consistency. I am a big fan of talking about consistency of robots. So in previous years, especially I want to say last year and the year before, we've had teams show up with amazing robots, like great technical innovation. However, what has caused them fuss is the robots don't last through the number of rounds that they have to make it through at this competition. This competition is hard on those robots. Like, you've seen wheels falling off. They have bumps to go over. There's stuff to do. They knock into things. There has to be a level of consistency and a level of structure seems like the wrong word, but they have to stay together well. Like, they have to be able to survive all those bumps and falls or whatever's going on with them throughout the matches, and they have to do it time and time again. So I think one of those things that gives ARUW an advantage is some of that consistency they have. While you may not see their robots looking too different year to year, although I will say that some of their robots this year are looking quite different, like the infantry robot, for example, they have a strong base for it, so they continue innovating on that base. They're not deciding to throw away their good base. So they're basically innovating on what they have and keeping up with that consistency. So when I've visited them in the pits, a lot of the time, they're not actually doing anything too major. They are currently mostly just maintaining their robots. So if little things break, they have spare parts for them. They're able to kind of swap things out as needed, but they're not particularly doing any panic fixes. I could be wrong. I hope I'm not currently saying things
I feel like,
that is not a reality.
If we had a pit cam, I feel like cut away to the UW folks.
Yes, they might
screaming their
actually
heads
all
off.
be panicking in their pit right now.
I feel like all of our UW fans disappeared as soon as that match went up. They all disappeared.
Yep. I think it probably was taking too long, which honestly it was. They were later than expected. I apologize for that. However, yeah, I'm interested to see what would happen if some of our other super advanced teams are taking a little bit more out of ARUW's strategy book in that sense and maybe spending as much time on the field as possible. Not necessarily in these initial rounds trying to win as quickly as possible, but more get that time, get that practice. And then also just seeing how these teams are building on their consistency year over year. Because as we said, there's been some amazing robots at this competition, and we want to see them all win. Like, the goal for RMNA is to have every team showing up here have really, really good robots, and it really come down to this competitive match. So anytime that there's new teams, you'll find that a lot of the older teams will spend a lot of their time helping out with those younger teams. So even though they have their own robots to deal with, they have their own things to fix, a lot of team members will actually be spending time with other teams helping out. The RMNA community is very together in that sense. It's a very supportive community, and honestly, we all want all of the teams to succeed. It's no fun if we get here and we just have two robots who can't do anything sitting in a match. And then, as sometimes in the 1v1, the tiebreaker comes down to which robot weighs less, which is not exciting for anyone. So, like, all of the people in the RMNA community really, really, truly want every team to be able to make their robots good.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a great community of folks in the RMNA community. And, you know, we'd love to have some more. Reach out to your local universities, reach out to your local colleges. We'd love to have more teams join our competition, join the RoboMaster fun. But speaking of robots, I see some more robots headed our way.
Yes,
We're
the next
getting
set
ready.
have arrived at the field and are getting ready to load on.
And in the words of some certain folks, Georgia Tech is real.
Yes.
They're here.
All right,
Made it.
so in this, as we were saying, we have Georgia Tech versus NUS, which is our team from Singapore.
Yep. We got our roaming cam. I believe it's the trademark Preston cam once again over on the blue side of the field, on the far side from us.
I'm a big fan of those carts I see there.
Yep, National University of Singapore. They've been here a couple years now, and they have those big metal carts they carry the robots around in, and they carry the robots through the venue in those metal carts.
Oh, it looks like they have
Quite
some nice,
nice.
Tools in there as well.
Yes, absolutely. Plenty of things your budding
Oh.
robot engineer needs.
Very exciting. We haven't actually talked about this. I meant to earlier, but you can see 2 robots there with the number 3. So teams do actually have the option to have a backup robot. Both of these robots have to go through inspection, but they can bring extra robots essentially to the field. They can't be fielded at the same time, and they can't switch them out mid-round. However, between rounds, if something goes really wrong on one of them and they just can't fix it in that timeout time or within the thing, or within the setup period, they can just swap those robots. So
Absolutely.
we see a lot of older teams doing something like this to essentially have a better chance. And it's also just a lot easier than attempting to do some backup engineering on the field, is if you have the funds and time available to build a spare robot that is functioning at the same level as the first, goes really well.
Absolutely. Also, that spare robot can be extremely useful as well. We got teams that can compete in both the 3v3 and 1v1 competition again. I think the 1v1 might be done for today, but we've got more competition where that came from on our YouTube channel. That extra robot that you bring to the venue, in this case to California, can be used in the 1v1 as long as it passes through the inspection for that as well. Ooh, Kirby on the Singapore robot. That's very nice. That robot can be used to field in that competition as well. You may also, if you've been around RoboMaster for a long time, now you may remember the double standard meta, where instead of fielding 1 hero and 1 standard, you had 2 agile standards with 17mm projectile launchers. That is no longer a valid robot configuration, as teams must field at least 1 hero and 1 standard to meet the qualifications for those robots.
Yeah, so in the past, because there was that double standard option, we did actually see a couple of 1v1 teams who were brand new to the competition creating these union teams where both of them were able to stand or field their standard together in a 3v3 match. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that anymore. But that was a really cool thing to see, is having those first year teams be able to have that experience in a 3v3 setting.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully those 1v1 teams are able to continue to develop their robots, especially in the 1v1 arena, and continue to add more features, iterate on them, and hopefully one day build a 3v3, maybe even a 5v5 or 7v7 fleet. We shall have to see. But anyways, Preston is with us here watching over the Georgia Tech team. Yes, Preston, they are in fact real. They've got their remotes, they've got their robots, got their 17mm projectiles in the red infantry. You see right there with their big foam bumpers around. Is that a swerve robot? Being able to navigate around their arena.
I can't actually quite tell because they are very covered, very protected.
They're very covered, but those modules are very circular in nature versus
It does make me think they are the swerve.
Yeah. Very interesting way. Mechanism wheels, I thought those are rollers in the 45-degree angles. You can see it on that hero there. They're able to drive them in such a way where the robot's able to strafe back and forth, versus the swerve module is a wheel that is motorized where it can actually turn the wheel to change the direction the wheel is facing to allow the robot to turn.
It's a little bit like the crab walk you may see in some car advertisements nowadays.
Like a cast on an office chair. Like the wheel can spin so that the entire robot as a whole can move around freely. It can spin, it can move, it can do all these fancy things with the traction of wheels.
I like the look of these Georgia Tech robots.
Yeah.
You can see how they've been very protective around the wheels, so they've got that bar around there. helps prevent anything from
Yeah.
like getting stuck in there essentially.
I think a challenge a lot of teams have faced in the past is having these little tiny 17mm grapes, these little projectiles end up inside their wheels going up the works. They've got these bumpers, they've got these metal bars to block out and shield any of those projectiles from getting in the way.
All right, we just saw their infantry head bobbing around a bit, so that driver's in the driver pit. Maybe he'll give us a little nod or a wave if he can hear us.
Sentry on the field on this occasion for Georgia Tech. It's going to be a 2-on-3 matchup. 3 seconds left in the setup period as we make our way towards rest initialization. There you can see the old 2025 free field with the lack of bumps and high ground. This field design unique to North America this year. We are good to go. Georgia Tech versus the National University of Singapore.
For a second there, I thought neither team was about to move out. Oh, both teams are now moving out.
Georgia
We've got
Tech very carefully moving out of their
a
red
sneaky
supply
hero
zone.
over there.
Hero from the NUS side landing in that central capture point. They're going to be earning that 1 victory point per second, while the blue infantry forges a path ahead. They try to land some shots on the red infantry to knock off about a quarter of its health before it takes cover behind that bunker wall.
So it looks like, despite the fact I saw its head wiggling around before the match started, that Georgia Tech standard does not look like it's able to drive or move around too much, unfortunately.
It did inch forward just a little bit to the edge of that resupply zone. Now it's moving, continuing to move once again, but NUS does take out the Georgia Tech hero. That's going to be first blood in the match, another 20 victory points to the NUS side as both teams earn another resupply of gold.
I always love getting to see those heroes actually make those big shots with the golf balls.
Red infantry does land some shots on the NUS hero. I think about 30 points of damage taken. And now we are in the cockpit of that red infantry as they make their way around the blue NUS hero onto that central capture point. They do take possession. Robo Rambler now earning 1 victory point per second.
All right. Maybe they're just being sneaky.
Georgia
Didn't want us
Tech
to know that they could drive.
Backs off just a little bit too far. And now NUS sneaks their hero into that central capture point. And now NUS back at it again, earning 1 point per second. They've got 100 victory points at the moment, halfway there to that 200 total, with just over 3 minutes left to play in the match.
All right. So, looks like the Georgia Tech hero isn't moving too much.
Meanwhile, when did this happen? Blue infantry. This is an interesting camera. It's on its side.
I did not see that happen. Unfortunately, could not point it out to you. But yeah, we do in fact have a sideways robot
Looks
now.
like it tried to go up the ramp, it seems like, and it ended up on its side.
Took a tumble down the ramp.
You see it there in the full field view, up by that red vision mark at the top of your screen, in the middle. You can see that robot just in front of the ramp on its side. And yeah, there's a better angle there from that red infantry as it tries to take a couple shots at that blue standard.
I would love to see a replay later on how that happened.
Absolutely. Would love to see that as well. Red standard free now, trying to take aim at that blue hero. That blue hero still maintaining possession of that central capture point. 164 out of the 200 points needed, and they're earning 1 point for every second that goes by. 2 minutes 10 seconds left to play in the round.
All right, but that Georgia Tech infantry, apologies, is really trying to stay up there, keep its spot. I mean, they do not have the victory point advantage currently, so they're not getting those points despite being in that green area.
Yeah, it looks like thus here's a bit of a stalemate. They can't they have no more shots left in the tank, but they can't abandon the central buff point or else that Georgia Tech standard will take it. But by staying in that central buff point, Caliber does take that round by winning 200 victory points, and the first round goes to NUS in blue.
All right. So hopefully they're able to get the sideways robot back up and running.
Yeah, I'd love to see what happened there. I wonder if production is able to give us anything on that side.
No,
Probably
it's okay.
not, unfortunately. 200 victory points for NUS. 8 victory points for Georgia Tech when they briefly stole that central capture point. Damage overall, though, fairly balanced. Like yes, 90 points more damage for the Nuss side, 240 to 150. And Nuss did successfully kill 2 robots as opposed to the red side. But still, fairly even, especially for a Georgia Tech side where only one of the robots was really functional at a time. 52 17 mil projectiles fired by the blue standard that was on its side, 40 or so by that red standard that fell on its side, or that wasn't falling on its side, that was moving around. So in the end, fairly balanced between a Georgia Tech standard and a Nuss standard that fell on its side.
All right, so we've got NUS setting up their robots again. It looks like that blue standard is driving, so hopefully back up and running for the secondary one. We've also got our Georgia Tech members on the field over there, prepping their robots. Hopefully both are able to do both driving and firing this time.
Yeah, definitely a good observation from the chat. Yeah, it seems like the robot does appear to be Swerve. It drives like Swerve is the claim. But yeah, the modules do appear that way. It does make some sense. We'll give them another 90 seconds or so to get their robots reset. You can see the hopper cover on that far right side of the field, thus refilling that robot full of 42mm projectiles. Remember, having the projectiles is only half the battle. We're playing our RoboMaster game. The team has to purchase the projectiles in the game as well in order for them to be launched from their robot. 70 seconds now left on the clock.
All right, we still have NUS in the field. However, we don't have any Georgia Tech members, so they must be feeling like they've done all they can.
Very interesting, or maybe they've decided there's not much they can do for the remaining 1 minute left. They had, or under a minute now left in the setup period.
They've done what they can, so they're calling it good, which I respect.
Yeah. NUS continuing to work on the robots. 30 seconds left now on the setup timer. Referees taking a watchful eye as the NUS members now make their way off the field. They take their leave. 20 seconds left on the clock. We are quickly approaching our next setup period. A few more seconds. You can see all of our referees. Shout out to our referees and field crew.
Yes, our field referees had to pass a test based on the rulebook in order to prove that they knew those rules inside and out.
And remember, they're all volunteers. They're all taking time out of their PTO, out of their work life, to come help be a part of the RoboMaster competition. Five minutes on the clock.
So this happened in the last match too, but the NUS team takes a few seconds to get started.
A little chill. I wonder if they need maybe they need to build up power or something.
We have both of the Georgia Tech robots moving. This is amazing.
Let's go. Red Sarah Free taking shots at, or actually this says blue infantry from the central buff point, central capture point, firing shots at that red infantry. We're here in the perspective of that blue infantry approaching that red standard. Red standard stop moving as going first blood as the blue infantry knocks out that first red robot. Red hero slowly moving, but they do back away just a little bit. You can see that ring around their crosshair as their robot starts to overheat. That virtual heat mechanism meaning that they can't shoot that quickly. More projectiles being fired by that blue infantry against that red hero. Red hero down to almost a quarter of its health. And that is going to be a knockout as that red hero gets destroyed and needs to take a moment to revive. That blue-red standard now back as well. Both of them taking cover in that bunker area behind the wall in red base.
Interestingly, the NUS sentry, so you can see in the center currently their hero. Usually you want the chassis spinning and the top of the robot essentially staying exactly in one spot. It looks like they've got a little bit of the opposite going on with their sentry. Wonder what's going on there. It's doing a bit of a party dance.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. They know how this is going to turn out. They're doing a little bit of a party. Blue up to 140 points out of the 200 required as they knock out the red infantry once again. But both Georgia Tech robots actively moving in the match on the field. An excellent showing from that compared to that first round on behalf of Georgia Tech. Blue Infantry now making their way around. They've got gear free on their HUD. Is this a manual drive? They have several gears. And they've got a height or like a pitch indicator on the side of their HUD as well. A lot of interesting indicators here from Virginia or from National University of Singapore on their side as well. They're now trying to land some shots on the Red Infantry from around the corner. We'll see if they're able to make any of those shots. So far, 17mm projectiles missing their mark. They make their way back around that central capture zone. Red Standard free, now peeking out around that wall, making their way towards the center. Heroes got their eyes on them. 100 damage done from a golf ball, 42mm projectile. Now another 10 from the infantry. A quarter of the health down to just a quarter of the health. Another 10 points of damage done, but it doesn't matter. 200 victory points from that central capture point, and Blue does take the win in that match.
All right, well, it was great to see NUS take such a definitive approach to these 2 rounds.
Compared to a certain other team, you could say. Yeah, 200 total victory points, 0 victory points for Georgia Tech on this occasion. 810 points of damage done by the NUS side, with 3 enemies killed in total. Nearly all the projectiles fired by the National University of Singapore. 3 projectiles, though, from the Red Infantry. They were up for just a little bit, so some great improvement between those 2 rounds. It's just that 3 minutes as they got all the robot. Like we said, they were out of the field at the 1-minute mark. They said that they were done, and yep, they did what they could.
No, so it left me interesting to see these teams going into tomorrow. They are now cleaning up the field, but we are actually going to be taking a brief break while all of our volunteers eat some dinner. Our stream will be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. And then next up, we have our Mac Falcons from McMaster University versus Ascension, which is our Simon Fraser University. All right,
absolutely.
We will be back then, I guess.
We'll see you in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Or we'll be right here.
We could just be right here.
This is now a mukbang stream. We'll be back in a moment. Again. Well. And we're back here at RMUL North America 2025, San Diego, California. Austin Amelia back with you once again.
All right, and right now we have McMaster University against Simon Fraser University. We've got the robots loading, but it looks... Oh, no, never mind. There was a technical timeout for a bit, but we are back to that countdown. We are just under 2 minutes.
For the setup, yeah. As I said, under 2 minutes left. McMaster from Canada versus Simon Fraser, also from Canada, here on the field.
So we've got a nice little Canadian match ready to go. We're right now getting a close-up look at McMaster University's robots. We're taking a look at that standard. The engineers are just getting those final checks ready. You can see that engineer loading some balls into the standard number 3.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I talked over you. No,
so we also see their hero, number 1, sitting there. The hero is able to shoot those 42mm projectiles. It is pointing at the wall, though, which makes me wonder if it will be driving around or not, or if it's just kind of chilling beforehand. Oh, well, it's turned now.
Yeah, we will see. Have the whole bucket of 42mm balls out in the supply zone. So hopefully we'll see some hero action from the McMaster team, the Mac Falcons, over here on the red side.
All right. And as we get down to 40 seconds, the engineers are starting to move off the field.
Yeah, pit crew doing some final validation, signaling to their pilots back in the pilot station. Make sure all their systems are A-OK and good to go. Oh, I'm hearing some bad words. Or not bad words, but concerning words. Something about they're not moving, which is odd because we see them moving on the screen.
All right, we're down to that final 10 seconds before setup. We have a couple engineers still on the field from Simon Fraser.
And Connor, the referee.
I wonder if there's a technical thing going on, given our referee is taking a closer look as well.
The referee has the high ground. Yep, and there is that technical timeout once again. Oh, it looks like the Sentry, unfortunately, for SFU, out for the count in this match.
All right, well, this means that we will have a 2v2 for this competition, or not for this competition, just this match. Unfortunate on the Sentry for SFU. However, we will have to see how this 2v2 now goes. There is a technical timeout now, so we'll see what that means in terms of when we start. All right. So we're just gonna have to see what's going on. We don't have referees on the field currently, so we're not totally sure what's being evaluated. Once they get the referee system back up and running to the degree that they want, those robots will get initialized and we will see the start of the match.
Yeah, we do have some information now from our stats and production team, so shout out to them once again. Shout out to Shar. As mentioned earlier, this is McMaster University versus Simon Fraser University. It's Canadian Brawl, Canada versus Canada. This pairing has met once last year in 2024 back in our Roadmaster Colorado competition. And Simon Fraser University did take the win in that matchup. So we'll have to see if McMaster is able to, take back the series, take back the title of Canadian champion.
I would love to have a Canadian mini championship within our current game. I believe, if I'm counting correctly, we have 5 teams here from Canada, which is a lot of teams. It's very exciting.
Yep.
We actually have most of them in one singular group as well.
Oh, the Sentry is now back on the field. That might be the cause of that technical timeout. It's like, we're not exactly sure the circumstances of why this is happening, but it appears our referees are now allowing the Sentry to rejoin for this 3v3 match.
So it makes me wonder if perhaps it wasn't connecting correctly when they got on the field. So these robots with their referee systems have to connect up to the referee system that our referees are looking at from the side of the field. For this means that they have essentially like an RFID reader on them, and the field has various parts of it that reads those, and then there's various monitors and sensors on the robots itself that the referee system kind of keeps track of and can then deduct points if it goes over, or even possibly eject the robot from the match. All right, So it looks like that sentry is back in for now. Let's hope that it actually is running and ready to go.
Yeah, still waiting on the technical timeout. We can see on the bottom right corner. Well, we could see on the bottom right corner.
All right, they're into that initialization period now.
Fingers crossed. We're ready for round 1. McMaster versus Simon Fraser.
All right, SFU off strong with a fast start from their hero, going straight over that bumpy section as well.
Yep, their infantry has purchased 150 projectiles on the blue side. Hero straight to the central capture point. No projectiles purchased, so they have no way of defending themselves from the rapid fire here of the McMaster infantry. They've driven straight into that capture point. Blue Hero still on it though, so they still maintain possession. 11 points so far, and they keep earning 1 victory point per second so long as they stay on that capture point. Here comes.
So interestingly, that blue standard, the blue infantry, is very slow currently. It makes me wonder what's going on with it.
Ooh, but
However, it did go ahead and get the knockout of that McMaster University hero over there.
Absolutely, absolutely. That red hero now briefly invincible or invulnerable as they try to make their way back to the resupply zone to one, activate their shooter again, and 2, try to regain some of that lost health. Blue unstoppable as that infantry levels up once again thanks to a knockout of that red infantry there at the central buff points.
All right, so we did see that once that blue standard got over the central zone, they sent their hero back over to their reloading zone, getting some ammo, rehealing a bit, and then gonna head back out.
Yeah, Simon Fraser now once again earning 1 victory point per second at that central capture zone. They're at 116, over halfway to that 200 victory.
Interestingly, when you're just watching that blue standard, it kind of looks like our footage is on slow-mo. It is actually rotating that slowly. So I'm wondering what the issue is that is causing that. Although we do have some other interesting things going on currently.
Yep.
Oh, and that blue hero is down.
Yeah, red hero does knock out that blue hero. They do briefly overheat in the process, and now decides to collide into it. That's a choice.
Did look slightly purposeful, but who knows? All right.
But in the end, they do still end up on that capture point. Now McMaster earning 1 point of victory per second. Taking fire from that blue infantry that levels up once again. And that's a double kill quickly as that blue infantry takes out both ready robots. Pushing them off of the capture point. And that's going to be an ace of the entire team.
All right, so now SFU is just waiting, trying to get those final few points for that win condition.
Red hero ceding the points. Both robots, they are fairly low health when that blue Simon Fraser Ascension hero did rush in aggressively, try to push them off the point. But they just completely ceded the point. They were earning 1 point per second. And as Simon Fraser at 1 final kill, earning them 20 more points, they do reach that threshold. 200 victory points and the win for the round to Ascension and SFU.
All right, so one thing I will note is we saw the blue sentry over in that corner. You can see, oh, well, now we're looking at stats, but the blue sentry throughout the match, its body wasn't moving, but its turret head was doing a bit of a spin. So I wonder if they're going to try and fix that between rounds or what was necessarily going on with that.
Yeah, very interesting there. And we do see overall blue dominates the stats here. Once again, we saw the 200 victory point win over the 38 victory points from Rick Falcons. They were able to reclaim that central capture point for at least a few seconds. They did earn those points, and they also did get the 20 bonus victory points from that 1 robot kill they had early on in the match. But overall, these stats definitely do skew in favor of Simon Fraser, of the Ascension team in blue. We'll have to see what changes, what fixes they're able to make as we enter our setup period for the next match round.
Yeah, so what do you think that McMaster University could do to maybe try and edge out Simon Fraser's slight advantage they have in this round?
That's an interesting question. I'm not one of the strategies necessarily, but I don't remember. So the robots were fairly slow in the catch point, I thought, back at the start of the match.
It'll be interesting to see. So they were able to get some shots. They were able to capture the middle. So I wonder if it's kind of limited by the capabilities of the robots, or if it's a strategy thing, and if they potentially are more aggressive throughout the entirety of it, if that would give them enough to win, or what needs to change in order to see McMaster University come out on top.
Yeah, we'll have to, I think, first off, they'll definitely be much more aggressive, I think, to get to that capture point early. To at least start earning those points early on in the match. And I just don't think I got enough of their firepower to assess their actual competitiveness against Simon Fraser there. We saw them, we saw them fire some projectiles, but not really anything that consistent, I would have thought.
Yeah, so we don't see, or well, we do have some of the McMaster University team members out on the field. Actually, they are now leaving. So it looks like we are pretty smooth in terms of getting back into the next round. All right, we just have our volunteers getting those final few balls.
Under a minute left in the setup period. Ascension continuing to look at their robot. I believe that's the hero there. Looks like they're just doing some final verification, signaling to their pilots in the pilot room.
My favorite is when you see the communication between the two. Sometimes the pilots will use their turret and basically nod back at the pit crew. You'll see some pit crews as well that have printed cards to have their pilots go through various tests to make sure that all systems are working.
I mean, human to robot to human conversation technology. A truly unexplored area in RoboMaster. We got those battles in 2021. UW versus VT when everyone was jammed, so everyone just kept shaking their heads at each other. Yep, I'm jammed. Yep, I'm jammed.
All right, we gotta work on that human-robot interaction type research here.
Just a few seconds left in the setup period. We're making our way back into the initialization period for round 2 here in the group stage. McMaster University versus Simon Fraser.
All right, Simon Fraser's hero off to a quick start there, heading straight out. We are seeing the red hero move out as well. Simon Fraser takes that initial lead over the central area, followed up closely by its infantry, who is firing, going after the McMaster hero.
McMaster still playing fairly conservatively. Their infantry does appear to be up, at least from our perspective. They're moving around, but they seem to have yet to buy any projectiles. Instead, they choose to bump into the blue hero at the center control zone. That is a choice.
They are making some choices for sure.
Oh, now on top of the blue hero bumper. And as we saw directly from the cockpit of Blue Standard 3, they landed several shots on that infantry and knocked it out. First blood goes to Simon Fraser.
So Simon Fraser keeps a hold of the center point, getting those points.
Double kill!
Now they have both of their robots who are moving out and about, not necessarily using that central point to capture, working more on getting their kills up, which also gets them those victory points.
Absolutely, yeah. Blue hero. That really slow spins. I have to wonder, like, do they have like a low battery or something in their robot? It's just spinning so slowly.
I don't know. Well, so we had a robot do that in the last match, but that is not the same robot. So I wonder what's been going on with these, or in between the matches, because we didn't see anything necessarily break or go wrong.
But that Blue Standard is getting some shots from that central capture point. They do knock out that red hero at the bottom left corner of the field near that B vision marker. We can see directly from that first person perspective of the Blue Standard. They're looking around, looking for any more targets, but they are making sure not to leave that central buff point. You see that green plus sign maybe underneath that logo.
All right, but yeah, you can see that really slow spin going on the hero.
Well, here we are in the hero in front, in the blue hero, making her way, approaching that ramp carefully. Our perspective a little delayed here as they make their way now towards that central buff or central capture point as the infantry lands some additional shots on the red infantry. Infantry again, still no projectiles purchased. no way of fighting back. They make their way back to the resupply zone to heal. Hero coming in to take some damage. The hero levels up to level 3. But both the blue infantry and the blue hero up to level 10 or 12 or whatever it is. But McMaster does knock out the blue hero. That is a kill for McMaster.
All right. Makes me wonder if they're going to try and push it all for that center zone. Like, this would be the time.
Simon Fraser still an essential capture point. They're still getting 1 point per second, but they do get knocked out again. McMaster's hero does take out a shot, but now they're getting fired upon by that blue infantry. Blue infantry at full health, at level 16 or whatever it is. And they do knock out that red hero. Simon Fraser here also back once again, and with those kills and the time on the buff points, capture points, they do, yet again, earn the 200 victory points required and win the round. All right, final stats from that last round. Still some fairly good victory points from McMaster. 40 victory points. They spent some time on that central capture, or actually no time at all. 2 enemy kills, resulting in 20 points per kill there. But ultimately, the stats do skew in favor of blue. 1,000 total damage. That's double nearly McMaster's damage output. But no hero projectiles at all for Simon Fraser.
So it'll be interesting to see what both these teams develop overnight before their next matches tomorrow.
Absolutely. They got plenty of time. Teams here can take the robots home to the dorm or to the Airbnb or to the hotel. They can go ahead and work on all their things, do all the testing in the world.
There was an excellent, I guess, Instagram reel, I think is the correct term, put out by RHIT talking about how engineers are not working on much sleep currently, mostly spending their time with the robots. The robots are becoming very close friends. I'm quite sure that most of the engineers here at this competition will be sleeping for about a solid week once they go home after this. However, we'll see what happens. A lot of the teams will be taking their robots back to their residences, as Austin was saying, or even just working in wherever they have available space. This means getting all of their tools, everything they need out of their pit, bringing it back with them, and then often switching off, if they have enough members, switching off between who's working on them so at least someone can get a bit of sleep, because piloting a robot does take some mental power, you know?
Absolutely.
You need some sleep for that.
Especially as the field gets more complex and you face more difficult opponents. Figuring out the strategies you're going to employ we're going to ride around here, we're going to approach so-and-so so quickly or whatever. You're going to need to take some time to coordinate, strategize, and ultimately come up with some ideas and execute on them at the end of the day.
All right, so our next upcoming match is Stampede of University of Texas Austin versus Pacific Spirit, which is the University of British Columbia.
UT Austin versus Stampede. We did see UT Austin earlier on in our day against Artemis. Can't quite recall if that was a 2-0 or a 1-1.
All right, but we are getting to our last few matches of day one. We've seen a lot of the teams get their first chance on the field, get a feel for what it's like to be in an actual competition environment, get those first points on the board, and hopefully have some good feedback for what they need to do before tomorrow or what strategy they might need to adjust heading into their future matches.
Absolutely. Looks like, looking at our stats, TAMU, UBC Pacific Spirit did face Texas A&M TAMU earlier on, one of our legacy teams, so not much to be expected. Unfortunately, it was a 2-0 loss against TAMU for Pacific Spirits. And then as well, we had PolyMTL, PolyStar versus UT Austin. UT Austin also unfortunately lost there to PolyMTL at 2-0.
And I do know that UT Austin had to forfeit one of their matches. So it'll be very interesting to see how these two teams do against each other. It might be a chance for both of them to put a little more of their offensive strategy to the test.
We shall see. As I recall, these robots were active and up and running, just maybe not quite to the level or to the caliber that is the other teams that they were facing.
Yes. All right, so the field is getting prepped for the next couple teams.
Ooh, we got some funky red circles on our
Yeah.
overlay. That's fun.
Oh, well, they're gone now.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, hey, yeah, that is true. I want. Will I be biased for UT Austin? Maybe we shall see.
I don't know. I guess it'll be one to find out. I don't necessarily, at least from where I'm sitting, I don't see the teams coming around yet, although I do see some robots over here. No engineers by the robots, though, so maybe they're bringing themselves. They've grown up enough that they don't need any supervisors.
The age of AI is upon us.
Yeah, they've entered themselves in the competition. Anyways, maybe their supervisors will come back in a bit, or maybe they'll climb over the walls themselves. But we have 2 more matches today. We have this upcoming one, and then we also have our final match with Polystar of...
Polytechnic Montreal.
Yep, that is what that is. And Artemis of the University of Alberta. And then you can join us again tomorrow for our next set of matches. We'll be having a lot of intense matches coming up tomorrow.
Absolutely. Some exciting matches tomorrow and throughout the entire week as we approach our knockout tournaments in both 1v1 and 3v3 here at RoboMaster San Diego here in UCSD, San Diego, California. Looks like our robot supervisors have returned.
Giving them a little lift.
Yep. It is not yet the rise of AI. They're going to make their way manually by human power over to the unload stations. Those were actually robots making their way off the field from the last match. We got a little bit more time before that next match, Stampede versus UBC.
All right. Also, another great time that if you have any questions, comments, concerns about the stream or RoboMaster, we have some, I don't think free time is the right word, but we have some time that we can chat, figure some stuff out, explain anything, give you the deep, dark lore of RoboMaster.
Ooh, the dark lore.
There is some dark lore. Maybe we shouldn't get into that on stream. We'll keep it light.
That's what the rep stream's for after
Yes,
tonight.
yeah. All right, but very excited to get back into this. As you can see above my head currently, we are in our first year, and we are in
Our
San
first
Diego.
year.
Oh my gosh, it is a long day.
It
We are in
is.
our 5th year. So this is a momentous occasion for us.
Yeah, 2025, a momentous occasion not only for RoboMaster North America, but also RoboMaster. This is the 10th year of RoboMaster as a whole worldwide. And RoboMaster North America, this is our 5th year, our 5th competition that we've held thus far.
Yes, and our reigning 4-time champions, the University of Washington, is hoping to continue holding on to their title. And we have plenty of teams who would really love it, would really like to steal it from them. So they have a tough upcoming few days ahead. They have played a match earlier today that we saw, but we still have 4 teams who have a match left tonight. We have had the teams now come back around to the field, so it looks like we're getting ready to go ahead and get those started. On our red side, we have UT Austin, and then on our blue side, we have Pacific Spirit of UBC.
Absolutely. There's actually almost a full suite of Canadian teams coming up. We got UBC, we got Polytechnic Montreal, we got University of Alberta.
We
And
did just have a couple
Texas.
Canadian teams as well.
Yeah,
so.
actually, the end of our broadcast day, full of Canadian teams, and then there's UT, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. UT is still welcome in the
the-
Canadian party.
The new Canadian province. Maybe that's a bit too much politics.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oopsie.
All right. So the teams are getting prepped. We can see them over there. We're starting to go.
Ooh, a good Twitch chat though. UBC perhaps has not made it to the field yet today. We have a 2-0 entered in the system.
Oh, so I'm guessing that their opponent had to forfeit earlier. So they do have
Yeah.
points on the board, but they haven't had the chance.
Other way around. They don't have the
Yes,
other team. has
yes.
the board.
However, they haven't had the chance to be on the field yet today.
I do see I believe, yep, I see it, Austin, Texas. I do see a UT here getting ready to load in the staging area. So I have to imagine UBC's on the other side. Yep, they're lifting in. They're getting in the zone. And I do see a timer over on my other screen.
All right, they have 2 minutes, 50 seconds left to get their robots into those little starting zones. In that 3 minutes, they have to pick up, carry in their robots, get them all turned on functioning, make sure they're communicating with the pilot system, make sure all their functions are working. As you can imagine, it is quite a lot. All right, they are loading those robots on. Oh, I believe we have one of our first balancing standards of this year. So we're getting a view of our hero currently. This is the University of British Columbia hero with number 1. And then behind it, we have number 3, a standard. What's unique about this one though is you will see that it only has 2 wheels, one on each side. So big challenge of this standard is that it basically has to balance its entire body. A little bit like the hoverboards you could get a couple years ago that a lot of kids loved. As you can imagine, building a robot that automatically can do that on its own, quite the challenge, especially given such a big surface area of our field is bumpy.
Absolutely, yeah. It is definitely an engineering challenge. And also, it is a little unfortunate that this is the year they have it. RoboMaster 2025, well, in 2024, there were a handful of benefits to having a balancing standard. Various buffs and benefits you could have. In 2025, you watch the Preston reaction video. Deleted concept of balancing standard? So there are few, if no more buffs to having a balancing standard. And the cool factor, perhaps you have the ability to maybe jump up. We could maybe actually have jumping robot, who knows? There are still maybe some physical benefits of having that balancing standard. There's some other added functionality that you could possibly achieve. But one of the main things of the balancing standard was instead of having the 4 small square plates, you could opt to have 2 wide plates on your balancing standard. And having fewer plates means fewer surfaces for opponents to hit. That is now gone in 2025. So they are required to have all 4 plates on that robot. Now, of course, the balancing standard takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to engineer and develop and iterate on to have something ready to field in competition.
Yeah, so I'd love to talk to the team and see why they decided to do balancing standard. A lot of the reasons that teams chose to take on that engineering challenge beforehand was because of the extra game advantage it had, because it really is a lot more of an engineering challenge to take on.
Absolutely. Maybe we have a chance to talk to the team later on, but now they've got to lock in. We're getting ready to play round 1 of University of Texas Austin versus UBC.
All right, and they're off. This is another one of our 2v2 matches. So even though we're in a 3v3 competition, the teams do not have to field a sentry robot, which is that fully autonomous robot.
Okay. I was nervous for a bit there, but both UT Austin robots have now left their starting zone after a little bit of time, but that did allow for UBC's hero to quickly race that central buff point. They do land a couple of hero shots from the UT Austin side onto that hero. Is now down to about half health, and that hero does have to retreat, making way for UT Austin's hero now to earn some victory points.
Interestingly, we're not seeing the blue infantry 3 moving, which was that balancing standard we were commenting on. So I wonder if something's going wrong with it currently.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's able to get up and going, especially for the second round, if not this round.
Looks like neither robot, you can see in that top right corner of the HUD, neither robot has any projectiles purchased. They have no way of defending themselves at the moment. Blue hero now back in the reload zone, back up to full health. And yes, now they do purchase 30 projectiles, but they've lost possession of that central capture point, and they are now down in that victory point comparison. 40 victory points and increasing on UT Austin's side versus only 18 victory points for UBC.
All right. Interestingly, though, UT Austin is also in need of ammo, but we do see their number 3 infantry heading back now to buy that ammo.
Yeah, some good teamwork there. Infantry Free was holding down that capture point. They need to go back and buy ammo, so they went ahead. They let their partner in, that hero, and they drove on while the infantry went to go buy some projectiles. They have now 194 in the tank. Heroes out of projectiles. Maybe we'll see them drive back to the capture. No, actually, the hero does drive back to the resupply zone, but the infantry also abandons that central capture point in favor of chasing down those blue robots, maybe trying to get that 20 bonus victory points for killing one of those robots.
So I wonder if that was like a driver miscommunication there. So the drivers are sitting next to each other chatting, but perhaps one of them went, I need to go reload, you get back on the center thing. But the communication may not have gone totally smooth there. Who knows?
Maybe, but still plenty of time, plenty of gap, or plenty of space, I suppose, for those gaps to exist right now in our group stage. They currently hold a healthy lead of 100 victory points, halfway to winning the round versus the 18 victory points of UBC at the moment.
All right, so UT Austin has the advantage currently. They've got their robots in that central zone. They're gaining the victory points from staying up there. All right, we still haven't seen the blue infantry do anything. This is a 1v2 type of situation going on.
We do see on that left side in that console, the red hero did exchange 40 gold coins for some additional 42mm projectiles. Both red robots now have the ability to fire if necessary. We do see some of the 17mm just now. They're firing upon some of the blue robots. They do overheat briefly, get their screen blurred, but now both red robots are pushing forward from the central buff point towards that blue hero.
They're aiming at that blue hero from quite a long distance as well.
Yeah, you can see, oh, that's a chonky hero launcher from the perspective of the UT Austin hero.
That is definitely interesting. We haven't seen that with many other robots.
Yeah.
Their hero is obscuring quite a lot of their drivers.
Yeah, remember the pilots are off in separate rooms. They can't see the field at all like you can at home or on the screen. So having half of your vision obscured by that giant block of robot material might be of a benefit. And UBC actually gets the first blood. Their blue hero does knock out UT Austin's hero just in front of the central buff point. But the standard on UT Austin's side is able to come back and reclaim that central buff point and get a few more victory points.
So I wonder, when we're looking at that obscured viewpoint, I guess you could probably, at least my impression of that is that might be something coming from the original engineering thing of when they were designing these robots, something that was slightly overlooked potentially, which I'm sure now that they've had this experience of having half of their view obscured, I'm guessing they probably won't have that design feature in their future robots.
Absolutely. 30 seconds left now on the clock. Looks like UT Austin's going to take some time to do some practice shots. And oh, actually, UBC does take the opportunity to use their hero to knock out that red standard. It quickly revives, however. UBC hero now chasing down the red hero. That's a double kill. They earn themselves another 20 victory points. They're in the triple digits with 10 seconds left on the clock.
So for some reason, they're currently not driving. However, they could...
So ultimately, the match does end with a red victory. Neither team made it all the way to 200 victory points. UT Austin did ultimately have more victory points than UBC. But near the end, that wasn't bad, especially with only a hero operational on the field. They were able to get some robot kills, earn the 20 victory points for each of those knockouts. 3 enemies killed for UBC, none from UT Austin, even with 870 points of damage.
So for that next, or the upcoming round, I'm really intrigued to see, one, if they're able to take their performance from the second half of that match and apply it to the full thing, and 2, if they can get their balancing standard working.
Yeah, we shall have to see if they're able to capitalize on these 3 or so minutes for the setup period to fix whatever's going on with that balancing standard. We did say it would be a complex engineering challenge to get that robot fully operational on the field. So we'll have to see if they're able to figure out what's going on.
It looks like we have some kind of delay right now. We're waiting for that period of resetting. We do have our volunteers out on the field. But right now the referees are not letting the team on to reset their robots.
Oh, back in the void. There it is. There's the field. Yep. And as Amelia did mention, we do have some volunteers around picking up the projectiles, but those robots have not yet reset. The referees have not yet let the team members onto the field to reset the positions of the robots back to their starting positions.
Presumably, there's something going on from our end of the system, the referees. Oh, and now they are back on. So the teams are hopping in, they're grabbing their robots, bringing them back to that central zone. Once they're back, they will take some time to make sure that all the systems are working, ready to go.
And immediately into a technical timeout. Hopefully we can get some more information as to whether this is a field timeout or a team called timeout. We'd love some more information as to what exactly is going on if our production crew could gather the information. That would be wonderful.
All right, so we see our blue team working on their hero. Interestingly, we don't have team members working on that standard right now. So I wonder if they know it's not going to be functional, or if there was just some minor mistake that meant it wasn't going to be moving, but now it might be.
Yeah, we do see our field referees keeping a close eye on both the teams on the left and right side of the screen. UT Austin, they've already reset the robots back to that resupply zone, and now they're off the field. A laptop was briefly on the field on the side of UBC. In fact, it is still actually on the field up on that ramp in the hands of one of their team members.
If you've been watching for a while now you know how big of a fan me and Austin are of a field laptop. Favorite laptop field positions are a good one-kneed coding or a one-handed coding.
And shout out to our support crew. Shout out to our broadcast and stats crew over here for getting us the information. The blue team, UBC, did call a team timeout. One of their limited team timeouts for the entirety of the 3v3 competition. They've asked for some extra time to work on their robots. You only get 2 timeouts total for the entirety of your 3v3 competition. These are separate from your 1v1 and your engineer challenge timeouts, but they only get 2 of them for the entire week, and they decided to use 1 on this match right here.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me as well is they're using this technical timeout, but they don't have engineers looking at that balancing standard, which did not move at all in the last round. They're only looking at that hero.
Yeah, I wonder, they were able to get some damage output near the end of that match. They got some kills, double kill even, on one of the robots over on the UT Austin side of the field. Wonder if they're trying to maybe optimize some of the damage there, or maybe they ran some issues in the early part of that match. We shall have to see.
It's always a fun time when you have to bring your laptop on the field.
Our referee keeping a close eye from the high ground. Definitely was not sitting down, taking a nice little chillaxing break.
Honestly, he deserves it though. He's been
So
out there
true.
all day.
So true, so true.
Shout out to you, Connor. All right, our engineers seem to be taking their final looks.
That 2-minute technical timeout called by the blue team is now over. We're back to our regular setup period. 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. It appears UT has determined that they no longer need that extra time. They're going to go ahead and just make their way out. I actually see in the corner of my eye, you can't see it on stream, but all of the UT Austin pit crew members are just surrounding the entrance of the red pilot station area. Perhaps maybe try to give some sage advice to their pilots, perhaps, or just,
Strategy.
yeah, or
strategy chat.
maybe just try to watch their pilots in terror to impart on them how important this match is for them.
You know, they could be doing some positive manifestation right now, you know, getting those winning phrases. I wonder if they're power posted in there.
We'll have to see. In fact, I wonder on our end if we can. I'll play around with some things while we wait for the next 1 minute or so over here on the setup period.
All right. We're in that last 40 seconds of setup. We do have One engineer poking his head back in. Oh, no, running back to the pilot station.
They got some critical information to tell one of their pilots. This is their setup time, so I suppose they can communicate back and forth. Looks like that picker member really needs to check something on the robot. They're running back and forth, communicating with that pilot. And now once the match starts, once we enter that 15-second period, they're going to have to stop communicating.
We did just see a quick little photo happen from some of the UT Austin team members.
Yeah, we do have media passes available to each team, so they are allowed to be to those restricted areas to take photos, but that's about it. We're ready to start the match.
All right, that blue hero straight out of the gate, moving a little faster now, had a bit of speed zoom. However, that UT Austin infantry is coming round the corner fast. However, interestingly, both of those robots were stationary for a good couple seconds there.
Yeah, definitely we have a slow start to this match, but UT Austin is picking some of those victory points now. 7 and counting as they remain on the central capture zone. They're in that green box.
So yeah, we're seeing that blue infantry is still not doing anything. So presumably they knew there was nothing they could do to fix it within the time and decided to just focus on getting their hero up to the functionality they wanted it to be.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. 20 projectiles purchased by the UBC hero. Looks like they fire one at the wall. Now a second misses its mark. They try to aim at that red hero. Unfortunately, it just bounces off the wall to the side.
UT Austin is getting those victory points though from capturing the center area.
Yeah, both their robots on that central capture point. UBC's hero trying to push in. It does level up. Making their way around that central capture point. Pushed out by the red infantry, but they are still fairly aggressive in that zone. Red already up to 70 points, but one successful hero shot does land on the infantry. 100 points of damage done to that infantry, and they're below half health.
And UBC managed to capture that center area quickly there because the infantry accidentally strayed off a bit too far.
That UBC hero does get pushed off, however. They only earned themselves 8 victory points during that portion of the match. We've got about 3 minutes left to play, which if it remains as it stands, UT Austin still has possession of that capture point. They'll continue to earn victory points at a rate of 1 per second.
All right, they have their hero just kind of chilling there in the middle, taking a vacation. But a very nice, profitable vacation as those victory points are adding up.
Over halfway already, 112 victory points. As the red standard free returns home, they reload with projectiles in the top left corner. And also, well, it was 142 shots. They do fire one at the wall, just so you know, a tester.
Making sure everything's working out, right?
Yep, and they make their way back to the central capture point. You can see actually here, from the perspective of that red standard, they have eyes on a blue hero that makes its way around the bunker wall.
So we can see that blue hero aiming.
Yeah, that hero fires 142mm
First
projectile.
blood.
Unfortunately, misses its mark. It does take out the red hero. 20 points to UBC. More projectiles being fired. Sounds like 17mm projectiles from that red infantry, but it is very low on health. They chase it down, and the hero does take out the red infantry. Another 20 victory points. They've got about half the victory points, however, 141 to 74. And interestingly, very low health. Blue hero does retreat from the central buff point, capture point.
Yeah, so they did have control of the central area. However, their health was low enough that they decided instead they should retreat, which I think was a good idea in this case. While it does make sense to have your control of that central area, if you're about to die and you're the only robot that's functioning on your team, not a good strategy.
Absolutely. Red standard free, however, is very low. They're taking possession of that capture point now, backed up by their full health red hero, however. and they do cede that capture point. Red Hero trying to land some shots on the Blue Hero. Blue Hero up to level like 8 or so.
And that Blue Hero takes out the Red Hero there. That was quite the hero v hero match.
Another 20 victory points at a rate of 1 point per second if they can hold on to this central zone. They've got 40 seconds left in the match. That will not be enough by my calculation to beat UT Austin's 152, and they must not leave the zone, which they just have for the briefest of seconds.
Chasing after that Red Hero now, but choosing to return to that central point possibly.
No, I think at this point they have to chase down the red robots. They have to get those 20 victory points if they want any chance at winning this thing. They take out one elimination, red free, knocked out by the hero, 140 to 152 with 8 seconds left in the match.
This is so close.
But that hero, it's so close to central buff point. 2 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, they're so close.
They were so close. They stopped just shy of that central capture point. They weren't winning the victory points for those final seconds of the match. And ultimately, UT Austin, with the narrowest of leads in victory points, does take the win for the round.
All right, well, UBC really did put in a good amount of work there. I hope they are able to get that balancing standard up and running for their future matches, because that would be amazing.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely a great show from UBC with just their hero, no other robot, no standard to back them up. 4 kills from the UBC side versus UT Austin, but right at the end, 152 to 141. They had like 11 seconds left on the clock. If they had 11 seconds at 1 point per second, that would have given them 152 to 152. I don't know how that tiebreaker sorts out, but we see all these stats. They're in favor of blue.
It's so insane to see, especially as UT Austin didn't kill the Blue Hero once. So just because they were able to spend just that much more time on that center area, they took this match.
It's an amazing, valiant effort from both teams. Some fantastic work. UBC especially, just the hero operational on the field. But right at the end, that game time decision or maybe not even a decision, maybe just a robot just failed to drive all the way. They didn't make it to that central point, and they just couldn't get the victory points in the end.
They really just needed those extra 5 seconds or however many seconds it would have taken. But like, it's really sad to see when you have a match lost at this much of a margin. I would have wanted to see what would happen if the match was maybe a minute longer or something.
Yeah,
like that
absolutely.
Yeah.
Although, definitely, yeah, a good point from Kid 4 in the chat. It was a good try on their part. UBC, they fought through it. They only had the hero up. The standard wasn't even operational.
Yeah.
They only had the one robot. The projectiles are stupid expensive. They did their best, and it was so close.
So close. Well, I hope when we see them tomorrow, we see that standard up and running. That would be amazing. Having both of those robots, I think that would be a team to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Speaking of teams to be reckoned with, we have one more match on the schedule for today. That's going to be PolyMTL versus Artemis from University of Alberta. Polystar versus Artemis. Both teams from Canada, Montreal and Alberta.
All right, we just have our previous 2 teams getting their robots out of the field and ready to go back to the pits. The pits are where our teams spend their time fixing all of their robots. So essentially it's an area where there's lots and lots of engineers spending lots of time getting very close with their robots, both through a coding sense and through a mechanical sense. Replacing parts that are broken, testing things out, fixing things. It is a very busy room and a very chaotic room. There's lots of engineers not finding much sleep. You do also find quite a few napping engineers around the pits. Everyone's trying to get a little bit of sleep where they can, honestly.
Absolutely. We were talking earlier about some restless nights for these young engineers as they need to take their time overnight to get these robots ready for the matches tomorrow. Wherever they get their sleep. Straight in the breast cam, rushing down that runway as we get a look in the queue area for our final robots of the evening.
Yeah, so we didn't mention earlier, they get to stand in these little pens after inspection. these are where the two teams spend that nerve-wracking time before they can move on to the field. It is a really interesting dynamic because you're standing very close to the team you're about to compete with. Most of the time, though, teams are quite friendly with each other. We've had some very fun conversations with competitors in the past.
Yeah, we've got a great community here at RMNA North America. Some awesome folks. And that's also one of the nice things about competitions. You get to actually see everyone you've been talking to online, or all these teams that you've been watching for so long, actually in person. You get to see their robots, talk about what you've done, what you've built, and you just get to meet some new friends.
Yeah, and honestly, the community is so great at sharing knowledge. Everyone wants every other team to be able to succeed. No one wants to see anyone fail. That just ends in boring matches, and honestly, no one's learning then. So a lot of the teams will take the time out of their way, even when they have their own problems going on, to go ahead and help out the teams around them. And then when we all share that knowledge, then the entire community is able to get even more advanced in their engineering.
Absolutely. You could say some advanced robotics at the Roadmaster North America 2025 San Diego. Anyways, we'll take a look here at the red load queuing area. We got Polytechnique Montreal, Polystar. That is a very large cube of a hero.
Yeah, I'm looking at those design choices of the duct tape and pool noodles.
Yeah, I mean,
want to say.
I come from an FRC background. Our bumpers were made up of pool noodles all the time, but they were covered in like cloth and fancy numbers and all that. This, not,
Yeah,
not
so,
sure.
you know, I'm a fan of an aesthetic robot. Now, I did do a lot of art in undergraduate.
Just a bit.
I have studied it a lot. However, I'm going to say I'm not the biggest fan of the duct tape pool noodle. I think they could make it work, but in its current form, not my fave.
I mean,
However,
sure.
it's functional. It's working. That's what matters in the end, really.
I suppose. I perhaps agree with you about that aesthetic choice, although I would maybe say that area may or may not have shipped worse in the past.
Oh, for sure. By no means am I saying that I'm not responsible for really bad designs as well.
What do you mean? We love the horse. The horse is great.
Anyways, well, so these teams are doing what they can to get these robots to where they need, which means taking use of any materials they might need as quickly as possible. So you might see by tomorrow maybe those duct-taped pool noodles might look a little more aesthetically pleasing, but at least for now, they're doing what they need to in terms of protecting the edges of those robots.
Absolutely. We're now watching these robots just outside the field. I see a blue line. I'm not sure if that means we're in the blue zone. I do not see a press on our side, so I believe this is the blue side. UAlberta, yeah, I do see UAlberta logo as well. University of Alberta, Artemis getting ready to go just outside the field, waiting for our referees to give the all clear. Go ahead and begin their setup period.
As I was saying earlier, I think we should bring art back to the robots. More teams should do some aesthetic detail. Absolutely unnecessary in this competition. However, I'm a fan of a beautiful robot. Why wouldn't you want a beautiful robot?
Aren't we all? We should all be fans of beautiful robots.
All right, so they are now loading the robots onto the field.
3 minutes of setup time. Here comes Artemis onto the field. They're in the blue square. Our camera grew an arm as we enter the field.
I did see a comment on our Twitch stream. Duct tape has so many fun patterns, though. Unfortunately, there are a lot of aesthetic requirements that robots in this competition have to follow. So there's a lot of specific coloring requirements as well as patterning requirements. This is specifically to do with the referee systems and the plates. So one thing that teams are not allowed to do is have what looks like fake plates essentially on their robots, or generally specific colors that might mess up the computer vision of other teams. So yes, there are some really cool duct tapes out there. However, unfortunately, I don't think they would fit within the rules. There might be some though. I would hope to be proven wrong. All right, we're down to our last 2 minutes of setup time. We're getting a close-up view of that duct tape pool noodle. That is a big hero. All right, so the Polytechnic team is fielding all 3 robots here. They've got a sentry, an infantry, and a hero robot. The team seems to be heading off the field now, which means they've got it all set up with a minute and 30 to spare. It looks like the University of Alberta is still taking some time to get some setup on the other side. If I am seeing correctly, although I could be wrong, they only have their hero and standard. They do not have an infantry fielded currently. All right. PolyMTL is back on the field, just checking a few things with their robots, communicating with the pilots over in the pilot area. That's a good thumbs up. We love some great communication skills.
Absolutely.
Ooh, loved that signal for back. We got some turning signals.
Do you hear some collisions with the walls, perhaps? Maybe
Yes.
not the most communicative here. Now, looking at if I'm reading my stats correctly, looks like Polystar, PolyMontreal here did face UT Austin earlier in the schedule, but unfortunately that match had to be forfeited. And additionally, UBC was due to face PolyMontreal as well. That match also unfortunately forfeited. So this may actually be the first time we see PolyMontreal on the field officially.
Very exciting match then. I'm excited to see how they do. Oh, a technical timeout has been called.
Interesting.
It looks like it was by the University of Alberta, as they still have some engineers on the field.
Would love to get confirmation on that from our production crew.
Oh, we're getting a nice robot. Oh, wait, no, this is a Preston cam. All right, we can see that rotating standard down there as well as their hero. And then we're getting a nice little walk over to the University of Alberta side of the field. Okay, and we're into that initialization period.
Yeah, given the length of that timeout, I do believe that it was some sort of referee side issue.
Yeah.
Maybe press the cam was made the field a bit too long, perhaps. We're back in the void. 3, 2, 1. We are now back on field, good to go.
Both of those blue University of Alberta robots are straight out the gates, going over into that central area, capturing the middle there, gaining those victory points. It looks like the red Hero 1 has moved out of its area. However, it is taking hits from that blue Standard 3.
Yeah, that blue Standard 3, interestingly, instead of rushing towards that central buff point or central capture point, decided to land some shots, taking about half the health of the red Hero out of shots. Now, here comes, that was a 10-point damage there, but from a Hero on the blue side, perhaps just a glancing blow of that 42mm projectile. Now, some interesting teamwork.
Came for it.
Red Hero still very low on health. Moving in a bit of an awkward fashion. They have no projectiles in the tank, and they're moving away from their central, or from their healing zone. With very low health, that is an interesting choice. Red Standard 3 getting in the fray of things. And they do get knocked out by the UAlberta infantry. Alberta nearly 3/4 of the way in with a double kill, 20 more points, definitely over the line for 3/4 of the way to that 200 victory point mark.
It makes me wonder if this team will take some extra time on that field, maybe not get that 200 right away, but use this extra 2 minutes 40 to practice some of their techniques.
We shall have to see if they maintain possession of this central capture point. They're at 189 out of 200 with just about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. This match will be over in 5 seconds and nothing else happens.
Looks like they're just going for that quick win.
Oh, Red Hero bumping into that Blue Hero. I heard one final knockout there just as the match came to a close. 200 victory points and the win in round 1 to Team in Blue, University of Alberta. Final stats for round 1 of PolyMontreal versus UAlberta. 200 victory points to that blue team, UAlberta, And Artemis does walk with the win in that first round. No victory points in this round to Polytechnique Montreal's Polystar.
So we will have to see if Polytechnic takes us time and is able to get any of their 3 robots up and running. I'd really love to see their robots being able to take a more aggressive stance from the beginning of the match.
Absolutely. We saw only 10 points of damage dealt by Polytechnique Montreal. Only 4 17mm projectiles were fired in total from their fleet of robots. And all of the enemy kills did ultimately go to UAlberta. So we shall have to see as our teams do get their robots reset up back in their resupply zones. We are just about 1 minute into our reset up here for round 2 of Polytechnique Montreal versus UAlberta.
And we have our volunteers sweeping up the final balls. Once again, shout out to our volunteers. We've been shouting them out all day, but they do truly deserve those shout outs.
Absolutely. Hard, long days of work here. And we've got many more matches left to come throughout the course of the entire week, all the way through to Saturday.
All right. As one of our production team members just yelled, this is in fact our oh gosh, I can't speak anymore. Last 3v3 match of the day.
It has been a long day.
I have been talking for too long.
But don't worry, there's plenty more matches where that came from. In fact, that's crazy. We're actually through our groups by midday, or by, well, I guess more the evening. Okay, I guess I should read the schedule better. Tomorrow is still all group stage matches, but by the end of the group stage matches tomorrow, we will know who will move on to our elimination bracket. That starts on the 27th of June here in San Diego, California, Pacific Daylight Time.
All right, so we're down to that last 40 seconds. Polytechnic still has some of their engineers on the field trying to do some last minute fixes. We have the University of Alberta. All of their pit crew is off, waiting for the match to get started. All right, it looks like all of our engineers have cleared the field.
We're getting ready for our match. Remember, this is the last match of the day, but don't go anywhere. We still got our 1v1. Might be going on for just a little bit longer today. I'm not quite sure on the schedule there, but also tomorrow, we got some exciting matches to start the day. First match of the day scheduled at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time is going to be UW versus UCSD. So all you UW fans out there,
Time to get up early.
Yeah, bright and early tomorrow morning. But first, Polytechnique Montreal versus UAlberta, round 2. A slow start once again from both teams in round 2 of Polytechnique Montreal versus UAlberta. UAlberta ultimately makes their way to the central capture point. Standard lingers for just a little bit to let their hero have time to get to that central capture point. They maintain possession of the point. And now we are in the cockpit of the blue infantry. A little bit wobbly there from their infantry perspective. You can see that cursor, that crosshair at the center of their screen bobbing around the armor plate they're trying to target as they make their way back towards now that central capture point.
Those pilots truly are strong. I'm not sure I wouldn't get motion sickness trying to pilot that. All right, but we've got those 2 University of Alberta robots taking that central zone. We are seeing the Polytechnics standard come out from around the corner. The hero's also doing a little bit of movement, but it is looking a bit slower.
We're back in the perspective of that blue infantry. Trying to land some shots on the red infantry. It does take out a couple bits of damage. You can see that bottom third of their screen obstructed by the barrel, by that speed monitor on their robot.
All right, we're still not seeing anything happening with that sentry. So unfortunately, it looks like they were not able to get it fully working for this time. Interestingly, we do see the blue hero perhaps taking a little bit of a shove against the red hero there, which has made its way around to that central area. Although University of Alberta says, no, you are not allowed here.
Yeah, a bit of a pushing match in between the 2 heroes. Blue hero trying to push Polytechnique Montreal's hero out of that central bump point, and it's already down to half health.
I don't know about you, Austin, but that looks potentially like a yellow card to me. Oh, and we have a large chunk on the field.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, multiple large
I'll leave it to our
chunks.
referees to determine what's going on. And actually, both blue robots abandoned that central capture point for a moment to try to take first blood, now double kill, as they knock out the
Double
two piloted
kill.
robots of the red team.
All right, well, it looks like the hero's feeling a little bit lighter at this point. It's missing a couple bits.
Yep, 20 points per
Triple
kill, now
kill.
triple kill as the blue hero takes out the red hero again. They're almost nearly there to that 200 mark, 8 points away. Blue hero maintaining their point on that central buff zone. Red hero trying to go for one last shove, but there's no more time as the blue hero maintains their possession of the central capture points. 200 victory points, and the win in this round go to UAlberta. Final stats on that round, 200 victory points total go to UAlberta, and that does give them the round and the overall series. 3 points in the overall group stage rankings here in Group D. No victory points, unfortunately, earned by Polytechnic Montreal. They weren't able to get any kills or end up on that central capture point. 870 points of damage done by Blue. A respectable amount, not as high as some of the other higher performing teams we've seen today, but still respectable, and they have plenty of time tonight to update their robots.
Yep, well, they have from now until their next match tomorrow, which could potentially be a lot of hours, depending on how they feel about sleep.
Very true, yeah, and hopefully we get to see Polytechnic Montreal improve their robots as well. 0 projectile shot on this occasion, but they can perhaps go ahead and try again. We see them again in match 28 tomorrow against Texas A&M University. But with that being our last match of the day, that's going to wrap it up here for us at the Free Desk.
Yeah, but there is still some 1v1 matches going on. So if you want to watch some more live RoboMasters tonight, feel free to head over to our stream over on YouTube for our 1v1. However, me and Austin will be signing off tonight.
Yep, after show over on Robotics Esports Productions as well over on the Rep channel, Robotics Esports on Twitch. Go ahead and track them down. Otherwise, be back right here bright and early, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time tomorrow to catch that first match, University of Washington versus University of California, San Diego. More exciting action coming up over the course of the week. We'll see you then.
All right.